I thought you were saying that the way that you did deadlifts was with dumbbells and a bench. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, well, you see, I do my push-ups standing up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really like to get on the ground and do my push-ups, so I do them standing up instead. And I'm like, bro, I don't think you're doing push-ups, bro. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it can't be a push-up. Yeah.
He's lost half of himself.
I don't know. This is right. And then. Perfect.
Fine. We just gotta, you know, go away when it blows up. Which is right about now.
I can't go away. I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
What did you say, Delta?
Listen, man, I'm using a controller which I haven't used for this game in a while, alright? I pressed every button that... I pressed every fucking gun but the grappler gun. I think I shot a flare.
Help! I need help!
Paul?
The stingtail pulled me up there, and then I bounced off of its head, and it started walking up the side of the drop. So
He just
bouncing
started
off of
ascending you?
Yeah, I was bouncing off of it continuously, and getting more and more dangerous situations. I needed help.
You're with me now. Oh shit.
See?
It might not be. It might be another bot lobby because the bot also likes to change characters a lot.
I would be shocked if this is not a bot lobby. This Spider-Man is.
Did that Spider-Man just jump off the edge?
So the attack that he used just before he fell was a pull. That's a snare, so he would have pulled me to him and also probably lived afterwards.
Oh.
But I saw him on that section of the map, so I knew exactly what was going on there, so I just didn't approach, so he just jumped off and died.
Nice. What is my ult?
Oh.
Makes it so that no one dies.
Anyone side the rings invincible, basically.
Oh, wait, it had a toggle thing. What was up with
Yeah,
that?
you can make it so that damage is up instead, but just leave it on the healing one. That's the one.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck?
Oh,
Jesus
shit.
Christ, Delta!
Listen, man, I was
Oh my god, he's fucking impossible to hit, but he can't hit me either.
No, Thor, stay away from me.
You sure are on him. This is, if Panda was chasing me, I'd just run to a furniture store.
You wouldn't go any scared of it, yeah.
what a weird.
That's fucking great, Bruce.
Boo says because he doesn't know what the fuck to do in one.
Do I sit down? Do I buy something? I don't want to buy it. Yeah, he's freaked out. Freak the fuck out.
Undivided attention. Hungalamg Honolug Hongas.
Princess Halamoke, bro. I had a Bobbit pen when I was growing up.
What the actual fuck? It's like
Yeah,
a
a little
fidget
Bobbit.
pen.
Nah, we had instructions on like a fidget toy.
Mm-hmm.
Told you what to do. Told you when to bop it, when to stop it. You know?
Told you when to pop it and when to stop it. I'm gonna do crime. I'm gonna do crime. Stop me. Okay, I'll stop you. Okay, good.
Stop it. Stop it.
All right, now pop me.
Okay. You're kind of a sheeple, huh? That's
No. I think skeptically about things, except when it comes to.
But you only think skeptically about things because someone told you to. It's crazy.
Even if that's true, I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. Do you just have donuts at your house?
I got a bag of donuts from the bakery.
You got a bag of jelly-filled donuts?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I've never gotten jelly donuts in a bag before. I've gotten donut holes. They're not holes, actually. They're like the ball guys in a bag. Never have I gotten other donuts in a bag before. Never. They come in boxes here.
It's like a long bag. I've been to
A fucking what? Like you would put bread in?
Kinda, yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh, I can stand up here. Okay.
Later, man. It's just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Give the most XP and do the
Oh my
less damage.
fucking god.
There's a beehive next to the crafting bench, so I get the healing as I die.
This motherfucker.
Oh my fucking god. Sorry.
Alright?
Yeah, both of those sneezes. So. Ah! Sorry. Both of those sneezes caught me by
sneeze. Ah, I sneezed. Ah.
No, dude, I saw everything, man. This dude sneezed, his mouse went fucking haywire. Dude went to go sneak kill our enemy. And forgot about the layak and just got jump scared by that. Just peeked around the fucking
it
stairwell.
was kind of an
like,
experience.
Hey, what up, dog?
I'm not learning more about penguins now, though.
That's alright. I don't think you retained any of it anyway.
No, I've got brains full of passwords, bro. I can't be asked.
Just write them down.
Fuck no, I don't care that much about penguins.
No, the passwords. Write the passwords down.
No, you're talking crazy talk. Dude. I got a better game.
I've never played it.
Well, let me tell you, somebody who plays that game too much. Ah! There's two of them. There's two of them.
Well, it's nice knowing you.
Oh my fucking god.
There's two of them. There's two of them.
I think things are escalating because those were.
Holy fucking shit.
It's a unique signal.
Yeah, let's head out and
Research
get
it in a MAM to establish
What are we gonna do
locally
to
appropriate
like bridge the gap
classification
exactly?
and application.
Just swim?
Swim.
Oh.
I hope the current doesn't knock us off the edge, but we'll find out.
Ow.
Oh god. Oh, the water was so much more shallow than I thought it was.
Oh, I didn't expect it to be that shallow either.
My
Oh, it can't
fucking
slide.
legs.
Am I going to the wrong rock? I am.
Is that a bot? What the fuck was that?
It worked out really well.
You're good to go again.
Oh!
Oh, I'm freaking dead. Alright.
Your movement shorts the time. It's a really hard to explain.
No! Team no heal.
She very rarely actually properly streams, but when she is live, you can catch her playing.
Got here.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to leave. Yo, get fucking wrecked, idiot.
I shut the door.
Later, man. Later, man.
Bye bye.
I drop everything though.
I'll pick it up.
Lol.
I picked it up and locked out. I got it all, found out, lost it, that back become me. I don't need it.
Legend. Fucking legend. Nice kill, idiot.
You got fucking nothing, dude. Roar, XD. Nuzzles your necky wrecky. Go nuts, guys. I don't give a shit.
I mean, you say that, but if I play it for you, you'd be like, fuck my voice now! Please, please, have mercy, please, no. Oh no, I left it on silent again. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's just that it's the same. I have the same thing. So the idea is I use the silent one. Like, okay, let's say I want to go back, right? It should be silent. But if I come back to back, right? Like if I went like BRB for a second, it should be silent. But like as I'm starting, like it makes sense for it to actually make the noise. You get what I'm saying. You know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? Whatever. All right. Yeah, I'm that Daft Punk Panda. Hey, what's up, Snake? We're playing RuneScape again. Should I have an intro? Is that a good idea? I kind of like the idea of having one, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm creative or smart enough to make that happen. What? Am I killing Calphites? Oh, hell yeah. I fucking love killing Calphites. All right. Finally, some good fucking news. I don't have any bad news. I've been fine so far. I'm chilling. Why do I have so many fucking Ardoin teleports? What am I even going to use those for? How's it going? Are you living well? Are you living your best life? I am doing quite well myself, and I have basically no complaints. I should have eaten food. All right, so one of my long-term things, right, was like, hey, we should like eat breakfast instead of dinner, and we should exercise in the morning. So the exercise plan got waylaid for very good reason. I got a lower back injury when I was moving groceries because I am an old man. And I also switched chairs because I thought that my chair was a contributing factor to that. And I feel like that is the case because now that I have a new chair, my back pain has definitely been going away. And I think it is in fact getting better. So I'm actually quite satisfied with that result. However, I still haven't started exercising, which is probably going to be next. I think we're going to start with like, probably like just back stretched type dealy, but soon enough, I think we'll actually do something. But as a result, I also still haven't switched to eating breakfast yet. So that's kind of a problem, but I think the two will happen together and it will be okay. I think the two will happen together and it would be okay. I'm just not 100% on that one. Snake says, I mean, isn't your hello? Isn't your hello? This is that Daft Punk Panda and we're playing Old School RuneScape, your intro? No. It kind of sounds like Jackass. Doesn't it? I'm Steve-O and this is Jackass. Or whatever. Welcome to Jackass. Yo, what's up, Zero? What are you doing up so early for you? I'm not used to you being well adjusted. Zero says it's 5 p.m. Yeah, you've woken up at 10 p.m. a few times. All right, so we're done with that. We're done with that. Why do I have antidotes? Is there a reason for it? I'm going to assume there's a reason for it, and we're just going to go straight to the Calphite Caves. Zero says true, but that was when my sleep schedule was way fucked up. Yeah, but that was like 3 weeks ago, Zero. It wasn't that long ago, brother. Oh, no, I do need these. That's a combat potion. I see. I thought I had anti-poison and antidote, but no, it's just... Snake says, did you do it all in one trip? The, like, fixing his sleep schedule thing? I hope not. Oh, the groceries? Definitely not. No. I bought, like, $300 worth of groceries. I would have fucking died if I tried to do them all at once. It's just I did too much, even with multiple trips. Clearly, as you could tell from the back injury. Zero says, I've been up at 9 and asleep by 12. I told you, I'm the master of fixing my sleep schedule quick. It does seem that way, huh? Though, that being said, the way that you fixed your sleep schedule seems to have nothing to do with what you were telling me that you were going to do to fix your sleep schedule. Snake says, your groceries, yeah, but you could do it in one go? Tetris that shit? I could do it in one go if I owned a shopping cart. If the shopping cart is literally full in the basket and in the undercarriage, the only way I'm getting it from my car to my house in one trip is with a shopping cart. Cat says, bro, you're the coolest. Are you all right, Cat? Are you sick? It's okay if you're sick. You don't have to lie to me. Zero says, I just locked in and stayed up 39 hours to sleep at 8 p.m. I mean, yeah, but that's not what you were saying before. You were like trying to ease it over before. And that shit did not work. Very clearly. You got worse, actually, if anything. Snake says, take it from the store and return it? The shopping cart? They probably wouldn't even mind. They probably wouldn't even notice it was gone, but my sedan can't really hold a shopping cart is really the problem. Zero says it was working, just not fast enough. Brother, you went to sleep and woke up at 10 p.m. And then you woke up like an hour. Actually, honestly, I guess it couldn't have gotten worse from waking up at 10 p.m. because you're so opposite normal sleep schedules at that point. Is worse 9 p.m. then, I guess? Like, it's impossible to say. Zero says, I just bought groceries today. A lot of frozen pizzas and spaghetti materials and 2 tubs of cheese balls for when I get baked. That's a lot of fucking cheese balls, bro. God damn. Snake says, does your sedan have a roof? What? Like to strap my shopping cart to? It doesn't have a roof rack, if that's what you're asking, but it does have a roof. Yes, it is a sedan, not a coupe, right? Would be the difference. Or convertible. Or is a coupe just a 2-seat car? Is that what a coupe is? Snake says, if I had a tub of cheese balls, I'm gonna hurl. He probably will too, if not for, you know, it's suppressing his nausea. Zero says, we can't steal any carts in my car. It's a couple with just a big ass trunk. It seats a couple with just a big ass trunk. I mean, if the trunk is big enough. A shopping cart isn't like potentially impossible to store in a trunk. My trunk probably could not fit one, but it would be close. If it were like 3 or 4 inches deeper. Well, actually 4 inches is a lot actually, now that I think about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like 4 inches, that's probably too much if you think about it, right? Like it would be crazy to like use 4 inches of something, I think. Zero says a coupe is a 2-door. Yeah. But if your car had sedan proportions and was just a 2-door car with no back seat, it would definitely have enough room in the trunk. Zero says, yeah, when it snows suddenly 2 inches is a lot. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, snow. Yeah, we all agree that 2 inches is actually kind of a lot. And any more than 2 inches is like overkill, right? Like, why? What are you even gonna do with all of that, right? Let's do some shoutouts. Oh, actually, I say some. It's just for Zero. That's okay. Zero deserves a shout out. I don't know when you're gonna stream again, Zero, but the next time you stream, Zero, I might be there. It depends on when you actually stream, and as long as you're not streaming Deltarune. He streamed Deltarune very recently, but I don't want to be spoiled for that game, so I didn't really hang out, unfortunately. Even though I could have, actually. I had to choose. I had to choose to not be there in order to preserve my eventual Deltarune playthrough. I never played Undertale, but I did spoil the shit out of it for myself, and I'll never be able to undo that mistake. Zero says, I gotta find another game I want to stream and play. Have you played Clair Obscur Expeditions 33? Because everybody seems to love that game. I've literally not heard anyone say something negative about the game so far. Snake says, I mean, I can agree. So if I stream, I also get a shout out? I mean, yeah. Well, I don't want to say like just streaming, but like if you are a streamer, which is to say that you have an interest in streaming like long term. I don't mean like, you don't have to be like a certain size or anything like that, but like going live one time just so I shout you out from that point forward does not count. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Snake says Expedition 33 is great. I'm willing to bet it gets Game of the Year. I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far, but it's definitely a contender as far as I can tell. Zero says I'm also broke, so it's got to be a game I already own. Oh, well, you can play Splitgate 2. That game's free to play. It's pretty good. It's not like amazing, but it's pretty good. Zero says I'm pretty sure I just skirted over the cutoff point because my streaming schedule is whack. No. If I know you're a streamer, then it doesn't really matter. I try to get on people for streaming if they want to be a streamer, but that's really just like a professional courtesy from me to you, and typically also me as a fan wanting to see your stream. It doesn't really matter how much you stream, like that isn't really like a factor in it. It's more that I am aware that you are a streamer, really. Right. So as long as I know, as long as I'm aware, then yeah, it's fine. It helps if I also like your stream, but like there's only so much you can do about that, I guess. You can only be so much in control of that experience. Zero says, my car actually has good back seats. Both are heated, solid legroom, and cup holders because I had the best package of my car for the year. That's fucking crazy. I was considering getting rid of my current car and getting an EV because I'm pretty sure the distances that I need to travel are well within the range of EVs. And I want to drive my car once every 3 months ish. If I could drive my car exactly once every 3 months, that would be perfect. Alternatively, I can like maybe get some kind of ride sharing thing going quarterly or so and just like get my groceries delivered. Snake says, now all we got to do is ask you directly what you want to see, Panda. I mean, to some degree that will work. Yeah. I mean, if you haven't played Outer Wilds, right? And you play Outer Wilds, I will enjoy your stream as long as you're not fucking suffering the entire time. Because I don't like it when people suffer, especially when they suffer with things that I like, right? It doesn't really do anything for me. I'd rather you enjoy the things that I like. But other than that, like, yeah, sure. Zero says it's a 2010 Honda Accord EXL 6x6, or no, 6-6 coupe. 6x6 would be with an X between them. I don't know what dash 6 coupe maybe. Zero says, and apparently it's the last bulletproof Honda engine. I think Epic Games gave me Outer Wilds for free. Outer Wilds and Outer Worlds are two different games that are like very similarly named and came out at similar, like nearly the same time, like within like 6 months of each other, but they have nothing to do with each other. One is a puzzle game by Annapurna Interactive. Well, not by Annapurna Interactive. I think it's published by them. I don't remember the name of the dev. And then Outer Worlds is made by Obsidian, which is the guys that you would know from Fallout New Vegas, and also Avowed, which came out more recently, but also Grounded and to be released Grounded 2. Zero says, oh, never mind, I got Outer Worlds. Yeah, I expected as much. Yeah, that's a very common mistake. I don't know really much about Outer Worlds at all. I know that people are largely disappointed by it, is what the reception seems to be for me. Savage is very disappointed by it. I think Savage is a pretty hard guy to satisfy when it comes to like that space. Like if it approaches the Fallout like space or whatever, he has a certain level of like expectations that if it's not there, it's basically shit, in my opinion. Which is fair. I mean, to be honest, Fallout, 2 already exists, right? Fallout New Vegas already exists. So like if you're not better than that, then like what are we really doing here? Why would you make a new game that's worse than one that already exists? It's kind of fair. Zero says, if it's by Obsidian, then I'm sure it's a solid game. Good luck. Your results may vary. Snake says, imagine being able to drive a manual. I certainly can't. Zero says, the 6-6 is for V6 6-speed manual. And Zero says, Initial D helped me learn how to drift, which sounds dumb, but I'm serious. I mean, maybe, I don't know. If it's like a good portrayal of how to do it, then it could totally help, right? I could see that totally being a thing. I just, I'm not interested in even like remotely approaching that kind of space. I also haven't seen Initial D. It's on my list. I think, is it a series of movies, or is it an anime that has a series of movies that like retell the story? Because that was one of the things that I was considering hosting for the boys, if it's a movie thing. But I think I'd rather watch the actual anime proper if I'm gonna watch it for a first time. Snake says, I enjoyed Outer Worlds. I just wish it was longer. The most fun I had was a melee only run. Yeah. It being too short is a very common criticism of Outer Worlds. Outer Wilds, I honestly don't know what the complaints about that game are. I don't have basically any. There is one, but it's for the DLC and it's kind of a specific thing that I can't explain without you having already played the game. And it's not enough to like, it's not enough to be any points against at all. Outer Wilds is a 10 out of 10 game for me. It probably isn't a perfect game, but I honestly couldn't tell you what I would change about it. I like it just the way that it is. Zero says they explain techniques and timing very deeply in Initial D. And then Zero says, so on the way home at night, when there's no cars or cops on the roads in my area, I do some funny. You're definitely crazy. How do you know there's no cops? You just don't see them and you're like, I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, I imagine they don't typically just like hang out, you know, blacked out, waiting for somebody to start drifting. Snake says, do I have to play the DLC to understand your complaint? It only applies to the DLC, yes. The DLC is totally separate from the base game, basically. You can play the base game by itself and have a fantastic time. You wouldn't play the DLC by itself and have a fantastic time, but you could play the base game and not play anything more. You could play the base game with the DLC and have a great time, or you can play the base game and then decide later that you want to play the DLC and have a good time too. There's no like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna do, you know, the Ada campaign in Resident Evil 4 or 2. Well, actually, there isn't an Ada campaign in Resident Evil 2, but an Ada campaign in Resident Evil 4 and not play the Leon campaign. That doesn't make, you can't do that. Where am I going? Zero likes Ada. I don't like her in Resident Evil 4, the remake specifically. I don't really, she didn't really do anything for me. Mostly, again, it's the voice. Voice to me is like really, really apathetic. She sounds like she's not like trying. Ooh, bronze dragons. Yeah, we can do Dust Devils. Wait, in the smoke dungeon? I think that's terrible. I don't even know where the fuck the smoke dungeon is. But I'm pretty sure you can't burst them then. Zero says OG Ada in Resident Evil 4 and then Ada in Resident Evil 6 too. I only barely know about Ada in Resident Evil 6 too. I've seen her only because of Beatrice playing Resident Evil 6. This is not the way to do this. Dust Devils strategy guide. The entire time you must have a face mask. Main dungeon is not multi-combat, but a cannon is allowed. In the dungeon is a task-only area for players to slay Dust Devils, while a cannon is not allowed in the task-only area. This area is a multi-combat area. Hold on. So there's a multi-combat area in this dungeon somewhere. Oh, I see. So there's like 5. I guess I could do that. Okay. Yeah, this isn't the worst thing. Do I have any other tasks? No. Zero says, if you ever want to play 6, I got you. Why would I want to play Resident Evil 6? Zero says, because for a week before I started doing that, I covered the area I'd practice in at night to see. Oh, so you like scoped out the area to see if there would be cops there, and there weren't, so you think it's cool? Fair enough. We'll go with 3 prayer potions in case it's bad. We're gonna do our bursting setup. Because we should be able to burst these guys. It's multi-combat and all. We need our light bearer and our Din's bulwark. That'll do. Don't need this. We need to get to the smoke dungeon, which I don't even know where that is. We have the right runes. We have the right spell book. Don't think we need darts. We can get our ring, just in case. Anything else? I mean, I need to know where the smoke dungeon actually is. I know where the choke devil dungeon is. Oh, is it this one? Yes. So Polivnich. Snake says, I don't know much about Resident Evil, but I can tell you a main part of the game is screaming and saying, fuck you, chat. My experience is also through Beatrice. That's pretty funny. I don't remember Beatrice screaming that much, to be honest, but all right. To be fair, she also only played the Leon campaign and the Ada campaign, I'm pretty sure. She was like, yeah, no, I don't want to play as Chris or... Is this it? Oh, it is. Chris or... Oh, the girl from Resident Evil 2, I think, actually. Zero says, it's not a fun solo Resident Evil game, but a co-op fun time. Plus my areas on city limits, I'm sure all the cops are downtown where all the people are. I see. Oh, is this it? Wow, what a terrible location. I can't see. All right. Why don't I have a map of this place so that I could actually tell what the fuck is going on? It looks like there's a place. This is singles. So this is nothing. I don't know why these tiles are marked, but this is nothing. Okay, so I want to go this way. I want to go west, like over there. What the fuck is that thing? There's fire elementals in this game? All right, so I should be able to just like, oh yeah, there's like a tile marked over there and everything. Okay, yeah, this isn't bad. I mean, it's unfortunate that I missed that guy, but... Snake says, my neighbor growing up was obsessed with Resident Evil. He had all the spin-offs and just played them all day. And you still don't know much about Resident Evil somehow, huh? That's interesting. It's like, yeah, I knew he was obsessed with it, but I didn't give a shit. That guy was weird. Snakes just kind of zoned out when he was talking. Yeah, that happens sometimes. All right. I feel like I remember this place being like bad, but I guess it's just worse than the Catacombs of Corin because it's the same except you get slightly worse loot, and that you don't get Katizo spawns, right? But I think I've done this here before. That's why these tiles were already marked. Uh-oh. I guess I should have brought my darts. Oh yeah, we found that out about Dust Devils before too. Okay, so maybe I should get my darts and then come back, because we're like very far from being done with this task. We'll do this pool and the next pool, and then we'll get our darts. I could pick up these herbs. It might be what he's actually looking for. I don't think it matters though, because I'm not going to get anything that's worth having. Maybe we can do two. It's close to enough regen. I'm just a little bit short. If that Arceus spellbook spell was here, we could definitely get enough just by casting it here, but literally not the case. That's weird. Felt that I had just moved those like to the side a second ago, and I just had to do it again. So I found out recently that the only two dragon pets in this game are KBD and Vorkath. Those are the only two dragons. Because Olm, or Omlet, is an Olm, which is a type of salamander. Which is apparently closely enough related to dragons for dragon main weapons to count. But I mean, if you ask him, like the pet, if you speak to him, he's like, nah, man, I'm not a dragon, and neither is Olm, and I'm offended that you brought that up. I imagine that's like at least halfway a joke on the part of Jagex, but I mean, I don't see any reason not to believe the guy that is the thing for what he's telling you. You know what I mean? Like, he said he wasn't a dragon. That's kind of definitive to me. He would know if he was a dragon, right? Like, I don't know. Who am I to tell him, no, you're a dragon because you're weak to dragon bane? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe it works on salamanders too. Who the fuck am I? I'm just some fucking guy. We gotta get our shit back. We gotta get our darts. And then we gotta go right on back to Pull of Niche. I'll keep the gold and the runes, but we're gonna drop out the battle staff. I said I'd keep the gold, I lied, I guess. Whatever. Darts. Just because they're gonna stack again My darts! That's fine. You can just get some. I guess I dropped my darts somewhere. The darts that were there were dragon darts, in case you're curious. I have amethyst darts loaded into my blowpipe and dragon darts in my bank, just vibing. We want steel darts, I think. Yeah. Wait, what is the name of this town? Polniv each? Polniv each. I've always said Polivnich. God. Guys, I might have a little bit of dyslexia. I might be a little bit stupid. Polivnich and Polnivich. Polnivich and Nekriel, I think. Those two things. I think I'm mostly good otherwise. So it's over this way. I don't know if we're ever going to come back here, but... just so I can know where the fuck this is. So I understand why this place has dust devils as a lava cavern. Why are the rock formations like dust devils? What is up with that? Are these like rock people? Is that what's going on? Kind of looks like it, right? Why else would they look like the rocks around them? In fact, they also have the coloration of lava. So there might be something there. I described them as looking kind of dick-like. They definitely look like chess pieces more than dicks. I think it's because they're orange, whereas if I saw they were gray, I would think that they looked like chess pieces instead. I wonder what this guy does. Remind me to talk to this guy when we leave. Oh, hey Saku, what's up, dude? Are you muted?
Hello.
Yo, man.
And that's the guy that tells you that you can't kill monsters here anymore when you run out of them for your task.
Yeah, but that person could just speak from anywhere, right? They could just be a voice in my head. They don't have to be in the world, do they? Diegetically?
They put them in the world anyway.
Oh, I see. Is that why there's people in the Corons of Catacomb in like every area, even though you can kill them off task?
In the Corons of Catacombs.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Weirds me out that so many of those people in the Corons of Catacombs are named, but there's one guy, he's next to the Nekriels, I want to say. He's like right next to the greater demons. That guy is just man. He's literally just man. Feels wrong. Feels like he should at least be like a named person. If he's just gonna hang out in the catacombs. Wow. What a terrible fucking spec. I'm not even sure why there's 2 sections here, because this section is like 8 dudes and that one only has like 4. So there might as well just be this one, because if this one's not available, you might as well hop. Try somewhere else. Though no one's going to be here at all unless they absolutely have to be, which is a Konar task. Unless you need to do something to unlock Korund, the catacombs, I mean. I don't know of anything other than the quest that just like takes you straight there. So today's Tuesday, so you're going to be going live later today, right, Saku?
Yep.
More Oblivion today?
Yep. I have a lot of spell crafting to do.
Yeah. So yeah, my co-host for now at least is Saku Kimpaku. He has his own stream, as you are well aware. He's going to be playing Oblivion, doing some spellcrafting. He just unlocked that ability, if you didn't know. The thing that you can do in Oblivion specifically. They removed it from Skyrim. It was actually a long-standing feature of the games prior, at least in Morrowind. I don't know if it's in Daggerfall specifically, I guess, to be fair. Because, like, who the fuck plays Daggerfall? No one plays Morrowind, let alone Daggerfall. But yeah, I definitely recommend you check out Saku. You already finished leveling his main magic stats, willpower and intelligence, I believe. So he's just throwing. It looked like you were
Intelligence and willpower.
Isn't that what I said?
And willpower.
Yeah, I said intelligence, willpower, right? Am I crazy?
Oh.
But,
maybe I'm the one who's crazy.
I mean, regardless, intelligence and willpower, those are the main stats for casters. Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, I might have fucked that up somehow, but anyways, those he already finished leveling those. He's also leveled various skills rather than attributes, right? Because like that is another thing that they removed from the Skyrim formula to simplify the game, which I honestly don't care for. I think I liked Oblivion better, but I think I like Morrowind the best, actually, all things said. But you can definitely check him out playing a classic, because there's many good plot lines and stories and quests to be had in Oblivion. And I'm sure there's much that you have yet to experience. You did the Mages Guild completely, right?
Well, I have access to the Arcane University, but I think there's more quests in the Mages Guild.
Okay.
Something about ranking up.
Okay. Yep. Fair enough. And then you obviously haven't finished the main story. Are you going to do anything other than those 2 things, do you think? Or are you just going to play it by ear, see what you get into?
I might do a bunch of the other quests. Like, I got to start the Dark Brotherhood last time.
Okay.
Well, I just have the first guy they want me to kill, but after that, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I saw that you posted a video to your YouTube channel with Lucian, right?
Yeah. It's basically what happened on stream, but the entire conversation. I just re-recorded it.
Fantastic. Wow, you got inspired to do some light video editing and all. That's crazy.
Oh, there's absolutely no editing in that. I just recorded it and then posted it.
It's just a re-recording, excuse me. That's kind of like editing to me in a way, but yeah, sure. It is definitely technically different. I just meant you did more than just uploading a clip. Which is all that I could ever do. That's all I have the technology for. It's not true at all. DaVinci Resolve is actually a great free video editor. I say great. I don't know that it's great. It's done everything I needed to do, which is not very much, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things. But if you want to get into editing, it works pretty well. For someone who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. I mean, everything I've set out to do, I was able to find either a setting for or a video briefly explaining, oh, this is how you do that thing. There's just been a few times where I like kind of forgot how to do something that I learned and then like didn't go back and like figure out how to do it the original way. So I just like did something similar but not the same, and as a result it came out like worse. You know what I mean? Like, weird. If you listen to instructions for someone who knows what they're, or from someone who knows what they're talking about, it tends to be a better product in the end than just like freeballing and hoping. I don't know. There's something we said for discovery as well. Learning. Do you want to learn any new skills, Saku? Is there anything you'd like to learn or know about, more about?
New skills.
I don't know. Video editing or just maybe just knowledge? You just really like penguins?
Not really.
Yeah, the internet kind of is, you know, at our disposal. So if we really wanted to learn anything, we could kind of just like do it until we learn as much as we care to know. Sometimes it is also just a matter of convenience and like making time for things as well. But some things you can't really find out, I think, just by, you know, doing an internet search for. It's a little too specific a question. For example, the question that I had recently as I was in the Undrafted stream, he was playing Valheim. One of the things that I believe Savage had told me, was that the rarity of your pickaxe determines the amount of materials that you get. Like, you get better rolls from like looting, like so in this game, right, you can mine rock and you'll get one of whatever that ore is, and then it'll be on like a cooldown, usually for a brief amount of time, but it depends on what it is, right? Runite's longer than iron. But the way that Savage was describing it, as I understood it, was that he was saying if you used a black pickaxe, basically you would get one material, but if you used a runite pickaxe, you might get 2 iron, right? In terms of RuneScape. I ran some tests, and it seems like that is not the case at all. It seems like your level doesn't have anything to do with it. It's just RNG, but the level of your pickaxe does determine the materials that you can break, right? Because you can't use, in that game, you can't use a runite, or you can use a runite pickaxe to mine runite, but you can't use a black pickaxe to mine runite. It doesn't work that way. You need to get a strong enough pickaxe. Aside from that, your pickaxe level, like your mining level, it would be the equivalent in RuneScape. That determines how much damage you do, which is basically how efficiently you're able to mine the stone or the ore. But it, again, doesn't change what you actually get out of it, which I thought was interesting. I thought there was definitely a chance for that, but no. Any 2 people with any tools can mine the same stuff as long as you are able to mine it. Doesn't matter what you're using at all. Which is probably a good thing, because mining stuff in that game, after having done it with like God mode, you know, in debug mode and all that shit, was not a fast process. Like, mining out the entire node that I did, which I did 2 times, yeah, I mined out the entire node 2 separate times to try and compare. It probably took me like an hour and a half or something like that. I did some other stuff as well, but like it was like an hour and a half, 2-hour process just to do those tests and be like, yeah, it seems like it doesn't matter. All right, we gotta change this music up. Monkey sadness. Sure. So did you see Varlamore Part 3 is going to, they have an official release date for it now.
Oh.
I believe it's July 23rd.
Ooh.
So a little ways away, but that to me also means implicitly, but I don't know this, but it also means that sailing is probably going to be like late August. Because they're not going to release Varlamore Part 3 and then a week later release a brand new skill, right? Probably going to space that out a good amount, would be my guess. But
That would be a good guess.
yeah, it's just my, you know, mild-mannered musings, excuse me. Not something that I know for a fact. I don't have insider knowledge at all, but it seems to me that it makes a certain amount of sense for them to hold off on another big content update. Because I imagine Varlamore Part 3 is going to be pretty substantial. It's going to have some stuff, at least some quests. A boss or two. Are you looking forward to anything in particular in Varlamore Part 3?
I don't even know what they're adding.
So, I presume a conclusion to the quest line. There should be... I think there's like a skilling or fletching boss? Or mini game? Something like that. Yeah, I'm not really sure what else. I wonder if that's going to be where they were adding that like new mage thing or whatever, like the new mage boots or cape or whatever it was they were considering adding. If that's part of that. Oh yeah, I think Booze was saying something about like a 3-tick staff. But maybe
Yeah, they were adding that.
Yeah, I was like, but maybe they already added that. Maybe that's new. Maybe that's already. Whoops. Haha, whoops. All right, so we finished that task. We're almost at number 500. We are definitely not going to finish Slayer before 500. Ooh, a cow fight task. I'm kind of already geared up for this Smoke Devil task, though, so I guess we'll do that first. Much as I do like cow fights. They're kind of chill, you know? Like you just like hang out, and they die, and then you go do the next task. I mean, I had to bring anti-poison or antidote, I guess, but it's not the worst. It's fine. 2 seems like enough for Smoke Devils. We want our cannon. What else? Nothing else? I think it's actually nothing else. Maybe we get one more prayer potion just in case. Oh, my Narda teleport. Very important. I feel like usually I don't even run out of space. Wait, no, it's Castle Wars. What am I talking about? I feel like usually I don't run out of space at Smoke Devils, so bringing the ring probably isn't all that necessary, but it's okay. Obviously cost me one inventory slot that I'm happy to drop. You can get more rings very easily. It is a little bit of an inconvenience, but not enough for it to be an issue. Damn, Oathplate helmet. Inferno cape, Emberlight, Oathplate helmet. I definitely started praying way too soon. All right, turn off auto retaliate. Just let them come in. Let them swarm on in. Damn, I did not expect it to take that long to get around that. I think it's because I misclicked, but still, very long time. All right, now we just kill Smoke Devils until we run out of them. And we will run out of them. You think we're going to get a superior this time? Odds are good that we do. 185, I think, was the task. It's 1 in 200.
It is likely.
I'm kind of surprised that RNA boots like retain their value. They don't seem like they would be that valuable to me, because it doesn't seem like they have very many uses, but I guess the uses that they do have are in like pretty high level content.
I think it's slowly becoming a popular option for PKers.
Hmm. So they don't
Because
have...
you can use it at any level and it has bonuses to all stats.
Sure. That makes sense, actually.
All accuracies.
Yeah, it's got no defensive bonuses, right? Kind of an expensive item to bring, but it's also not terribly inaccessible either. I've been watching this YouTube series recently, which is just a guy like retelling the story of Naruto, but he's trying to tell the story of Naruto from the perspective of Kakashi. He's a very funny guy. And I think the story is also funnier just from Kakashi's perspective as well. Really, hot tub time. Still one of the sleeper redeems. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about it. It seems fine though. I'm glad that people like it. Hey, Grimmy. Okay. So yeah, just a YouTube series. I think it's pretty funny. I'm surprised that reframing like who is seeing the narrative and like what they know, what you know that they know canonically, which you might not be aware of as a viewer, you know, synchronously with the actual story. Pretty interesting to see it told that way. Crimmy says, I just wanted the panda cleavage. I'm not sure you know what cleavage is, Crimmy. I'm not sure about that one. I'm gonna be honest. I've never been accused of showing too much cleavage before, that's for damn sure. It's kind of a weird word for what it is as well. Cleavage? Is it related to cleaving things? Probably. Crimmy says you're wearing a bikini top, so you must have cleavage. I don't think that's true at all. I don't think those two things are related to each other necessarily. Crimmy says, don't forget I can draw. I'm aware. In fact, I was going to tell the people about it as well. Here we have Crimmy C. I actually don't know what the C after the first one stands for. It's just Crimmy C as far as I know. A VTuber and artist extraordinaire. Spends a lot of time drawing their own VTuber, but draws many things besides. Definitely check out their Discord for their latest art posts. You'll see them playing RuneScape as well. Good amount of RuneScape. They have a very strong personal connection with a charity, which is very much not something that I'm like familiar with enough at all, but they could definitely tell you about it. And they are indeed looking to do some charity streams themselves one day, perhaps, hopefully soon, maybe. They also have, when it comes to RuneScape, an OSAT, a one stat at a time account. I believe agility was the first skill that they were going for, and I don't know if they have progressed that account yet, like further. It was on the back burner for a while, but they were very excited for leagues as well. You know how it is with RuneScape. Sometimes you get a little burnt out, but you always come back. Jimmy says, I will make the panda cleavage a thing. I mean, that won't make me any more incorrect. Like, you had to make it into a thing because it wasn't already there. Crimmy says, yep, it's being worked on. Fantastic. So look forward to that. That's mostly a YouTube series from Crimmy, though. So expect that there. You can find everything through their Discord and through their Twitch. I think everything's linked up to everybody else. You'll find them. They're not hiding. For now. Jeremy says, so how's the Slayer grind? Fucking terrible. Aren't you watching? What do you mean? It's goddamn torturous. We do get money every now and then, though. So that's something. What is this guy doing? I say we do get money now and then. I got a dragon chain body. Wait, a dragon chain body?
Excuse me?
I was like, wait a second. You can get a dragon chain body from these guys?
Yeah, you get it as a 1 in 32k.
Oh, cool.
I got 2 of them.
Awesome.
After I did the Calcite Queen grind.
Yeah. So 1 in 32k or 1 in 3k, depending on your perspective.
I have 2 in like 2k kills.
You should have just done the Slayer grind first, man. It's way better. I imagine you got those 2 on your way to 99 Slayer.
Yes.
I see. Have you gone back to Slayer since getting 99?
Not yet.
I see. Good. Good. Love yourself. Hermes says, so honestly, I understand why people hate Slayer. I don't understand why people hate Slayer. I think it's relaxing. I think it's similar to woodcutting, but worse in just about every way. So instead of being able to cut the tree that I want to cut the way that I want to cut it, I get told to do what I have to do, and I have to constantly re-gear. There is like the chance of getting something that's worth having, right? As an iron, I think that Slayer is probably pretty good, to be honest. But as a main, I think that it's all the worst parts of like bossing, because instead of just doing bosses that I want to fight the way that I want to fight them or whatever, you have to do what some other arbitrary, AI is telling you to do. Not AI, you get what I'm saying. I don't want to bring the evil of AI into the conversation, but you know what the fuck I'm talking about. I think that most people like Slayer. Actually, I think it's a pretty loved skill generally, which is why I'm as hard on it as I am, because I think that the love that it has is unwarranted. I think if Slayer were in any other game, which is, kind of a non-starter, right? Because this is RuneScape. People that I'm complaining about are playing RuneScape. But nonetheless, I think if Slayer were in any other game, people would see it for what it is, and that it's like filler non-content mostly. The things that I like about Slayer are pretty few, and most of them can exist without Slayer. The main one I think that is good, like the biggest pull for Slayer, is the Slayer helmet itself. This thing is actually sick. But other than that, like the rest of it, like I don't really have. It's hard for me to come up with something positive to say. Creamy says Final Fantasy 14 has something akin to Slayer in A Realm Reborn. I only know of chaining monsters. And I don't know if that's specific to A Realm Reborn also. But yeah, I guess I'm not familiar. I'm not like deep into the Final Fantasy 14 space to begin with. I know what I know, which isn't a lot necessarily. I like the story and I like the characters. That's kind of my relationship to 14. I wouldn't consider myself an aficionado or anything like that. I guess the same is true of RuneScape, like in a global sense, but I do feel like I know a good amount of what's going on in this game nowadays. Not everything, far from everything, but I feel like I know enough to be able to call bullshit. Somebody's like making some shit up, I probably would be able to tell. Kirby says, now they have a list of monsters to kill that give experience rewards per class. Oh yeah, no. That to me is different as well, because that's a way to get experience, generic experience. And while it does work similar to the way that Slayer ends up working, like it has the same like benefits from like a community perspective in that you get to see a bunch of different monsters. The monsters aren't like crazy unique or have like special circumstances that you have to like go through to kill them for the most part, which is a big thing in Slayer. It's like kind of the core conceit, I would say, is like you're supposed to be like overcoming some adversity in order to be able to actually kill them, which is like the worst part of so many Slayer monsters, to be honest, as well. Sometimes it's fine, but sometimes it's fucking terrible. Like Zygamites and stuff, gargoyles even, I would say. After the quality of life buff that you get from the Slayer reward, I guess is what they're called, it's not the worst anymore. But even then, you still have to like let it happen. It's not instant, which is pretty stupid, I think.
There is one okay thing about Zygamites, and it's the task is short.
I don't know about that being a positive.
Like, isn't it just like 20 kills?
Yeah, it is. It is short, but the
Like,
thing,
it's quick points.
it is theoretically quick points. I don't think killing them is very fast though. Even though the task is short, I don't think it's a very fast task. You know what I'm saying?
It's still faster than a 150 Daganov,
Yeah, that's probably true.
is what I mean.
I don't know how much Slayer points are really worth in the grand scheme of things, but you're right, that is a benefit. Most Slayer points are only really helpful for skipping. That's, I would say, the main thing that Slayer points do for you. But yeah, you're right, Crimmy. There is that thing. And I have actually done that, and I didn't mind that. And the other reason why I think that that's fine, I was trying to speak onto that with the general class experience or whatever thing, is that you get benefits that you can get in other ways. It's just an option. Whereas like the Slayer skill, you can only really level by doing Slayer. You can do lamps, I guess, as well. But other than lamps, there really isn't another way of training Slayer at present. And I think that the way that Slayer works right now is like really, really lacking to me. What I would really want is for a boss rush thing. Like if Nightmare Zone gave Slayer experience, it technically can, but if it always gave Slayer experience, we would be talking. You know what I'm saying? We would be cooking. That's really what I want out of Slayer. I want, rather than just killing 150 or whatever of like a dude, or even 20 of a dude or whatever, I want to kill bosses that require me to like think and pay attention to the game, and some bosses that are easier, right? Like you can do opors and shit like that. I want to be in an area where I'm like expected to outwit my enemies and play around them or whatever. That's really what I want for Slayer as like a conceit of a skill. I think that as it is now, Slayer has missed the mark for me. Grimmy says that would be kind of cool. I think so, but I am just a guy. I don't know that it would actually work well or that anybody would care about it. But I think it would be fair for it to be maybe not profitable. Maybe you don't get money at all, but I feel like it would be fine for it to be a fast way to level Slayer. If you're constantly boss slaying, which is the other thing, is like the boss part of Slayer is like terrible, except that you can kill the bosses easier. That's the thing that's nice about it, is that you can kill most bosses that you would do in Slayer easier on task than off task. Not Vorkath, but everybody else just about you can kill easier because you're doing a Slayer task, which is cool in a way, but only as a way of like making a boss that you were going to do anyway better, right? Whereas if you're doing Slayer, it's probably the main reason that you're doing bosses at all, and that's kind of like the wrong way around, in my opinion. Like Slayer should encourage you to do bosses, sure, rather than you choosing Slayer as a vehicle to efficiently do bosses, right? I feel like it's backwards right now. Not that you can't do, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to do bosses and all that, but I just feel like right now it does the opposite of what it's supposed to do. I mean, it's not like it's working against itself, but it doesn't do the thing that I would want it to do, ideally. Yeah, I'm crying. You're right. But yeah, it's not like it's a huge like problem. I just think it's one of my least favorite skills. Similarly, construction, I feel like really misses the mark. Mahogany Homes helps a lot. And I feel like Slayer could really use something like that so that it could feel more like one of the things that one of my homies used to love very, very dearly about every MMO that he would play is like the idea of class fantasy. This game doesn't have classes, but it does have skills, and skill fantasy is, I think, a similar conceit, a similar kind of idea or concept, where I think the idea behind Slayer, when I think of Slayer, I think of like a vampire hunter. I think of a Van Helsing. I think of somebody who's tasked with killing a particular type of thing that they specialize against. Goblin Slayer, that kind of shit, right? And I don't think that that exists in this game at all, and I think that it could very easily. We have Dragonbane weapons, we have Demonbane weapons. Like, it's all right there, right? But it's just not quite right. It's just not quite right as it is now. Further, you could make some things in Slayer just better than they are, because it deserves to be. Like, for example, right? There's some areas and some creatures that you like can only fight on tasks, or you might as well only be able to fight them on tasks. And they're just a bad monster. Like, why are Karasks as bad as they are? You need to use a specific weapon on them. Why is the weapon bad, right? I understand why it isn't an amazing weapon all the time for the game, right? But there's no reason that the weapon itself has to be bad against the creatures that you're using it against. Like, you could make the leaf-bladed battle axe have triple effective damage on Karasks, and it wouldn't change anything at all in the game, right? Like, it would just make that task better to do. And I don't understand why it isn't that way. Like, it seems to me like things are weaker than they should be for no reason. Because it's not like you're going to use a leaf-bladed battle axe anywhere else. It's not a good weapon. And I'm not suggesting making the weapon generally better. I'm saying, like, it should already be such that you are incentivized to use it here and nowhere else. Like, that's the Slayery thing to do. Oh, I just realized that did not make inventory space for me. I think some of my smoke runes despawned, but whatever, it's fine. All right, so we have a cow fight task. We can do the black dragons real quick too. This is a task that I think is fast enough that I will do it, as opposed to the Zygamites, which is dumb and stupid and takes too long. Wait, where am I going? I just need to go to a bank. Trimmy says Mahogany Slayer incoming. Not like that. Maybe like that? I don't know. How much is this?
Mahogany Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, sure. All right, so we're done with all of those. We're gonna do black dragons. I'm gonna bring both weapons because we're gonna do cow fights right after. Okay, get a few more things for the cow fight task. Yep, that'll do. All right, black dragons. The only reason that you do this task, in my opinion, is because it's so short that you might as well gain Slayer points instead of skipping it to lose Slayer points. Because this is not very good for experience at all, which is the main thing that we're after here. We want to level Slayer more or less as quickly as we can. We're just not very good at it. You know, it is what it is. I am but a man, of constant sorrow, and I have seen trouble all my days. Go on, man. Kill him. There we go. I think there's a world where you are like constantly flicking prayer or something to kill these guys faster. I don't think that that's this world though. I don't think I care to kill them that quickly. It's a little too much effort. I think we're just gonna hang out instead. Level is such a weird concept in this game. Like combat level, I mean. Doesn't feel like it is a very good indicator of really anything. It's just a thing that you, some like weird abstraction that you can apply based on actual skills that doesn't really tell you the strength of the thing that you're fighting or like what you're supposed to do about it or anything like that. It's very weird. It's a very weird thing. Like generally big number is worse, but like even then there's a few exceptions to that and one intentional like parody bit of combat in the Prifddinas rabbit. Not that that's like a problem, right? They did that clearly on purpose, but like still does mean to me that I don't know, level is kind of a meme. It's like power levels in Dragon Ball. That's not exactly true. But it is kind of. Definitely mean power levels are definitely not everything. We got this. Kill Calphites. Get a new task first. So we need to switch to the Calphite task anyway. A double Calphite? Wow, it actually was. Holy shit. Kirby says, okay, what about this idea? Slayer as an instance dungeon, working your way to the boss. Every dungeon you complete continues your speciality in that monster group. Dragon Slayer starts with a green dragon boss, blue, then red. Okay. Then as the 10th dungeon, you fight one of the bosses of that monster group, and if you are able to defeat it, then you get a massive experience drop. But if you fail, it's normal experience. That seems fine to me. That's basically like very similar in concept to what I was saying, except you're doing it by like route, which I don't mind. Makes gearing easier and seems like it has like a pretty clear design aspect to it. Not every monster cleanly fits into every group, so you're like restricting some things a little bit, but there's a lot of options with some of the greater factions with like dragons and demons and things like that. So I kind of like that part of it. I think it's a good idea. What did I need? Oh, the teleport to get to the Calphites. But yeah, I like it. I think it's a good idea. It's a little too similar to what I was thinking of for me to be like, oh my God, mind blown. You know what I mean? But you and I are thinking along similar lines for sure. You know what I mean? Which is to say, you came to the conclusion that I kind of came to as well. So that's why I'm like, yeah, man. Preach. I think that your idea might be better, at least in some ways, though. Kermit says in the end, it's basically normal Slayer, but as a lead up to a boss fight. Yeah, largely. And you can trade. In fact, you don't even have to trade necessarily. You can like, instead of like getting drops, in my opinion, you probably shouldn't get drops, or maybe you get way less drops or something like that. Maybe you only get drops from the boss or whatever. if you're doing something like that, and in exchange you get more experience. It's kind of like the thing, because one of the biggest problems with Slayer, at least in my opinion, is that it's a very slow skill to train. And I think that you can solve a few different problems all at once by changing the way that you do it, by adding a new avenue for it. Speaking of new avenues, one of the things that they were going to do with Slayer, as I understand it, was you were going to get Slayer experience from Soul Wars, which would have solved at least some of the problems that I have with Slayer, to be honest. It's just that when the vote came to add Slayer experience to Soul Wars, people were like, nah, we don't want it. We would rather only be able to kill monsters on tasks, and that's it. And as a result, there's like no reason to do Soul Wars kind of for anyone. Creamy says, isn't Slayer like the slowest skill? It's definitely like the slowest skill. I don't know if it is exactly the slowest skill. For me, well, actually, we could actually run the numbers and see what the slowest skill is. I think that Slayer is the slowest skill for me, and if it isn't, then it's agility, and if it isn't that, it's going to be rune crafting. One of those three, in my experience, anecdotally, is for sure the slowest. Creamy says, I know in RS3 there's Slayer experience in Soul Wars. Yeah, in this game I don't think there is. I think they couldn't get it added. They were like, nah man, we don't want that shit. That's too RS3 like, I guess. I don't know. Which, you know, it is what it is. The people spoke. And that's a blessing and a curse, you know? And one of the best parts about this game is that they ask the people what they want, and one of the worst parts about this game is that people are fucking stupid.
One of the worst things is that the people don't know what they want.
Yeah, they'll act like they do, but they don't. Sometimes they do know. Shout out to Diablo. Sometimes they don't know. Shout out to Sonic. Creamy says, I guess technically farming is the slowest skill, but that's kind of time gated. You could do Tithe Farm. I think Tithe Farm is actually something like 230k an hour. I think. I only did it a little bit myself to like determine a rate, but I think it was something like 230k an hour, which would put it well above many skills. Mining, woodcutting, all that kind of shit. Like, yeah. Now, you are playing Tithe Farm, so that's a factor. Many people are like, fuck Tithe Farm. I would rather fucking do anything than but you know, if you want to level Tithe Farm, or if you want to level farming fast, quests I think is number 1, trees is number 2, then Tithe Farm. Probably because you want to do quests anyway, but I'm sure that there's a quest that gives farming experience. I'm not sure. Like, I don't like know that. No, I do know that because there's a one in not Camdozel, in the Dwarf Cannon place, under, like, next to Rock. That place, you grow some fucking underground barley or some shit. That one definitely gives farming experience. There's no way that it doesn't. But yeah, you get what I'm saying. And I think that questing is probably the best because, I don't know, you want to do the quests anyway, and it's probably pretty fast. Trees are also very, very good, and you want to do that at the same time as you're doing the questing, obviously. And then if you want to get it done sooner rather than later by waiting for the trees, to me, you would do Tithe Farm. Creamy says, do Tithe Farm while waiting for your tree run. That's precisely what I'm saying, yeah. If you want to do it actively, Tithe Farm is about the only thing that you can do, to be honest. You can technically get some farming experience out of Cox, but it's like a fucking meme. Like, that's not real. It's extremely AFK, though.
The worst farming experience is really anything before level 15. You don't have anything you can really do at that point, besides the most basic plants.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure there's quests that'll put you over 15, though, right? So it'll be fine.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, smarter people than me have solved this problem. There's a skill training method or a skill training guideline, I guess, walkthrough for farming. It exists on the wiki. I know that. I just haven't looked at it. It'll be like, this is what you should do for this level bracket, and this is what you should do for this level bracket. Though, all that being said, to me, The way that you level farming is slowly by growing herbs. Like, you can go it fast until you get like access to Renar or whatever. I think Renar is the lowest level one. But as soon as you get access to Renar, just grow Renar the rest of the way. It's always profit. It's always worth it. Creamy says, if I recall correctly, RS3 fixed that problem by making you able to get animal drops, which you can use to breed animals. For farming? That's an interesting.
Yeah, RuneScape has animal farming, and it all happens in the same place.
Hmm. To me, the way that you fix it is just by adding a lower level seed in Tithe Farm. I think you get access to Tithe Farm at like level 30, which is ridiculous. You should be able to do Tithe Farm from level 1. Just add a seed that gives worse yields than the current one, the current lowest level one. And then you can, and then you graduate to level 30, then level 50, then level 70 or whatever it is. The 230k I said for you was for level 70 onwards, which is like kind of always the case, right? Like every skill gets better. The rate tends to get better as you get higher level. I don't know if that's every skill, but definitely most of them. Prayer, you can do the highest level thing from the start. I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think it's just prayer. Weird. Pretty much just add dungeoneering to OSRS. We already have Gauntlet. I think Saku's a big fan of dungeoneering, though.
Yeah, I actually pretty much like dungeoneering.
Jeremy says, if you got the money, you can hammer out prayer in a day. Oh, for sure. Faster than that, probably.
Dungeoneering was great.
Mm-hmm. This guy loves dungeoneering. Doesn't like Gauntlet, though. What's up with that?
Dungeoneering and Gauntlet are two different things.
Oh, okay. From the outside looking in, they're the same picture, sir. But all right. Creamy says dungeoneering and Gauntlet are way different.
You can get gear that you keep in dungeoneering.
You can get gear that you keep in Gauntlet, too.
No, you get gear that you have to make every time you go into the Gauntlet.
Mm-hmm. But that, the gear that you get as a reward, you get to keep.
Yeah, no, that's not quite the gameplay loop of dungeoneering.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Well, there is some stuff you can get, like you can buy, that's where you got the Bone Crusher in RS3.
Mm-hmm. Man, we're gonna do a double cow fight, Fox Fest. It's gonna be crazy.
Oh, that's why I didn't recognize this message before.
Mm-hmm.
Colonel was like, "Oh, you're a very skilled Slayer guy. Would you like to do your task again?" That was the first time I got this message.
Oh, because you're wearing their Slayer cape?
No, I have a max cape in my inventory.
Ah, I see. So,
Are you excited for leagues this year? I don't know much about the leagues of this year, and honestly, I'm probably not gonna play it.
Until you heard what Creamy's saying now.
Yeah, until I hear what you say.
Because now you're gonna blow Saku's mind. This year leagues is gonna be an RS3. Okay, never mind.
Wow.
Wow, you lost me, actually. You fucking lost me. Is it gonna be only in RS3 or is it gonna be in both? Because if they only do it in RS3, only RS3, I'm not gonna say that I know for a fact, but the demographics for leagues from year over year, it was going up and up and up, and this time it's gonna go fucking like ain't no way, bruv. Ain't no way. Me personally, I'm so sure that this leagues is not gonna do as nearly as well. There's no as far as like people participating. I hope that they love it though. I truly do hope that they love it, but there is zero chance I play leagues this year. Zero chance then. Sorry. Tragic. You done fucked it up. What can I say? Maybe next year. I mean, the odds were very low that I was going to do leagues to begin with anyway, so it's not like they're losing anything from me specifically.
Also, the repeated task is a rune dragon, so I guess I'll do it because it's really short.
You could get a rune crossbow or dragon crossbow from that, right?
Yeah, 1 in 2K.
Yeah, but like, I just got a 1 in 32K. You got 2 of them. Fuck them.
Yeah, I wasted 2 of them.
Yeah.
I don't have them for this moment.
Yeah. Creamy says, nah, but I've spoken to some devs at TwitchCon this year and they want to revitalize RS3 and even start to flush out the microtransactions. Yeah, sure. When you say flush out, you mean remove as opposed to fill out. I think that usually when we say flush out, we mean like to fulfill, to like satisfy, satiate. But yeah, you're saying get rid of it. That's fine. And I think that's a good move. If all you want to do is get people to play leagues or to play RS3, but I don't know if like from like a more global perspective, if it's worth it in the RuneScape ecosystem, because to me, leagues is a big reason that people come back year over year. And I don't know that they would be willing to switch to RS3. Definitely not the same people. There are people who play both games. Don't get it twisted. But I just don't feel
I play
like
both games, but more so OSRS.
Creamy says they want to bring it back from where it once was. It was in leagues, or leagues was originally in RS3. It's actually so fascinating.
I didn't know that.
Creamy says new. Oh, they want to bring RS3 back from where it once was. They want RS3 to be restored to the lofty heights that it had. I misinterpreted.
We have a
what
lot
you
of
were
work to do.
saying. Yeah, sure. I guess. I don't know. It's not for me. It's not for me to say. I definitely would take your word for it since you know what the fuck you're talking about. I just don't want to sully your opinion with my ignorance. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm going to take RS3 as another game that I would play. Not anytime soon. I would play Final Fantasy 14 and Final Fantasy 11 before that. To be fair, though, on a list of MMOs that I'd be willing to play, RS3 is number 3 then. Because I don't think that there is an MMO that I am willing to play at all other than the Final Fantasies. And RS3 if I hear enough good things about it. Brighter Shores? Sure. Okay, so maybe RS3 is number 4. Creamy says yes, or at least in a better place alongside OSRS and Dragon Wilds. Yeah, I got you. Shout out to Dragon Wilds as well. That game looks like it's coming out quite well, right? You enjoyed it a lot, Taku?
Yeah, it's a good time.
They explain the amount of people that can play that game. I'll be interested in it personally. But until then, it's dead to me. 5 people, suddenly I'm in.
They had an update recently. They added you can now level up magic.
Oh, good. Does it still not affect your damage?
There's a bunch of things in the skill. Like, you can learn a blink ability now.
Oh, cool. Very...
And an after image.
Okay, blur and blink. Or Misty Step, I guess, would be the D&D equivalent if I'm sticking with the D&D theming.
It's more so like mirror dodge. Like you blink and it leaves an after image.
Oh, so it's both of them at the same time. Okay. Interesting.
It's more so mirror image than blur.
Mm-hmm. Grimmy says their vision is basically people that take a break from one of the games play one of the others. Okay. So they want RS3, OSRS, and Dragon Wilds to be different enough from each other, but all worth playing. I don't know what niche RS3 fills that OSRS doesn't presently. But I definitely get Dragon Wilds. Dragon Wilds seems to me like a good standalone product that people could play for an indeterminate amount of time and enjoy, separate from their old school RuneScape or RS3 accounts. But those two, OSRS and RS3, I'm not sure I see the vision for, like, in what case you would want one MMO versus the other MMO.
And there's Dark Beast. That's another one I can do.
Mm-hmm. Not for anything worth, but it'll be fast.
I already got what he drops.
Yeah, you need
What they drop.
the dark bow. Yeah,
Yeah, that
Well-
one was pretty early.
superior though.
It's an alright chance.
Creamy says, I mean, RS3 combat is more fast-paced and strategic compared to OSRS. So you're thinking that RS3... I'm extrapolating from what you're saying rather than just interpreting what you're saying. Extrapolating from what you're saying, OSRS is the chill experience that you can come back to and do, like, while half paying attention while you're, like, watching Netflix. RS3 is the thing that you're actively doing and actively progressing your account with. And Dragon Wilds is just a different thing that you can do that is also active and with friends. Kimmy says yes. All right. I could see that. It's kind of what I was thinking as well, to be honest, because, like, I know that this game is, I've said this many times before, right? This is the perfect second monitor game, but I don't know that RS3 is like a great main monitor game. But I think that that's the idea. Then that's what you're saying that they're trying to make happen, is they want RS3 to be a compelling and also active main type experience, which is fine to me. Sure, go for it. I don't know, again, that it's going to be for me though. I don't know that they could possibly make something that I would be like, you know what I mean? Oh shit, I gotta start my fucking RuneScape grind all over again, but this time in RS3. Like, I don't know. I don't know about that. Not when I could be playing Final Fantasy 14, which I know I'm going to love, and also Final Fantasy 11, which I don't know anything about, but I think it's just so fascinating in the year 2025 and maybe even 2026. It's like still an ongoing ecosystem. RS3 is similar to that, but I've played, in my opinion, to my knowledge, the best part of RS3 already. And that this is our OSRS. It's already here. This is the one that I personally have nostalgia for and everything. So, like, you know, it is what it is. Not that I have nostalgia for Cal fights and a cannon, right? Grimmy says, yeah, they want RS3 basically to start looking like Final Fantasy 11 and 14. I hear you. I don't know if that's a good thing. I like Final Fantasy 14. I think 11 is definitely its own thing. I like 14 a lot, but I don't want RuneScape to be 14, and I don't want 14 to be RuneScape, right? And the RuneScape to me, as we've established, is OSRS. So having something that is an OSRS be something different than it is, I think is fine. But that sounds a lot like what Evolution of Combat was initially, which is why their numbers plummeted and why old school RuneScape even exists to begin with. So making it different to me makes sense if they want it to be better, bigger, right? But how they make it different matters a lot, and I'm sure that they're aware of that, right? So I definitely wish them luck. No hate. I just don't know that you're going to reach me specifically, but I also am not sure that I'm in a position to be reached to begin with, right? Like,
There are 3 major drop points in population
mm-hmm.
That led to OSRS.
Okay.
The first one was trade restrictions and the removal of wilderness.
Mm-hmm.
The second was multiplying HP values by 10.
Okay.
The third was evolution of combat.
Okay. I was not familiar with the timeline. I didn't know about 2 of those, not the HP thing. Krimi says they can never go back to click and point and click, I think, due to EOC. So they want EOC to be the best it can be. Sure. I don't think there's that big of a difference between WoW and Final Fantasy 14, which I have personal reference to both of those, vanilla WoW specifically. So if RuneScape now plays more similar to WoW, which is what I've heard a lot of people say, then being more like Final Fantasy 14 is probably just a good thing, but I'm not sure. Krimi says, Saku, they also renamed hit points to Constitution. I don't know if that like matters in the context of the conversation. Maybe it is significant. They're like, Constitution, what is this, D&D? And everybody's like losing their fucking minds about it. Like, I don't know if that one's that important, but you know, I certainly wouldn't know. It doesn't sound. Krimi says, oh, people were pissed about it, Panda. Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, excuse me, old school RuneScape or RuneScape community. Sorry, you dropped this, King. You're right. You're totally valid for hating the name change. That makes sense, I guess. Hit points is such an interesting skill because HP is like fully ubiquitous in gaming, but saying it all the way out as hit points is like almost unheard of. It's like just an old school RuneScape thing now. Like, I don't know of anywhere else where it's referred to as hit points. Like, we'll say that they're hit points, but it's always HP and MP and like SP for stamina or whatever, right? And like MP, that's your mana usually, not mana points. And SP, like similarly, it's not stamina points. Usually it's just stamina. HP is health, actually, is what we'll usually say. You can say hit points, but usually you'll call it health. But you'll abbreviate health as HP. It's fucking fascinating. Kermie says, I think the HP change gave birth to the we pay, we say mantra. Wow.
They say life points in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes, they do.
In Diablo 2, they actually call it life.
Just life?
Rather than HP.
That's fascinating.
Come on, I have time to finish this Dark Beast task.
Oh yeah, I believe in you. 15 minutes before your stream starts?
And then it's a lot of spell crafting.
I feel like I've been missing these cow fights a lot. I don't know what's up with this. Does make me want to drink this potion more though. I'm not like missing something, am I? No. Everything's fine. I'm missing my fucking Inquisitor armor. My full Inquisitor set for maximum whap. Yeah, we're nowhere near getting any of our other combat skills done. Ranged is the closest, and that's still a good more than 3 mil off. Attack is pretty far down. I guess because I don't level attack anymore. I level attack when I use my Din's Bulwark spec. Everything else I think I use strength for. Strength or defense. If I'm going to get experience in any of these three. Oh. Ranged also when I use the Venator bow. That's obviously not in those three, but still. Somehow my mining and ranged ended up being the same. Weird. I bet those two skills haven't crossed paths in a very long time.
Hey, that was still 13 crystal shards.
Oh, because you did it in Prifdinus? Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Way better than doing it elsewhere. As far as drops go. I do it in the Mourner's tunnels simply because it's faster to get there than in Prifdinus. I think you can also drop a cannon in the Mourner's tunnels, but you might be able to do that in Prifdinus as well. I know that the elves, you can drop a cannon there. Not that there's much value in dropping a cannon because it's singles, but you could, in theory. I mean, it's technically faster, right? It's just, I don't know if it's worth the effort. I don't think I'm going to drink this potion. I think we're going to kill these last 20 and it'll be fine. I don't think the poison can kill me.
Greater demons, huh? I guess I'll do that later.
Mm-hmm. Back to the tormented demons for your purging staff?
Yep.
Yeah, that'll be a long task, probably.
As they always were.
Yeah. You can stop when you get the synapse, though, and skip the rest of it.
And block the rest of it.
Yeah, true.
Do I keep it for Krill, though? Maybe I do.
What do you need from Krill? You have a Zamarakian staff. You don't have a purging staff, I guess. Hilt?
I might be assigned Krills.
Mm-hmm. True. Damn, I ran out of prayer, ran out of potion. I'm just killing these last 4 raw. Just raw dogging it. I keep missing too. Fuck. I feel like the cannon's doing way more than me. And despite that, I still picked it up because there's only one left. There it is. Worms? Nah. Anku? Yeah, we can do dust devils.
Anku's pretty quick. You can burst them.
Hmm? Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna, though. The yield isn't very good, even though the task is fast. All right, so we got 2 bursting tasks in Tizar and Dust Devils.
Well, looks like I have to restart my PC.
Okay. Good luck.
I won't be back, so enjoy.
Yeah,
Have
man.
a good Slayer grind.
Yeah, man. Later, man. It won't be good. All right, so we're doing Tizar first, and then I think it was Dust Devils after, so we'll keep this ring because we won't need inventory space. Bring darts. Go with like 4. We won't really need anywhere near this many, but no reason not to bring them. More ol' wreck. Really, you want to do it in a place where there's a bunch of these like big dudes all next to each other. And where I started, it was pretty good. But that might have just been a coincidence because of them wandering. Because I've seen these 3 dudes, or whatever, these 3, like, kind of group up before too. It's just, they're not always like that. Oh, maybe Frey. All right. Why am I splashing on that guy? This is somehow the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Oh my god, this is terrible. You? Wait, what? Oh, because I hit the guy on the diagonal? Oh god. What have I done? I don't know if this task ever lived up to the hype, but it's not a bad task. It's just about as good as most of the other things that I've done. I think it's better than Enku, for example. Enku's probably fine with Din's Bulwark, though. It's going to be a lot of waiting is the problem, because there's only the one group. Maybe there's a better place to do Enku. I don't think so, though. I think that's the only place that you can burst them. Should we do some research? Learn about Enku? Wilderness Slayer Cave and the Catacombs of Korund. Wow. You can cannon them in the Slayer Cave as well. Fuck. So there's 10 in the Wilderness Slayer Cave, and there's 10 in the Catacombs of Corinth. So it's not even better. Dude, I don't know. Still, is 10 bad? 10's probably fine. Maybe I should do Vanku. But I don't think I'm going to extend the task. I think doing it faster, shorter makes sense if I'm just doing it for points. Do I need the points, though, is the question. That's kind of the thing. Is like, if I have enough points right now, and I have 2,300 points, I have more points now than I started with. And I don't need the points. I think it makes more sense to be burning through my points. I should be losing points, I think, rather than gaining them. Because if I'm losing points, that means that I'm theoretically doing good tasks. Which means that I'm getting Slayer done faster. Whereas if I'm gaining Slayer points, that means that I'm either getting extremely lucky or more likely I'm doing tasks that aren't worth doing. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So considering how many Slayer points I have relative to when I started, I'm, if anything, doing too many different things. So I should be cutting back on, like what? Dragons? Black dragons? Dark beasts? I don't know. Those guys are like so low effort. It's kind of like whatever. And I have good teleports for both of them as well. Yeah, I think we're in a good spot. We'll just keep it the way that it is. I don't know what other task I'm doing that's like bad. Maybe Bloodvelds? Just because it's so far away. But like, you kill so many Bloodvelds, it seems like it would make up for it in a big way, especially with the Venator bow. Yeah, I do like using the Venator bow. I do genuinely like that. I don't like it enough to be like, oh man, I'm gonna fucking do this all the time, but it might be my preferred way to do tasks. Use a Venator bow, ranged. Did you see that frozen guy just moonwalk the fuck out of here? That's crazy. I wanted to kill this guy as well, and I think I just stepped a little too far. I think he can come one space closer, but I'm not sure. Yeah, he can. Try marking those two. Like, stand here. Go between these two. This side, it seems like it doesn't really matter. Like, as long as I hit that mage, or as long as I hit the mage with the splash, we're kind of good. There's all 3 cats, but only 2 of them I can talk to for some reason. Wow. Truly fucking terrible. I imagine that guy's too far. No, he's not. Or at least when I froze him, he wasn't. Oh my god. I don't know why I expected this guy to move. I did just see him get frozen. Then again, that guy might still be over there. Oh my god, stop hitting for 1s, bro. Oh my god, 2s isn't that much better. Thank you. That was another one, wasn't it? Oh, but he died, so it's fine. I have no idea where all the dudes are. Usually there's so many more. Is that a music cape? Huh. I do appreciate that guy checking in. He was saying, obviously, that I should just go in and out of jet to get a free skip. But, nah. I think you're better off killing these dudes. It's supposed to be like a top 3 task, weirdly enough. I don't think I get top 3 rate from it, but that's, I think, mostly just a skill issue. I think I get enough myself personally, like anecdotally, that it's worth me doing relative to some of the other things. Like, I think it's better than Trolls, for example. So I stepped up here so that this bigger guy would step down. By stepping into the square, he was able to pass into it. And then I switched sides because there was 2 people here and maybe even a 3rd guy there. And I have auto retaliate on. So ideally, I want to auto retaliate such that I'm targeting everyone. And by just moving where I was standing just a little bit like that, I was able to make sure that my auto retaliate would definitely hit everybody. If there's only 2, right? If it's here and there, it doesn't matter which one I'm targeting. Well, it would in this case, right? Because this guy's here. So by targeting this guy, because I'm auto retaliating, right? It's hitting in this 3x3. If you can tell what it is that the squares that I'm highlighting. But if I'm targeting this square, right? Then I'd be hitting in this 3x3. Wait. No, I'm sorry. It's this 3x3. Or this 3x3. Also, that is almost 1 million gold. Just chilling. And I don't have to wonder about this cape. This cape is definitely worth about 1 million gold, I would say. Its defensive values are very, very good, and it has no stat requirement at all. This is the best in slot cape that you get until Fire Cape, I think. I think it's equal to like every achievement cape. Defensively, yes. But it has no prayer bonus. Prayer is technically a defensive stat, I guess. It's more defensive than it is offensive, right? So, but yeah, it doesn't matter which one of these do I target. So no need to switch sides there. Okay. Hello? I targeted that guy for no reason. He was already aggroed me. I threw 3 darts instead of just 1 because I am terrible. And that guy didn't even come over here. Wouldn't it be great if we got exactly 500 tasks? I don't think we're going to get 1.7 million experience in 16 tasks, though. I don't think that's even possible. Maybe if it was like a Hydra task or 17 Hydra tasks. I think you get a good amount of experience from those tasks. They're just very, very slow. The rate's very bad. I think it's like 20k an hour or some shit. even if you're like good at the game. Which I am not, to be clear. Look at that Olm pet. Why are there so many people here? You think that they're friends? Or do you think that they're strangers and they just happen to be on the same world? Oh my god, dude. Hitting this dude for 1s and 4s and shit is driving me crazy. It's not worth it at all. I should just fucking leave when there's only one of the guys left. It just sucks doing that. It feels bad, but it's so much worse just hitting a million fucking 4s. My max hit is 41. Please. I kind of wish this thing also tracked my experience gain, you know? Like every trip, like this is how much Slayer experience you got. I mean, I guess that is theoretically what the task thing does, but it doesn't say this is how much Slayer experience you got and this is how long it took. And give you like an effective rate, which is really what I want. There might be a plugin that does that though. Slayer tracker. Slayer level plugin provides useful Slayer task information. Provides information on Slayer tasks. Interesting. Impolite Slayer. Weird. Highlights on task NPCs that aren't tagged yet. Oh, I had the Slayer helper already. I think that there's something to be said for like stand here, gather them here, that kind of shit. Especially for like this task in particular. This task seems like it has a lot of like muddy information. Despite being like theoretically as good as it is, I've never seen someone do. That was a sneeze. I've never seen someone do like amazing on this task before. I just know what nominally they say is possible. Like theoretically, you could do as much as this or whatever. I've seen a few YouTube videos on it, and I've read what the wiki says. The wiki doesn't tell you where to do this, though, weirdly enough. I don't think. Let me look again. Slayer task Tizar. Oh, I think they're actually a sleeper slayer task, by the way, is actually Jad. If you're really, really good at doing Jad, like if you can do Jad in like 20 minutes and you have enough of your diary done to do 3 Jads, such that you can do 3 Jads literally in an hour, that's 137 times 3. So 102,000 Slayer experience an hour. That's like almost as good as Choke Devils. And I think a 20-minute fight cave is not like impossible. I think people can just like do that. Okay. I think we just leave. I mean, but he could have good drops. I don't think I care. No. Oops. Blue dragons. We can do dark beasts. With smoke devils or dust devils. Okay. We'll do the dark beasts first, I guess. Well, we should really do the dust devils. We have everything we need for it, right? Just want to drop off some of this stuff. I could sell this obsidian cape. I don't think I'm too worried about it right now. Dust devils 2 should be fine. In fact, overkill. We reset our stats. Okay, go. We go through Corrin for this. Oh, I didn't change my task. That'll be a problem. Nope. This way. This guy doesn't have a bone crusher. And he's worried about me taking his stuff. I don't know why, but I was just reminded of the movie The Cube. Have you guys seen the movie The Cube? I don't know if I like it. It's definitely compelling and dramatic, but the math in the movie, I think, is like factually wrong about some stuff. Which, I don't know. I don't like quite a few things in the movie, ultimately. And some of the things that I don't like do detract from my experience in the movie. But I think it might still be overall a good movie. In that it's like a good experience that's interesting, but I don't know. I'm a little torn. Oh, hey, Wyvern. Wyvern of the Y-word variety. I'm just going to stumble over my words. That's okay with you. I think I stumbled over my words saying that sentence as well, which is crazy. Sorry, I'm nervous. This is my first time streaming. I've never done it before. If you don't mind. I'm a little warm right now, I notice. I think I should turn my AC on. But first, we'll do a shout out for Y-word Wyvern. Still not quite correct. Y-word Wyvern. Wyvern says it's a good speech day. I see. Yeah, no, I'm truly fucking dropping the spaghetti. You know how it is. Can't do it. I tripling over my words. I'm warbling. Wyvern, if you didn't know, is a VTuber, fellow streamer. She plays mostly The Sims in my experience, but I'm sure she's played a bunch of other games as well. But in recent memory, it's just been The Sims after The Sims after The Sims, which is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with having a favorite. I should know. But she's played a few different Sims playthroughs. The most recent one, the stream that I was able to catch, she was playing Sims 4, if that's not clear. There's a new expansion, I think, like official expansion. I don't think it was like a mod or anything, where you can be a Grim Reaper, where you're literally reaping souls. She insists that she doesn't kill any of the people whose souls she reaps, but I'm still not totally sure about that one. Wyvern says, yeah, a lot of Sims or Stardew. Oh yeah, of course. I've seen you play Stardew. There's that famous Santa Claus clip of Stardew. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, you should check out her Twitch channel. It's fantastic. Wyvern says, I'm not the cause of death. Yeah. Sure. So if you don't check out her stream, you know, she is an amateur Grim Reaper. So, you know, I don't know if you want to deal with the consequences of that myself. Like, I wouldn't personally, but like, you know, if you trust what she says, like, I guess you'd be fine. I don't know. But yeah, you could definitely see her play a variety of different playthroughs. She's got that one, the Grim Reaper one. She's also betrothed to the Grim Reaper as well. They make an excellent partner, by the way, an excellent life partner. They have so much time to take care of children and stuff. It's actually kind of amazing. Because their needs don't really deplete is the way that it works, being that they're immortal and stuff. That's a modded playthrough. I think the other playthrough might be modded as well, where she is married to Santa Claus. That's kind of like a spin-off playthrough, as I understand it. Like, she started with the Grim Reaper and moved on to Santa Claus, which is crazy. And there's yet one more that I'm familiar with, where I think she wanted to have like 100 children as quickly as possible. I think that was a separate playthrough, but you know, she keeps it exciting over there, I guess, is really what I'm trying to say. Wyvern says, actually no mods for my Sims, just packs and in-game cheats EA allows. That way anyone could technically do it. Oh yeah. I think you were saying, or I think I misunderstood what you were saying. Like, it was like a thing that you could very easily do, not something that was like inaccessible. I felt like it was a modification, but not necessarily like a mod that you have to go download from some sketchy website or something like that. I'm not very familiar with The Sims, so you gotta be gentle to your boy. I'm stupid, you know, like, yeah, just speak softly or I'll be scared and intimidated. Speaking of scared and intimidated, let's do major minor. Wyvern says, I mean, you can mod The Sims. You can mod The Sims. Me? I don't know about that one. That did remind me of Morden of Mass Effect. I've been thinking about Mass Effect a lot recently. Got on like a little bit of a YouTube kick for them, for Mass Effect in general, but Morden's very good. I am the very model of a scientist Solarian. Very good. Very good companion. Very good character arc and everything. This blanket makes more sense when it's winter. As of now, it should go over there. It was just on the back of my chair, which is too much. It was touching me. I could feel it touching me, and that's too much. I wish it didn't do that. Okay. Dust Devil task. I think we got a Dark Beast task too, which again we'll do. Again, not that we need the points. Am I stupid? Oh, because I changed worlds, it's not there anymore. Right. When you change worlds, the like game text goes away for some reason out of all chat. One thing that I learned about Morden, and I don't know if it's like a real thing that I learned or if it's just a fan theory, fanon, if you will. Word is that Morden is one of the only characters in Mass Effect that rather than using the universal translator that exists as like a way for everybody to be explained to be speaking English all the time, Morden actually is speaking English, and that's why he speaks funny. That's why he talks weird, because he's not using the translator, he's just speaking English to you. Which is awesome. Do I want to move this stuff around? Every time I switch to Din's Bulwark, my shield ends up in a random spot. So I kind of wanted to like move this, for example. So my shield ends up here, but like that'll only work until I pick up something. I guess it'll be fine if I just constantly anally arrange my inventory, which I'm kind of known to do anyway. So I guess it'll just be life as per usual. Look at that Tome of War in hand. Kato says, do you like Mass Effect, Panda? I think we had a brief conversation about it, but I might be wrong. I like Mass Effect a lot. I don't like the ending of Mass Effect 3, and I have a few problems with the way that Mass Effect 3 is designed. But I think that the entire franchise is very good and is very worth experiencing. And I think that the hate that the franchise got for the ending of 3 is overblown, which is to say unwarranted. I think it got a lot of hate, but I don't think that that hate matters in the grand scheme of things. Our Wyvern says we love inventory management. It's my favorite part of Resident Evil 4. No doubt, my favorite part of Resident Evil 4. If Resident Evil 4 was just the inventory management part of it, I would probably still like it as a game. It would probably be like a 6 out of 10 for me, maybe a 7. The auto organize button they added to Resident Evil 4 Remake is a fucking sin. I tried it one time, I instantly regretted it, and my life has never recovered since. I'm still down from there. I'll never be at the lofty height that I was at because of pressing that button one time. It fucked me up. It fucked me up in a way that I will never recover from. Why do you ask, Kat? Do you like Mass Effect? Or do you hate it? Is it your least favorite game of all time? And you're like, no, never. I played it very recently. It's one of the games that I played on stream. So I started streaming 2 years ago this July. So it would have been September, not last year, but the year prior, I think. Ish, somewhere in there. I used to play through a lot of fucking games as well. Like a lot of games. And I will again when I stop playing RuneScape. The amount of streaming that I do, I could get through some fucking video games, right? Like I could do it. It's just that RuneScape takes a lot of fucking time. So if anybody else was playing RuneScape, they'd be playing RuneScape for 10 fucking years, maybe more than that. But me, I can do it in not quite 2. Kato says, I really like Mass Effect, but I only played 2 and 3. I struggled with 1. That's the opposite experience that I had. I loved Mass Effect 1 so much. I played Mass Effect 1 on release, basically. I loved Mass Effect 1 so much that I didn't like Mass Effect 2. I tried it, and I was like, this feels way too much like Gears of War. Feels like wrong. It's not what I wanted of my Mass Effect experience, because they like dumbed down the RPG like a lot to make the gunplay, I would say, good. They made the gunplay good, and it came at the expense of it feeling like a class-based RPG where you're controlling all of your companions and stuff. Like it definitely is a very, very different game. I think that it's not a bad game. I think it's actually even a good game. But there is a sharp contrast between Mass Effects 1 and 2 for sure. And 2 and 3 are very similar. 3 is just way, way, way better. Like there's no reason that Mass Effect 2 should exist as it does today. I think it's a middle child between 1 and 3 that basically, if they remastered the entire franchise, I would want 1 to stay the same, maybe. I don't know, like, if I feel strongly about that, but 1 to stay the same, and for 2 and 3 to use 3's combat system, because 2 is so close to 3 that it just feels lacking after having played 3. But yeah, I don't mind the first one at all. I think it's fine. But I totally get where you're coming from. If you had a problem with it, then you're perfectly valid for that. I can see it being an issue. The Mako also was kind of bad. I liked it, but it's kind of bad objectively. I'll do a shout out for Katakato. It's been a while since I've actually done one for Katakato. So as you might be aware, we play Monster Hunter Wilds every Saturday with Katakato. We've been doing that for a long time. Monster Hunter Wilds, and before that was Deep Rock Galactic, I think. We've been seeing them weekly for a long time at this point. So they're definitely a regular on the stream. They tend to stream earlier in the day, much earlier than the day that I do. I stream like from, I don't know, early afternoon to like midnight or so, and Kat seems to stream much closer to, I want to say, from my perspective, East Coast time, from like morning to like noon or a little past noon. So our stream times are very much don't interact or overlap very much at all. Cat's popping off for Rock and Stone. Yeah, Deep Rock was a good time. We also had a good time with Monster Hunter Wilds, to be fair. But yeah, I've seen them play all kinds of different things. Certainly a variety streamer through and through. They had a long-term thing going on with Apple, a friend of theirs, where they were playing Pokemon. What have I seen them playing most recently outside of stuff with me? I'm not sure, actually. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna look at your stuff. Like I said, their stream schedule is like strictly incompatible with like just my life. I usually am sleeping when they're live, which is why like it was a little bit of a special occasion that I was even able to see. I think I was able to see them live. Yeah, the Outlast Trials recently. It's like, oh yeah, I should wake up in the morning again. Fantasy Life, Rune Factory, Repo, Guilty as Sock. Yeah, all of those. Well, not all of them. Rune Factory, I think, is a single player game, and maybe Fantasy Life is as well. But the others are very much collab-oriented games. Kat does very well with many other people. In fact, Kat's a self-reported extrovert, a rarity in the VTuber space, or even maybe the streaming space, but definitely the VTuber space. Kat says I should really go back and play them, but to be honest, I think I like the companion system the most. Oh, Mass Effect companions are some of the best to exist in gaming, I think, to be honest, because my biggest problem with like Fallout companions and Skyrim and Oblivion companions and all that shit is that they are like in the fucking way and are causing problems. And they like, I usually like for Fallout, right? I love the companions themselves. I love their lore. I love their stories. I love hearing about them, but I fucking hate playing with them. And you have to play with them in order to like learn more about them, especially in like New Vegas, for example, with Raul and all them. That being said, Mass Effect does a fantastic job. The first game did it maybe the best because every elevator was a loading screen, but it was a candy-coated loading screen where you're sitting in an elevator and your companions would talk to you or each other, which was so interesting and so insightful. And every time between missions, you could go through your ship and talk to all of them because they're all always around in their own specific designated area, and they have stuff that they want to talk to you about and figure out. And they improved that system incrementally through Mass Effect 2 and especially in Mass Effect 3. It's just that in Mass Effect 1, it's like very much diegetic. If you feel like you speak to them much more naturally all the time. Whereas in Mass Effect 2 and 3, it feels a lot more like a specific conversation time designated area where you're actually speaking to them and like hashing stuff out or whatever. But yeah, no, I really do love the companions. The companions make the game. If you don't like the companions in Mass Effect, you won't like Mass Effect, probably, to be honest. Thank you for the hydrate screen ride. But I think that there are very, very good companions. There's also bad ones. Shout out to Jacob. Kat says, Rune Factory, I got yelled at for sinking 70 hours into that game. What's wrong with sinking 70 hours into Rune Factory? Doesn't that just mean it's good? Is that, were you just like neglecting your life during that time? Because that's definitely happened to me in Stardew. When I first started playing Stardew, back and hand stretches doesn't have to be consecutive or 3 minutes. I don't know how to do back stretches, to be honest. I do know wrist exercises, so I can do those, but I don't know about the back. Screenwriter says you have no stretch redeem. Yeah, I used to, sort of. I think maybe I didn't have a stretch redeem ever, but what was I saying a second ago? Rune Factory, live your life. Stardew. So there was a while where when like Stardew first dropped, in particular, every time I played Stardew, fucking 8 hours would disappear. Like, it was fucking up my life. Like, I couldn't start up Stardew because I would play for fucking 8 or 10 or 15 hours. Like, I literally was like, yo, I can't play this game anymore. It's like actually bad for me. And that was on release. Nowadays, it's got way more content. It's got way less for me, though, because I played it enough where, like, I don't know. I enjoy it. But, like, I don't think I can play it single player anymore. Kat says, yeah, I was doing the addictive thing where all free time was going to that game, and Garrus Tally were my favorites. Garrus and Tally, thankfully, are mainstays in the franchise. They're in the first game, and you see them after that as well. So, like, if you love Garrus and Tally, I have good fucking news. Like, it is a very easy franchise to play and for me to recommend to you. I mean, you've already played it, but you get what I'm saying. Like, Garrus and Tally are, like, some of the best characters in gaming, to be honest. I don't think that they are the very best. Tally is my personal favorite, for sure. I think Morden might be technically better than Garrus, at least. And there's some problems, I would say. They're definitely like on the level of like almost nitpicks from my perspective. But there's some things I could talk about that I actually have that are genuine complaints about the franchise. Especially like the meta narrative of the franchise. But that's like way too deep into like deep specific spoiler territory for this conversation, I think. With me saying I recommend the games, I don't feel like I'm gonna then go into like deep spoilers on it, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. Especially since it didn't detract from my experience, right? I didn't have a worse experience, right? Kat says, I like the Krogan from the first game too, but the name escapes me. That's Rex. I think it's Rex Vicarian. No, not Rex. Garrus Vicarian, not Rex. Kat says, oh, one day we should have that conversation, but it should probably have a refresher. Sure. It doesn't have to be on stream if you want me to talk about it. Unfortunately, it's a lot less like my own original beautiful perspective in so much as, like I said, I was on a YouTube kick on Mass Effect where I've been listening to people talk about the games, and it has informed a lot of my opinion on like narrative choices and direction, right? Learning more about stuff and thinking about it from like a continuity perspective, you know what I mean? Like those kinds of things. There's some things that stand out to me as problems and like actual writing mistakes, I would say. You know, being not a writer who, you know, doesn't know his ass from his elbow, you know what I'm saying? It seems to me that it's like actually a mistake, and there's some genuine retcons that I didn't notice, which is good, right? It means that like in the gameplay experience, it's not a problem. Like, you'll just play it and have a good time, even if you're paying attention like I was. But now that I know about that, I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely like actually not good, and maybe even is kind of bad. You know what I mean? But like not bad enough that it's like a problem. It's just like, that's, you shouldn't have done that. Come on, guys. Like, you could have done better than this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't have to be this way, but you know, whatever. Not a huge deal at the same time. I do feel kind of foolish. So I bought Mass Effect 2. I don't think I bought Mass Effect 3, but I bought Mass Effect 2 on release with all the DLC and everything because I was so excited for it, and I really wanted to play the sequel to one of my very favorite games. I probably had like 100, maybe 150 hours in the first Mass Effect. Played it on the hardest difficulty, played it 3 different times. I had a fantastic time, right? The second game, I played it for like 20 minutes and I was like, this isn't for me. And I definitely was way too hard on it. I definitely should have finished playing it all the way through and enjoyed it, because it doesn't matter that I didn't play it then. What does matter is that Mass Effect 3's multiplayer only existed in the ecosystem that it released. And I missed out on that multiplayer, and I will never be able to experience Mass Effect 3's multiplayer in the way that it's supposed to be. There is something like it that you can still experience, but the true multiplayer experience and all of its unlocks and stuff, it's gone. Not a thing, which is kind of a tragedy. According to Smug Little Bug, it's one of the best multiplayer experiences that he's ever had, and I respect his opinion a lot. So I do feel like I'm missing out. And obviously my contemporaries, my homies back in the day, were saying how much fun they were having with the game, but they also said how bad the story was, and I knew about the story. I knew the spoilers and everything, so I was like, man, I don't need to buy that game. But you know, I shouldn't have let that bother me like I did. Kat says, do you have some videos to recommend? I'd like to have content like that on the background. That's a good question. I could probably find them, but not right now. Like, I don't have them right now, but I could maybe find them. Give me a second. Let's get a new task. A lot of these tasks are pretty AFK anyway, so I could probably just do it. Black Dragons, Dark Beasts. Okay. We'll do the Dark Beast first, because I can do that while looking this up. Shouldn't be bad. It's topical as well. Screenwriter says, for fun? For fun? Did I say something was fun? Do I have to ban myself again? Wouldn't be the first time. And it won't be the last! No, I'm kidding. I've never banned myself. I don't think that's possible. I don't even know what would happen if I did. Alright, so melee for Dark Beasts. This. There was something else that I was gonna melee. Black Dragon. Okay. So, don't need that. Okay. Offhand as well. We'll go ahead and do... Oh. I should get my combat potions. Got a little bit ahead of myself. Kat says, I don't think you can ban yourself, but it would be funny. Yeah, I don't think so either. Screwin says, remember when games were just fun? Panda yesterday and forever in my heart. True. I mean, fun is only ever bannable on my stream. Like, I could talk about fun stuff somewhere else. And again, one of the clarifications I make a lot isn't, you're not allowed to have, it's not that you're not allowed to have fun here, it's that if you are having more fun than me, I reserve the right to ban you strictly for that. If I know that you're having more fun than me, I might ban you for that. That's really what it is. Like, don't you fucking have more fun than me. You fucking bastard. I'm the fucking captain. I'm the captain now. Screenwriter says that's totally fair. I don't know if that's fair, actually. I don't know if that's the word I would use to describe what that is. Let me just go through my YouTube history. I really like this video on Morden. Yep. Yeah, this guy has like, this one person has like 4 videos that I like really, really liked. So, spoilers inbound. Let's go with, definitely this one. Definitely this one. Anything else? No. Okay, so just these 2. All right, so this first one is why Morden is fantastic. Spoilers for Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3. Big spoilers. Big spoilers. So do not watch this if you want to play the games. And you can get the games on Steam. There's a Legendary Edition. It's very, very worth it. It's like maybe $50 and you get 3 full games that are fucking 20 hours at least a piece. Like you will get your money's worth out of these games if you enjoy them. And also this one. This one is Legion. So this one is why Legion didn't turn out as good as he should have been. Morden, according to this YouTube creator, their name is Pikmin Wolf. According to Pikmin Wolf, Morden Solus is one of the best characters in all of Mass Effect. And he thinks that Legion could have been as good, if not maybe even potentially better, but Legion fell short of what he wanted it to be and what it could have been. And he explains why exactly. I'm not gonna paraphrase it here. Both of them absolutely wrought with spoilers for the second and third games. The first game almost has nothing to do with either of them, to be honest. They premiere in the second game, so you will, I guess, be spoiled about the first game just because there's a second and third game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how important. It's actually funny. The first game mostly just sets the scene for like where the other games are going to take place, as opposed to like being vitally important to most of the plot and premise and stuff like that. There's important things and characters, but like mostly it's just the start of the story rather than like, I don't know. It doesn't feel, the second game feels a lot more intense with regards to like plot and things happening. And likewise, the third game is like the climax in a big way. So the first game definitely feels pretty mundane and small scale by comparison. Kat says, if I remember, I really didn't like the driving system of the Mako in the first game. Yeah. No, it's terrible. Yeah, no, it's terrible. Screenwrite says it's something all right. Yeah, no, it's bad. You're correct for not liking it. It's not the worst. Look, it's not the worst thing. You can get through it. You might even have fun at first, but like the amount that you have to do, well, not have to do, the amount that the game, I guess, asks of you, it's too much. It's too samey. All that. I think the amount that you are required to do in the game is probably okay, but the way that I play games is experiencing like a lot, if not all of the content. You know what I mean? And like, it's just not it, bro. That's a thumbs down from me. I used to think that I liked the Mako, genuinely. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? I've got no excuses for past me. I was wrong. I was wrong for saying that I like that thing that I obviously don't like. You know what I mean? I was wrong for thinking that I liked it. Screener says I loved it for like 20 minutes and I was like, wait, this shit sucks. Yeah, kinda. Like, people complain about Starfield for like being an empty, like you can go to all these different worlds, but they're all fucking empty. That's Mass Effect's Mako. But at least in Mass Effect, you're in a Mako. In Starfield, you're literally on foot. They added vehicles, apparently. I don't know if that makes it better for anyone. I didn't play Starfield, so I don't even know. But like, the thing that people complain about is having to walk around these empty ass box worlds. And that's like Mass Effect to a T. Kat says I was gonna give it to Zeph to do just so I could enjoy the game, but he didn't like it either. That's fucking awesome. Zeph, do this part I don't like for me. Screamer says, to be fair, I played it like day one, so it was a brand new experience in and of itself to me. Xbox was mind-blowing at the time. Yeah, that might be something to do with it, because it is like a really novel experience to like be traveling across the surface of what is perceived to be an entire planet and like seeing all there is to see, and there's so many mysteries and cool shit. But like having done it all, there aren't that many mysteries, and there's definitely not that much cool shit. That's kind of it. There's stuff, sure, but like mysteries and cool shit, nah. Well, there's 2, 3. There might be, there could be more. I'm not a completionist, right? I haven't seen everything, literally everything. There might be as much, I'm willing to say half a dozen interesting things to see because of the Mako and optional content. Out of like 20, I would guess, maybe 30, probably not 30, probably 20 worlds that you can land on and explore with different locations that are explorable or whatever. Only about maybe 6 would be my guess. That is like worth looking at. Kat says, I expected it to drive like the Ghost or Warthog from Halo. It does not do that. Streamer says, or a Puma. It would be sick if it drove like a Puma, but no. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's like not terrible, but it's definitely weird. I think it actually suits itself right. I think Warthog controls would be pretty good, actually. I think what you are asked to do with the Mako is fine, like control wise. Like you're not gonna be like this doesn't fucking work, right? But I think if it was a Warthog instead, the Mako experience would be probably 2 or 3 times better. Probably, to be honest. I never thought about it like that. And also 2 or 3 times better, yeah, but like you're still going to be doing the same shit. So it's still like, even if it drove like a Warthog, you're not going to be like, oh wow, this is the most fun thing ever. You would just have more fun going up and down the hills that have nothing, which is like something, right? Like, damn, the least you could do is make it more interesting for me to go up and down these fucking hills. Get out of my face, dog. Perish. Oh, okay. Taverly. Maybe I should have healed first. It'll be fine. We got enough prayer. I don't even know if we need prayer, to be honest. They're fucking black dragons. What are they gonna do? Hit me? Smash cut to me dying to baby black dragons. Delta says, what it do, dog? You know, we chilling, vibing. It's not good, but we are chilling and vibing. Both things are true. It's Slayer. You would understand if and when you play this game again. Actually, I hope you don't do Slayer, because I hope you instead have fun playing what little RuneScape you play. Oh, what the fuck? There's somebody doing black dragons, and he's safe spotting them. What a mad lad. He's actually safe spotting that one, so I could probably kill the other one without interrupting him, but I'm not going to do that. We don't need to share the black dragons. I don't know. We'll pray protect for now, I guess. So yeah, Delta is a Call of Duty streamer, mostly. He plays a variety of games as well. He's intensely invested in not just Call of Duty, but also rhythm games. Those are like his 2 main loves. He plays a bunch of games with us at this point. Every weekend. Weekends are like when we do our collaborations, it seems like. So Saturday morning, we play with not just Cat, but also Delta, Monster Hunter Wilds. Zephyr joins us as well. Then Saturday evening, wait. Yes, Saturday evening. In between, we like break from Delta, but in the evening we play with Delta again. That'll be. It was Schedule 1. Now it's looking to be Marvel Rivals, right? Beatrice is going to be back this weekend, so I think we're playing Marvel Rivals. But it could be Splitgate. We've been playing a bunch of different games with Delta in that Saturday evening block. In addition, on Sundays, in the not the morning, but in at noon, we play Apex now with Pikachu and Delta, and in the evening we just finished beating Stardew Valley with Delta, but also with Lokrin and the Undrafted, and now we're going to be playing Core Keeper with the very same. And that's just the things that we do together. Additionally, Delta plays Call of Duty, like I said. He plays rhythm games, like I said, and he plays a variety of games besides. He streams an absolute ton, not always in like continuous blocks. He might stream a couple times in the same day, but he plays a bunch of different games. He's played probably more games on stream than I have, which might not impress you if you're newer and you think that I play RuneScape only. But I have like 70 games, I think, beaten on stream at this point. Let's check. Do I have the list here? Completed games. I'm at 82. Some of this is like games that aren't like completed. We're just like done playing them. And I actually haven't updated it because it says Stardew Valley's a work in progress. I didn't include like Raft. There's stuff. Cat says, wow, you guys are going to play Core Keeper. I really like that game. Good. Lokrin really was excited to play Core Keeper. He brought it up a few times to us. So I really do want to play not just Core Keeper, but a game that Lokrin wants us to play as a group. And also the same thing with Cam. Because at this point, we've played as the Pickle Pack quite a few times through games. And I think that they're the only two who hasn't presented a game for us to play, you know. I think it doesn't like matter a ton because we played mostly just games that we've all like enjoyed anyway. But like I would like for it to be like, this is the game nominated by this person, so that everybody's like, you know, able to play something that they want to play specifically. Screenwright says the Big D himself. Yeah, that's Delta. I haven't seen his dick yet, but as far as I know, Big D indeed. Screenwright says I have a sense for these things. Ah, I see. Big dick energy, as they say. All right, so we had a Tizar task, Smoke Devils. Okay, we'll do them in opposite order. Start with the Tizar and then do the Smoke Devils. Delta says, dog, I just spat my fucking drink. I got you on speakers while I was eating. Speak into my room. Get fucking roasted, idiot. Who the fuck are you playing video games with? What the fuck is going on? Awesome. This is the best possible outcome. All right. Oh, I'm wearing the wrong gear. Got my ring. Din's Bulwark. So Light Bearer. Oh, Moral Wreck. So I need to go back to that same bank to get the teleport there. You can get to Moral Wreck through the fairy ring, but that fairy ring's set up for Dagonos. And I don't want to have to switch between them when I have a teleport that'll take me Maybe not exactly as good, but damn close to just as good. If not slightly better. Yeah, see, that's actually slightly worse. It's kind of the same because I'm heading this way. So this place I was curious about. Notice that there's like kind of a choke point here. I kind of want to try it here. Because there's also 3 dudes. These guys, the biggest dudes, they're the ones that have the most health, which means that they have the most Slayer yield. Like they give the most Slayer experience when you kill them. It's directly proportional to the amount of health that they have. So in theory, they're the ones that you really want to be killing more so than anyone else. The problem that I'm noticing is there isn't a very good place to be killing these guys while I'm waiting for them to respawn. Like these? Because it takes a little while for them to respawn. Oh, I never turned my AC on. Shit. Maybe those guys over there? There's not like a ton of them. There's not a ton of these guys either. Maybe we should look at what the rate is like here. I'll preserve how much Slayer experience we've actually gotten today, but... Oh, hey. Is that the shield? I think it's a shield. Yeah, it's a shield. These guys drop literally nothing until they drop a shield or a sword or something that's worth like 100 or 500,000 gold in this case. It's actually like kind of good, but mostly they drop nothing. They drop a lot of mostly nothing. Oh, wait, hold on. I stepped too far north. Okay, now I stepped too far south. Oh my god. This is fucking impossible. Okay, so killing these guys isn't really good because they seem to all be just outside of each other's tether range. Like, I can specifically stack them here, I guess? But, like, nowhere else because they'll just, like... Enemies only want to wander so far from where they spawn. I don't know what's up with these statues. What is a Hartok? A former Tizar, cooled to rock from old age. Wow. So they're just like, I'm dying. Let me like post up on this wall. If you guys haven't seen One Piece, I honestly, I'm not even going to try to convince you at this point. You just don't like good things, I guess. But I will give you insight into One Piece for a moment. There is a section of One Piece where it looks like our cast is going to die. Specifically, they're going to become wax figures, like coated in wax. And the first thing one of the characters does is he's like, I'm gonna cut my legs off so I can get out of this trap. That was literally the first thing he thought to do. And he was just fully convinced that he was going to cut his legs off. And they stopped him. And later, he did, when the alternative plan didn't work out, he was like, okay, well, there's no time to like cut myself free. So the only other thing I can do is strike a cool pose. So he was just like posing, waiting for the wax to like coat him. He's like, well, I might as well. If I'm going to become a wax statue, I should look badass. So there you go. There's your one piece of the day. Cat says mood. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't know how I feel about you saying mood to that. It's too complicated for me to understand. All right, so this spot seems good, but I don't know if I have another spot that I can like do something as good. Because that spot isn't very good. Maybe like way over there. Maybe I just want to go like here. Yo, this spot is like rich with shields. I'm shield rich. That's 1 million gold. Okay. This is not working. Not that one. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter now. It's fine. So as I said before, if I'm targeting this guy here, the actual AoE works so that it's a 3x3 in these squares. And now that this guy's dead, it doesn't matter which of these two I'm targeting because it'll splash both of them either way. Again, if I'm targeting this guy, as you can see, I was. It's these. Oh, wow. They all died. Holy shit. Those guys are fucking pussies. Holy shit. So the reason I'm using this shield is because it like pulls guys in like a group. It like whacks everybody in an area. I didn't want to use it just then because it's a big area, but it's a 5 spaces out. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's a square like that, right? Centered on me, wherever I happen to be using it. So while it is a big area in theory, I can't like just activate it. I have to hit somebody. So like they have to be around like a certain dude. So it's a little weird. It's a little weird to try and like make it happen, I guess is what I'm trying to say. One of the things that I could do though, is if I find a good spot, like say this spot is good and this spot is bad, I could just stay at the same spot over and over again instead of alternating back and forth. It's just, it takes long enough, I think, I'm not sure, but I think that I should be changing the location. Like I should be going from one side to the other just on the downtime, because like I think those guys are still not even back yet and I'm already killing these guys. Yeah, that guy just spawned, I think. I don't think he walked into my vision range. I think he just spawned. Yeah, that guy definitely just spawned. And that was one of the ones that I'm trying to kill. So yeah, I think killing them alternating makes a lot of sense. Even though it sucks to kill just this one guy. And I roll really low. All right, we got him. So what I'm doing, if you're not familiar, I'm stepping here and here. And the reason why is because if I step through this square, then this square becomes basically these two enemies will treat this square as if there's nothing standing there. And by stepping from here to there, the shortest path for this guy to get in melee range of me is to step here. And you can't really attack diagonally. So this guy, similarly, if he wants to attack me and he's standing and I'm standing here, he can either step here or there. But if I alternate from this spot to that spot, he'll eventually want to stand in the middle. So it's a way to get everybody standing in exactly the same place, basically. I'm always using this ice spell. That's just because it's the strongest. This is called burst magic or barrage magic. It's just stronger than the others. There's 3 other ones. There's blood barraging, which is the one that I used just now just to heal up. There's smoke and the other one. Smoke barrage, shadow barrage, sure. Shadow barrage. One of them poisons. Yep, I don't remember. You don't use them much. They're not as good. There are times when you need to use specifically them, like only one of them works on Sire's tentacles, and only one of them works on Leviathan to like reset his momentum, which is Leviathan's a boss and Sire's also a boss. They have mechanics that specifically rely on, I think, shadow, smoke, probably poisons, which is like a thing you can do, right? If you want to like poison something, that's cool, right? So yeah, mostly you use ice because it's the strongest. It also causes people to be frozen in place, meaning they can't move, which is like pretty good, I guess, as well. There are times where it actually genuinely is very good. I said pretty good, I guess, like it was non-committal or whatever, but like unironically, it's actually kind of good, yeah. Mainly the blood one. This is like really the one. That's the one that has a lot of utility. Getting health back when you do damage is pretty important in this game. Technically, you can regenerate health for free forever. It just takes a really long time. When this inner, well, is this the inner ring? When the outline in red finishes the circle, that's when I get 1 more hit point. Unless I'm praying regen or rapid heal. In which case, I think it happens twice as fast. And if you're wearing a regen bracelet, I think you get 2 hit points instead of just 1. Something like that. Whereas prayer is another resource. It's kind of like mana in this game. You can't get mana back at all unless you interact with an altar or some other mana restoring, prayer restoring structure. Like that's one of the things that it just does. Or you drink a potion. Those are the only ways to get prayer back. Mostly. There's a few other niche uses, I guess, but I'm just talking about RuneScape stuff, I guess, today. I don't know. Vibing. So yeah, this task isn't amazing. 56k. I think this is about as much as I was getting on the other side. This is closer. I literally land over there. Like the teleport like takes me to like that or whatever. I guess I can. Yeah, it takes me to here. So I guess this is a better place to do it just because it's closer. I used to go all the way over to like here. So it was like a long path. Did I do something to the map so that I didn't know how to close it? That was so weird. I was like, I can't close the map. I don't know how to close the map. Somehow in that moment, I was like, I genuinely don't know what I did wrong, but I can't close the map anymore. Did I like... Oh, the X was gone. Or at least it looked like it was gone. Weird. I felt like it was like supposed to be here that I do something, but I didn't see anything. So I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm trapped. So am I doing Dust Devils next? Right? I think it was Dust Devils. Actually, I don't even know what task I'm on. 488. Okay, so yeah, we're going to do one more task and then another task with Konar. Go to this guy. This discus idiot. Ow, he just hit me for 14. Jesus. All right, never mind. My bad. Shit. Well, I'd like to add this guy to the stack. As you can see, I've already damaged everyone in the stack, and he has more health than everyone else here. So the odds that I'm able to kill him before anybody else dies are very, very low. And staying here just to kill one of them sucks. Like, the whole point of what I'm doing, really, is to, like, group them up so that I'm killing a bunch of them at once, right? So killing one dude at a time is very much the antithesis of that. I'm also, like, trying to kill specifically the biggest dudes, of which there was only one this time here. I don't know why. I guess these two guys were just over there, and I just didn't get them. Another thing that you can do, maybe I should run over there. Another thing that you can do is you can like mark individuals so that like, hold on, I'll show you. I just realized I'm about to explain something that like if I just did it, it'll make a lot more sense. Okay, I need to heal up. All right, so you can just tag like this one dude, which doesn't do anything really in this instance, right? Because it just shows you that this guy is tagged. Yeah, he's like one of the guys, but it makes it so that this guy is obviously different from that guy, right? And the reason why you would be interested in that is because where that guy respawns, or this guy who was here, who is now gone, where he respawns is probably strictly consistent. And when he respawns, which will be in a little while, well, actually, I kind of want to show. Actually, I might have to kill him again for you to see. But when he respawns, now that he's tagged, it should mark the location that he respawned at, which means that I'll have a better idea of where I should be standing, like this yellow tile, like where I should go in order to get as many of these dudes as I can. Because if I'm standing in the center of all of them when I like try to group them up, like when they respawn, I'll have a better idea. Like they'll probably be around here as opposed to like around here or around there, right? Mostly doesn't matter, but it could help. So yeah, if I kill that guy again, I think it'll show on the ground where he will be respawning, as long as he was within range when I saw him respawn, which I don't know that I was because I kind of wandered far, but it's one of the things that you can do. The only reason I haven't done that is because I did that before over here. But when I when the game updated, or maybe just the next time I started playing, it unmarked everyone that I had marked. Or maybe I marked them and it was only on the one world that they were marked. I don't know. They weren't marked anymore when I came to do this the next time. So I was like, well, I don't feel like marking them over and over again. Like every time I do this task, I don't feel like messing around with whether or not they're marked. It's not worth it. But yeah, notice the bigger guys aren't really here now. So they must have spawned further away. Or maybe they just wandered in a different direction. So the chance I took, it wasn't a chance, right? I saw that there were 3 of them or whatever. So yeah, see? He's respawning in 30 seconds. And I don't really need that guy marked. So I'm going to unmark him as soon as he spawns. But it's something that I can do in theory. These 3 guys are very much worth getting together. Okay, so that time, what happened is I tried to get them all, but instead of getting them all, I only got a few of them because I think the one who was here was either on the other side of this sulfur vent and the AoE just doesn't pass through that, or he was just barely out of range. One of the 2 things. We'll untag that guy because I don't care about him. He means nothing to me. Oh, there are 2 dudes here, but only the 2. I think there were 3 before. I don't really see anyone over there, though. Another reason why I think that they so I have a mark over here and a mark over here, and the idea is there might be enemies that spawn in between those 2 that I want to pull into either this or to this, but not kill. If the 2 places that I'm trying to do this are too close to each other, then I'm not going to get as many enemies in either of the groupings, right? So I want to try and get it so that I get as many as possible. So that guy was trapped behind the sulfur vent, so I stepped here for just a second so that he could go around the sulfur vent and come over to me. But yeah, I kind of tunneled on this guy in particular, but I probably should have pulled them more way up that way. I might just tag this guy on my way up with a dart and then get the others. We only need 5 more kills, so it won't matter a ton, but I think that's gonna be the strat. He only goes so far, but take him as far as I can take him. I don't know how I missed that guy. I think that guy is outside of his range. Yeah, he is. Is he still? Okay, now I lost the other one. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so that guy that I kind of tried to scoop in or whatever just didn't have as much range as I wanted him to have. So it's a little unfortunate. We should definitely be praying melee because they will kill me quickly, as you saw. Probably don't need to heal anymore. I think we'll kill these last 3. Actually, there's 4 of them, but 3 soon. I don't even think that these guys have good drop rates, but we'll kill this guy anyway since he's 1 shot. Okay. 489. So we actually should check Konar. Every 10 tasks, we do a Konar task. This is Konar. She's like a unicorn lady. Does she have a horn? She does not have a horn. She has... I thought she had hooves, but I guess she doesn't have hooves either. Does she? Okay, well, Konar was a unicorn lady in my mind for some reason, but I guess not. I guess I'm just an asshole. I don't know what to say about that. Dagonoth on Waterbirth Island. Can you set up a cannon and Dagonoth? I don't care about the kings. I just want a task. Because if you can kill them... Dagonoth. Slayer. Waterbirth Island. Multi-combat and cannonable. The entrance is not multi-combat. Reaching the multi-combat zone requires a pet rock and a ranged weapon or another player to assist you. See the main article. Reaching the diagonal a skeleton can be used to save spot immediately northeast. That's interesting. So I'm okay on that, I think. So in theory, I should be able to find a group of Dagonoths that I can kill. Pretty good. Okay. We'll try it. She says that it's going to be good. So we're going to try it. 93 Dagonoths. That's a lot of fucking Dagonoths. Waterbirth Island. So I think I'm going to get there with my boots. This place sucks to go to. It's a terrible, terrible place. But maybe it'll be good for us because we'll get a good rate. We normally don't do Dagonoths here because it's a bad place to get to and also a bad place to just generally be. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, bow ready, cannon ready, ranging potion, bring 2 of them just to be absolutely sure that we have enough. We'll go with 5 prayer potions. That'll make sure that we have enough of that. They do have like a mix of damage, so maybe we bring potions too. Typically it says pet rock. I don't think I need that because I think I can actually go, I think I can bypass that. I'm not sure though. They might not have updated this with the Slayer. Where the fuck does this go? That did not give me choices. Okay, so not my boots. I need my harp, obviously. What are you, an idiot? Surely I should be using my harp to get to Waterbirth Island, not my Fremenic sea boots. Harp, this one. Nachatizo, Waterbirth. Okay, so I think if I just go this way, I'll end up where I want to be. Oh, so it skips a lot of it. Oh, fuck. Down? Are you a Dagonoth? I don't think you are. Okay. Definitely not here. These are clearly crabs. I don't know where I'm going. I'm just going in a random direction. That looks like where the kings might be. But it might also be where I want to go. These are not... It's a rock lobster. Ow. Fucker. Oh, yeah. This is... Okay, so this is where the king is. Yeah. I don't need to be here. This place is also terrible. Additionally. For those of you keeping score at home, this is also a terrible place to be. Wait, where does that go? Oh, that's just a crack that you can peek through. Okay, got it. All right, so where does this go? Maybe I should have just looked at a map of Waterbirth Dungeon and been like, oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Okay, so now I'm on the other side. As you saw before, I was over there, and I went down and around, and now I'm here. These are still rock lobsters and not Dagonoths. Noticeably not Dagonoths. Ow. Oh, I'm out of run energy. Shit. That is also a problem. Not a huge problem. Oh. Oh, I ended up here. This is where I normally do my Dagonoth tasks. All right, so that's interesting, but did not help me. Okay, we try again. So if we go that way, I think we end up in the same cave here. But I'm on the other side of it. Apparently it's pretty easy to get past that with a Venator bow, by the way. Okay, so I don't want to be here. I think I want to be over there. Yeah. Okay, so you want to go on the opposite side of that. Apparently these... Okay, those are boulders or rock crabs or whatever. We want to be not in the middle and not on the left, but on the right. We want to go over there, I think. Can I still do this? Or am I fucked now? Okay. That's not where I wanted to go. Okay, so we're on the back side of these one-way doors, basically. So I should have no problem just going this way. This is a singles area. I can't help but notice. It doesn't show the multi-combat swords. This is the entrance to the cave, isn't it? There's so many of them, though. This would be a fantastic place to cannon if I could just safe spot them. Seems possible. Maybe not likely, though. We'll give it a shot. It did say to see notes. Right, so now I have to kill this dude. Or otherwise pull him. Can you just like walk here, dude? I'll turn auto retaliate off. They all seem like they have the ranged attack. Okay, maybe if I just set the cannon up over there. So the only reason that guy targeted me is because I was so far away. Or the cannon can only attack really line of sight, so it's going to attack the closest things to it. And if I just stand a little further away, I should be kind of okay. I might have to wait for the NPC aggression timer to go away. Oh, but I don't know if that even would work. It should work as long as I'm still in the same like area generally. But it might take like 5 minutes more or 10 minutes. Let's see, what do the notes say? Also, I am definitely dying, I notice. I think it will be fine eventually. I just need to like hang out for long enough. But I will not be using my Venator bow at all. I wish this place was like more obviously labeled. Oh, here it is. Okay. I wanted maps like kind of the whole time, but I just didn't see the maps on the sidebar. Okay, so sub-level 1. Do I want data? No. I'm just kind of waiting for my timer to run out. Let me look at this map. Okay, this is good. So there's a long section with Dagonos. They will eventually stop attacking me, but it's going to take literally 5 minutes. Thank you for the bless you, I guess. Thank you for the bless you. Weird. Sublevel 5. So the area where it says Dagonoth, it might have been multi-combat, but it definitely did not have only Dagonoth. I should have definitely turned NPC aggression timers on. That's part of the reason why I'm just like randomly running and hoping. It doesn't know because I didn't like log into this world or whatever. Or I didn't have it on before I came in here because I didn't think I would need it, but you know, such is life. I can take a little bit more damage. I'm out of food though. I guess I could be praying range. It seems like they only really attack me with range, but because I do have prayer. But we've been here for 6 minutes or so. Like cannon starts counting down at like 26. As long as the zone that or the area that I'm in, and as long as my cannon isn't too far away from me, what'll happen eventually is that these guys will stop attacking me, and my cannon won't target these guys because they're too far away-ish. And my cannon's just gonna spin and continuously shoot, kind of like it is now. But I just haven't quite been here for long enough. The way that the ranges work for NPC aggression, it's hard to describe without you seeing it, but basically you can think of it as like giant like areas, right? And every time you pass through to a new area, your NPC aggression timer resets. But as long as you're in like the same kind of area and you don't go too far away, eventually the enemies here will just stop attacking you. Just don't know when exactly. I think it's only like 10 minutes. So when we get to like 16 here, we should be done. I should have brought like melee gear for this. Knowing now that I couldn't use the Venator bow. I thought it was like multi like through most of this, to be honest, but it certainly doesn't seem that way. And if I had melee gear, I could also kill these guys, which would also not like encourage, but it would kind of encourage them to like hang out closer to the cannon and not behind this stalactite. Stalagmite. It looks like a stalactite, but it's on the ground. But anyways, that I'm like trying to safe spot these guys near. We'll give it another couple minutes since we're already like this fucking committed. Another time when I wish the wiki was like a little more specific. The entrance is not multi-combat. Reaching the multi-combat zone requires a pet rock and ranged weapon or another player to assist you. See the main article for the dungeon for more information. That's literally all it says. Skeleton can be used to safe spot immediately northeast of the dungeon entrance, but only after the NPC aggression expires. Northeast of the dungeon entrance. So like here. I think we're good. So yeah, it just took like 10 minutes. But now the cannon's shooting. And we just have to wait for the cannon to run out of cannonballs and then give it more cannonballs, basically. We can't really help the cannon. Because when we shoot any of the guys, even the guys that are taking damage, first of all, our attacks won't bounce because we're in a single combat zone, not a multi-combat zone, like the Venator bow is designed to be used. Secondly, they'll attack me back, which means that the cannon will stop shooting. Well, I mean, it'll keep shooting that guy, but it won't shoot anyone else. It's probably significantly better to use the cannon than it is to try and like fight them in singles. I just don't know if it's better to just stick with this sunk cost we've got going where the cannon is like roughly always firing, or if we should try to move to a sub level where I can have the cannon on and I be doing damage. When I ran through the sub levels before, which is basically everywhere, to be honest, there's only the one path. I think. Hold on. So, Waterbirth Island Dungeon. 4-1. That's the entrance. And there's the kings. Okay, you go down. So if I go down there, I'll end up here. And then you go down, around, and there's two paths. One goes to Barter, and the other goes to the Dagonoth Kings. Okay, to the Dagonoth Kings. The area around the Dagonoth Kings says that it has Dagonoths, but when we were there, it looked like it had a bunch of different things. So it didn't seem like a very good Dagonoth place. Most of the other places seem like pretty narrow areas, but there is one spot I'm seeing here near Barter where potentially it could be good, especially if it's multi, which I think it is multi everywhere down there. I think it's just up here that it isn't. Also, I do notice that I am dying a little bit. I'm also not like amazed by my cannon's performance so far. I think I've only killed like one Dagonoth. I mean, the reason being that the cannon has to shoot everybody, like every Dagonoth it hits, it has to shoot like 12 or 15 times or whatever. So it's like doing a lot of damage, but it's not getting a lot of kills. But when it starts getting kills, it should be getting them like pretty consistently, I imagine. You know what I mean? Like it'll be killing them pretty fast, I guess. Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe I'm crazy for that. Maybe that's copium. Speaking of copium, these fucking ranging potions, am I right? My rate is also fucking abysmal, but we kind of knew that. Because we spent literally 10 minutes just like trying to set this shit up. Ow. Oh, brimstone key. Nice. I'll take that. Did I walk out of... Okay. So we reset the NPC aggression because we went too far. So we're going to pick up our cannon. We're going to cut our losses. We're going to try this same thing, but in a multi-combat area, which I think we can just very easily do by just going a little further into the dungeon. I just didn't see a place that looked like it had just Dagonoths like this place does. There's so fucking many of them, but none of it's multi, so it doesn't matter how many there appear to be. All right, let's try again. What a fucking miserable experience. I learned though, to be fair. Oh yeah, see, now you can see the areas that I was talking about. And if I cross this line, it'll change. See? All right, so we want to go down. We want to go down. We go here. So yeah, this only has 4. We don't want this. This is a rock crab area. We don't want this either. I went that way first. That's not what we want. This is a multi-combat area. There's only 6 of them here. I think I want to go this way. No, I wanted to go the other way. So I think this has 3. Not amazing. There's a few. We could probably do it here, I guess. What the fuck are those things? All right, yeah, we'll set the cannon up here. And I think we actually pray melee, because they mostly do melee. I mean, they do a lot of ranged attacks, but I think they only really damage through melee. All right, let's see where these guys end up spawning as well. Oh my god, do they fucking hurt though. Okay, so it looks like they're spawning over there. Let's move the cannon. Because they'll follow me, obviously. Okay, one of them spawns over there. Okay, now it seems like they spawned over there instead of here. It's a little unclear where they're spawning and what they're doing, but it does seem like this could work. I think I want to move this cannon like more in the corner or something. I think it's having trouble hitting this guy. Oh no, it looks like it's fine. I think I should be standing under the cannon as well. Okay. Get the cannon, some ammo. Let's get out of here. Get a little bit more food and try again. Let's keep trying the same area. It seems like it's like kind of okay. It just kind of like need to dial in where the cannon goes. I might need that. I don't know about these. Seems like a food situation. And then we go here. God fucking bless, dude. This is terrible. It's like truly dreadful. All right. Down. Oh my god, they fucking hit me so much. I don't even know that like the place is that much better. You know what I mean? Than that place. That place is 4, but like I think the place with my cannon has more than that. I don't know. Grass is greener, I guess. Can't help but notice there's 3 dudes over there. Maybe if I just like leave the cannon here and like shoot these guys myself. Ow. Fucker hit me for 15. Okay, so the cannon can't really see them, I noticed. What the fuck is a circular hide? No, seriously, what is this? I don't think I've ever seen this shit before in my life. Circular hide. Oh, you can make a spined helmet out of it. Okay. And it only comes from Dagonos. This cave. 1 in 64. I don't even know that the cannon is helping me. The multi-combat definitely is helping me, but I don't know if the cannon is. All right. So I think we want to go to the first place that we were in. The spot that I was like, I don't even know if the spot that I have is better. Maybe this is fine. Oh my God, do they fucking hurt though? Jesus. They hurt no matter what, dog. They just fucking hurt. But yeah, it seems like it's kind of hard to get. Maybe I can just like go over here and get these guys and then kill them kind of under the cannon, sort of. Oh my God. Oh my Lord, I'm dying. I'm actually dying. This place sucks. This is not a good place to do a task. Whew, read. We got it though. We're good. I wanted to set up the cannon before I left. Fuck, man. Alright, so yeah. Maybe Nick's the ranging potion. And also these prayer potions are like definitely a fucking meme. Alright, we'll take one of these. I guess I'll take 2. Come on, dude. Be real. They're obviously using food more than anything else. I also don't need this. I mean, I don't need a lot of this stuff, I guess, in theory. All right, we'll try again. Go down. Yo, did that guy just snipe me from over the fucking thing? Jesus. Yeah, I think that this is where I want to be because there's less like walls and stuff. Maybe this one was fine too. It's like a longer cave, but does it have more? Yeah, it does. It says wherever you are is where I want to be. Dude, I don't know about that one. This is hell. This place is not a good place. I can't pick up my cannon. I have to eat food here before I can pick up my cannon. I wasted one of that, or some of that food. Shit. All right, so I think that this place does have literally more Dagannoth, but I don't know that I can actually use the Dagannoth here. Like, I can Venator bow them for sure, right? I can pull them and Venator bow them. My cannon's kind of doing stuff. Oh my god, look at how much oh, I'm praying magic. The one thing that's not going to help me here. Oh my god, look at how much damage, bro! Melee. We pray melee. Fuck, bro. Like, they fucking hurt. I can leave this place now, but we're going to try it. We're going to give it another shot. Give it another chance. Like, fuck, man. God damn. Why does it hurt so fucking bad here? What the fuck is that? It's a whole ass keg of beer. All right, pulled those guys. Hey, hey, you get your happy ass over here. Now, you know I didn't want to bounce off of that, dude. You knew. Ah, bitch. Why do they hurt so fucking much? Hey, hey! You get your happy ass back here. All right, so the cannon's kind of far, is what I'm noticing. Like, I'm a little bit out of the one dude's aggro range, or several of them, I guess. I don't know. Something's happening. It's like sort of working. All right, let's try the other place. Not this one. Though this one could work. Try this one. Can I just set the cannon up here? Yeah, sure. All right, so it should be able to hit everybody in a fan there, no problem. Why is it not bouncing? Oh, hey, Booze. 16 months of getting roasted. Nice. Now's the time to invest in a clicker panda? No, I'm not doing that. You know where to get that content if that's what you're looking for, and it's not here. Also, fucking actually suffering, dude. Like, please. This is like kind of an okay place to do this, though, I think. It's just like a little finicky. Okay, so rather than putting this here, I'm thinking I want it over here. And I want to stand here. Boostus, is this a Konar task or something? No, I'm just a masochist. Yes, it's absolutely a Konar task. Why would I come here? This turns one of the best tasks into one of the fucking worst. I was like, oh yeah, no, it's multi. How bad could it be? Fucking terrible. Boostus, by the way, I've taken what I've learned so far from Coliseum and went to attempt Inferno. Inferno feels so much easier now. That's awesome. I think Inferno technically should be mechanically easier, at least up until Zuck, because Coliseum is so much more intense. So I kind of believe that. Boostus, well, I already knew you were a masochist, so I had to ask. Fuck off. I am absolutely not a masochist. I just don't respect people unless they're mean to me. It's totally different. I don't know if that's actually different. I'm not sure if there's actually a difference there. I don't get sexual gratification out of people being mean to me. Also, can I fucking live? Good lord. But you see, it's kind of like, it kind of works, right? Like it's kind of doing stuff. Cannon's working, sort of. It's not like great, but like, fuck. It's the best I can do out of this badass situation that I'm in. Like, Konar demands blood, right? So this is the place that I think that I can get her blood. Boost is better than nothing. Better than melee is what my other option would be. Boost's melee isn't so bad. It's just slow. I think this is faster. Though I did take literally 10 minutes trying to figure this out. So it probably isn't actually faster in reality. But if I was already informed and smarter, I would have done this way faster, I think. And it would have been faster, I think. I don't think that there's a world where this actual execution of the task is faster than killing them melee, but... You know, I didn't know that at the time. I did wait for the NPC aggression timer, though, to be fair, so I probably could have guessed that this wasn't going to be faster, but... All right, so I think we actually do want another prayer potion. Since they're all rangers, it kind of makes sense to not use melee unless you turn on auto retaliate. Well, yeah, auto retaliate's always on anyway, right? So it's fine, but there's like an area that's like just so full of Dagonoths, but it's just singles, so it doesn't matter that it's full. It seems like this would be a great place to do tasks like this, but it just isn't. It just simply isn't. Like, this is okay, but there's only 4 of them. And the area where I'm in is like 6 or 7. But there's like fucking 96 Dagonoths or 93 Dagonoths in this bitch. You just wouldn't know. Because the areas where there actually is multi-combat, there's only fucking 7 of them. Which kind of makes sense because you would fucking get one-ticked by 100 fucking Dagonoths all targeting you at the same time. Right? They would stack you out and shit unless you were praying correctly. But for the purposes of this particular Slayer task, it would actually be way better if there were just way more laying into me. Still not a masochist, by the way. Boostus, you aren't making a good case against being a masochist. Look, man, I want to kill them as efficiently as possible. That's what's really going on here. Yo, what's up, Cam? How's it going, man? All right, hold on. Let's do a couple shout-outs. So first of all, we got Screen Ride, the chosen one himself. Screen Ride, my boy. He was playing Outer Wilds a little bit last time. He was playing a little bit of Super Smash Bros. Melee, which is like his main thing. Outer Wilds is also one of his main things, but he doesn't play that game a ton. In fact, he hasn't even finished the DLC. Just because he doesn't want it to end, you know? What else? He was playing something at the start of the stream too. I don't remember. Oh, Katamari Damacy. Fucking classic. That's on Steam right now, by the way. What an excellent game. Soundtrack is still a fucking bop as well. But yeah, he's looking for a home. He's looking for a home when it comes to streaming games. He needs a little something to hold him over, to tide him over. Right now, he doesn't have much. He's not a big fan of Marvel Rivals. He was like okay with it, but like, I feel that Splitgate 2 is real, but like, it's a little hard. And my guy was like, I don't know if I want to like, you know, get showed up by the sweats. But I think that that's going to be the answer for now. He and I, Screen Ride, were Halo heads from back in the way back. Halo 3 was the peak of perhaps gaming, but particularly Halo. And it has never reached those heights again. Fully, it has never reached those heights again. But, you know, maybe it will one day. That Unreal Halo could be good. I know that Bungie's not going to make a good game. I'm not sure that they're capable anymore. Shout out to Marathon, by the way. The one good thing about Marathon was the art style, and they stole that. So that's cool. Boost is, if we're talking efficiency, go blackjacking. This doesn't require me to break my hands. It just makes me sad that I'm taking damage constantly. Cam says, it's going good, and you? I am, you know. All right, let's do another. Let's not worry about how I'm doing. All right, like this is. I would like to be somewhere else. You know. Is it time for another shout out? Hold on, I misspelled shout out. Is it time though? Yeah, okay, we can do a shout out for the Undrafted, one of our precious homies, member of the Pickle Pack, with whom we've played many video games at this point. Notably, Valheim is like one of the mainstays. We just finished playing through Stardew Valley. I think we're going to be playing through Core Keeper next. And as far as I can tell, that means that Cam is going to be picking the next game that we play as a group, which will be fantastic, no matter what it is, I'm sure. I know he was interested in Enshrouded, but it'll be up to him. We have an entire game to get through before then, though. That's called Core Keeper, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's what we decided was going to be next. It was kind of up to Loke, I guess. Because Cam was fine with either of them. What else? He's been known to play Grand Theft Auto 5, Ark Survival Ascended, and Project Zomboid. Right now, the Valheim recently came back in vogue with a server through his good friend Quest ALTV. But Zomboid, I think, still has a server as well. And I think that Ark Survival Ascended and GTA 5, another game that a pair of games that he's been known to play with Quest, are a little bit out of vogue at the moment. Not necessarily the big ones, but he's a variety streamer through and through. Big fan of Fallout, though. So if you like Fallout content, that probably won't be but too far away at any given moment. The Interrupter says, I will choose Eve online. I bet you won't. I bet you won't, coward. The Interrupter says, I think you just threw up a little from typing that. I think I just threw up a little from typing that. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's like, you could, but I don't know. Like, look, man, we're great friends. I don't know if our friendship can survive that kind of abuse. You know what I mean? Like, love yourself and love your friends. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Goddamn. We need to get out of this fucking task. I need to kill 3 more fucking Dagonoths. This was fucking horrible. I should not have come here. We're almost done though. All right, time to go. Goo. How many Slayer points do I have? 1,024,000. We're not doing adamant dragons. Fuck off. Okay, abyssal demons are fine. Both of these are burst tasks, so it doesn't really matter which one we do. I don't want this. All right, we need to switch up our gear. Thank God. Thank God it's over. In the end, it wasn't the worst thing that I've done, to be honest. It might have been the worst thing I've done since we started doing Slayer to like max. But I think I could have made it better if I had done it more intelligently from the beginning. But I honestly don't know that it would have been too much better to like on the whole anyway. It kind of was just going to be terrible no matter what. All right, so abyssal demons. We want... I got rid of everything. We want these. We want our mage gear. Our darts. That's fine. Radha's blessing for an extra prayer. I brought the accursed scepter because I misclicked. I don't think you can autocast that ancient magic with that anyway, so definitely a significant mistake. Refresh these runes. A little bit of prayer. Don't want that anymore. We can bring the ring. It's probably not going to be necessary. Okay, that's it. All right, we can turn the NPC aggression timer off because it won't matter anymore. Good Lord, man. What a nightmare experience that was. I'm glad it's done now, but fuck. All right, let's do another shout out. This one for Boozemont. Or just Booze, as I call him. Ah, fuck. Oh, you hit me so much, please. Okay, we're good. We're chilling. So, Booze is a Runescape streamer. He's well into the end game content. He's still not max, but he does do a lot of different things in the game. TOA is like his main thing that I've seen him do on stream. And he has been off stream grinding for his Coliseum quiver. But he also has an interest in doing the Inferno Cape for too long. When it comes to endgame, though, there's no stone unturned for Booze. He's interested in just about everything. I've heard him do a little bit of Nightmare, but I also happen to know that he's particularly interested in doing Cox Challenge mode and TOB hard mode. He's already got all of the TOB roles basically down, but he's trying to master them all before he starts sending actual hard modes, especially with like a, committed group of individuals that are equally inclined to do hard mode. Similar to Cox Challenge mode, he's done a few already, as I understand it. He's just looking to send them more consistently with especially some regulars, right? So yeah, he's got it all, really, to be honest, as far as like end game content goes. If you want to learn how to do any of that stuff, he's also happy to teach people, and he's quite knowledgeable. Particularly on stream, he could run you through stuff, talk you through stuff. But as far as when I say run you through stuff, I mean like actually talk you through it. Whereas it's much more likely that he's actually going to help. Oh my God, what is happening? Why am I under what the fuck? Is this game working right now? Do you see how bad like my inputs were being eaten just now? Like, good Lord, what was that? Maybe you couldn't tell, but like I felt like the game was like not responding. I was like drowning in no regs. Okay, he's also been known to run people like physically through the raids as well. So if you want to like a hands-on teaching experience, maybe catch him off stream for that. But yeah, he's definitely a raid teacher, more so than most I know. Boost his 33 challenge modes done as of today. See, look at you. But yeah, he said that he wasn't going to be doing a lot of streaming until he got his internet upgraded, which he did. So now you should expect him to stream sometime, right? Like, I don't know. He said that he's done, so it should be coming. What the fuck? Did I just spec there? That is not what I wanted at all. I wanted to switch weapons. Am I like losing input? What the fuck is happening? Is this world like fucking terrible? I feel like it was fine when I was doing Dagonoth shit, but now I'm like unable to like play the game. Sometimes it seems fine. Like that was like mostly fine. I switched to the darts a little later than I would have expected, but whatever, it's fine. We got him here. I've been getting my ass kicked by this Abyssal Demons task of all things, man. What is going on? Boost is always happy to carry for kits and quests. Yeah. We had a little bit of a traumatic experience in the past, but we don't talk about that. That's all I have to say about that. Says, yeah, the streaming part is being a pain while trying to get my basic shit working right now. And trying to figure out how to separate Spotify from being the desktop volume. I can definitely help with that, but I am not necessarily the most... not exactly the best resource that you could use, that you could tap. I know a few people who are like very familiar with the functionality of OBS. But if that's all you need, I can definitely do that for you. But if you want to like actually do some like cool streamer stuff, you got to tap someone who's like a little more knowledgeable than I am. Boost is using Streamlabs instead of OBS. I literally do not know a single person that you could ask for Streamlabs advice. Everyone that I've known who's used Streamlabs used it until they had a problem that they couldn't solve. And as soon as they had a problem they couldn't solve, they switched to OBS, which is a harder software to use, but everyone who knows how to help people with things uses OBS. Like all of the best tech guys around, they use OBS. They don't use Streamlabs. So they simply don't know how to help you with Streamlabs like they could help you with OBS. So you don't have to switch to OBS, but I don't know anyone who could help you. You got to figure it out yourself if you're going to stick to Streamlabs. And I can't help you as well, right? So... Boost this. Damn. Well, sounds like I'm going to learn OBS. Yeah, I would suggest so. They're very similar, but if you have a problem, like, yeah. If you have a problem, you have a problem. Zeus says first problem, using Streamlabs instead of OBS. Honestly, to some degree, yeah. Especially with like the people that I know now that I could ask for help if I needed help with something. Mostly Lokrin. Shout out to Lokrin, the tech guy. If I needed something, I would 100% ask Lokrin because he definitely knows. He definitely knows a lot of stuff. But I also know that he's like, in the past, let me say, he's been pretty interested in showing off what he knows, but I don't know if he's just like, he's busy is like the thing, right? Like, I don't know if he's available to just like tell anybody who comes around, like, you know, the Stream 101 type deal. But there's also like a lot of tutorials available online and stuff like that. But specifically for you and your problem, Booze, I'm pretty sure I could walk you through that and it would be fine. I don't know about integrating Spotify into the stream. I know that there are people that have done that. Lokrin and Delta, I think, both have. But I don't know anything about that. I don't play music I don't own, except for the video game music itself on my stream. Which I'm sure you know by now, because I'm like a little paranoid about that stuff. Sue says, I do that? Do what? Boost is gonna Google dive until I figure out how to do it. Okay, good luck. Split, like play Spotify music on your stream? I imagine is what Sue's talking about. I don't know. I think technically it's one of those things that you're like not supposed to talk about as well. It's like paying for Spotify Premium and playing it on your stream is like technically against maybe not just Spotify's terms of service, but also maybe Twitch's. It's one of those things where it's like technically I think you're not supposed to do that, but I'm not sure. And like I said, it's like kind of none of my business as well. In a few ways, right? Because I'm not interested in it, and I also don't know for a fact. Boo says, unless Google doesn't know how Streamlabs works, then I'll hit you up for OBS. Yeah, sure. You can find it on Google, I'm sure. Sue says you can set up Spotify on audio output capture on OBS and set it to a different channel. Yeah, I could do that for sure, but integrating it into the stream is different. There's a few integrations that I've seen, like letting people be able to play music, like, hey, I want to play this song, and they do like a redeem or whatever. That I couldn't help you with. You know what I'm saying? And I know a few people who have that kind of thing on their streams already. Boo says you can do it, but not publish. I imagine by publish, you mean you want to have it in your stream audio, but not in the VOD. And that's, I think, a totally separate thing from what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the technical legality of sharing premium content, which is to say privileged content, with those who are not paying for it. It's like one of those things. So like theoretically, if you buy a movie on YouTube, right, you are allowed to watch it, but you're not allowed to like be a central nexus for other people to watch it, right? Like in theory, you could invite people over to your house and you could all watch it on the screen together, but like the same doesn't necessarily apply to stuff over the internet in the same way. It's like the rules are fuzzier. It's one of those kinds of things, if that makes sense, what I'm trying to say. And I say fuzzier, I think that they're actually like straight up, no, you're not allowed to do that. But like, you know, whatever. I'm not your fucking dad. Sue says, so I'm not allowed to play music in my car if other people can hear it. That's close to what I'm saying, but that's still not quite the same situation. It's the like mass media sort of a thing. Like the power of projecting it to the internet is like, I think the stipulation, it's a difference of like scale. Right. But like I said, I don't know. I'm not a fucking lawyer or anything. I'm just telling you what I'm just talking about it, right? Sue says, so if I owned a restaurant, I can't play Spotify over the speakers? As I understand it, yeah. But it'd be different if it was like a radio, or if it was like a different, like an audio mix that you like got the license for, or you have some kind of agreement through like, you know, like Walmart and some kind of either radio station or some kind of privileged usage of the music. That's what like licensing is for, right? Like radios don't just play music. They have to like have the licenses to play the music that they have access to. You know what I mean? Like it's not, there's usually no free lunch. If you have to pay to not experience commercials, then everyone who experiences it through you should have to experience the commercials unless they do the same thing that you did. Like I'm not like saying this from like nowhere, right? Like it comes from somewhere, right? They want the ad revenue, and they don't want to be outed the ad revenue that otherwise they would be able to have, right? That's all I'm really saying. Now, whether or not they're going to do anything to enforce that is like a totally different situation, right? Like just because they can doesn't mean they will, right? And, you know, if you're not worried about them coming for you, then just do what you want to do then, right? Like, you're a fucking adult. I'm not your dad. Live your life. Sue says there's a Chinese restaurant that plays chill hop on the radio, like as this YouTube stream up to play. That's fine. I'm not saying that, first of all, I'm not saying that what I'm saying is definitely true and you should take it as gospel and you should, you know, live within realm that I dictate that you should do morally and within the law or whatever. Like, I'm not saying that, number one. Number two, I'm not saying that the people who do things that are different always get punished either, right? Because enforcement of rules, especially with regards to Twitch, is notoriously inconsistent, like wildly inconsistent. So to me, no matter how many people get away with something, that doesn't mean that it's not a problem. It just means that a lot of people get away with it, right? Like, it literally doesn't matter. I don't want to be the guy who gets punished for it, is what the situation is. I don't give a fuck if everybody else got away with it. I don't want to be in trouble. That's how it comes. That's really what matters. Other people don't fucking matter to me. And doing what everybody else does doesn't guarantee that you're going to be safe. It just means that you're more likely to be fine. It's just not, it doesn't work that way, right? So yeah, I don't know. Me personally, I'm not fucking with it at all. That's just me though. You can do what you want. Sue says there's a storm warning and the power might go out. Okay. Who says, yes, daddy. Fuck wrong in chat. Don't worry. Here you go. Say less, Booze. Say less. All right, let's do a shout out for Sue as well. Boost says I'm at Guardians of the Rift just joking around. I see. Sue, if you didn't know, Sue Real is another RuneScape streamer. Well, actually, I say RuneScape streamer. She's been playing more than just RuneScape as of late. Space Engineers, and has been looking into other games as well, mostly because she doesn't agree with some of the decisions RuneScape, especially the CEO of RuneScape, has been making recently, which is fair. She might come back, she might not. You know, she's living her best life, choosing her, or I'm sorry, picking her battles. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Picking her battles at the moment. I don't know why I wasn't able to get that last guy, but I guess I suck at video game. It's unfortunate. But yeah, she's a Batgirl VTuber. You should definitely check her out if you are interested in any of the things that might have caught her fancy as of late. And if you've got some video game recommendations, especially good ones, especially free to play good ones, definitely send them her way. As of late, it's been Path of Exile, which I haven't seen her play at all. Space Engineers, which I knew she was playing, but I wasn't able to vibe with her at the moment. Velatra, which is a fantastic one, much loved. Palia, yeah, okay. It's fine. It's not my favorite in the genre. But, you know, it's like a Stardew like if you haven't heard of it. It's not like bad or anything. Just not my favorite. It's got like a weird monetization model going on too, I think. I think there's like a weird amount of microtransactions. But I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me on that. Do fact check me on that, but don't quote me on it. I guess if it's free to play, it's fine for it to have monetization, but I don't know. I feel like I remember it being like kind of excessive in a way, but I've never played it myself. Oh, I should change the music. We've been listening to this song for Lord knows how long. Milady. Oh, I'm sure it's Malady. All right, close fucking Waterbirth Island stuff, because god damn it. Oh, hey, Gur. Booze was in Guardians of the Rift, which means that, of course, he had to act a little bit sus. Since you called. Oh, damn. All right, my bad. So sorry to interrupt. Boo says, yeah, I'm at South Rock. Where are you? Whoa. They're arranging a meet cute? Versus I was playing a fishing game. There was that fishing game that was like super in vogue, very Animal Crossing core. Web fishing? Seems like it's like kind of not a thing anymore. Like people kind of moved on from it. Versus I got fined $1,000 for fishing at night. Are you playing that new Rune Factory? Because I know that they definitely get upset at you for various shit in that game. Gur says, how was I supposed to know? Gur can't read. That is unfortunate. Gur says Fishing Planet? Oh, okay. I've heard of that one. Recently. And maybe from you? But yeah, I am aware of that game. I do remember, actually. I remember. Gur says, now this is the first time I admit it. Okay. Somebody brought it up. And I think it was in my stream, but I do not know who it was. And I seemed extremely unenthused, but I looked it up and I was like, yeah, that looks like it's gonna drive me to fucking tears. I don't like love fishing in games. Fishing is like a fine mini game, but I don't like it as like the creme de la creme. Like this is the core gameplay experience. This is what you're here for. I mean, I guess I would like it if it was the creme de la creme, but I've played mini games with fishing that I actually like. So I imagine if it's the best that there could be, cream of the crop. Versus Pika, because yeah, someone mentioned it. That's why I started it up again. It was probably Pika choking, yeah. All right. I have so many fucking black swords. I don't want any of this shit. Literally not any of it. Those two abyssal demon heads? I don't give a fuck about them. That shit stays on the goddamn ground where it belongs. Versus sometimes I just want to play brain off games, like I want to dig a hole or click a cookie. This time it's fishing. Okay. That's what RuneScape is, I think, for me. I just don't play it that way, but I think it is that way. Who's this click a tree? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Was it Smoke Devils or Dust Devils after this? Fuck. I was supposed to use the darts. All right, we just got to get that guy in here somehow later, I guess. Or we can just ignore him. Whatever. No, target that guy. Yes. Actually, I guess that doesn't matter. All right. I think we're missing one more Abyssal Demon. Might have spawned in the middle there. I don't know why this guy's being weird. Maybe I froze these guys and moved over there too quickly. Wait, Stratosphere? Huh. Okay. Not what I thought this song was going for. Okay. Lock the fuck in. Kill these last 40 Abyssal Demons. Do a better task. And this task isn't bad. It's just, I don't know. It's one of the like most requirements, like the most intensive tasks that I do. I would even say that Choke Devils just requires more brain power, less actual inputs. I don't even know if I'm supposed to kill that guy. Probably not. I think he just died. Awesome. Who says, whoa, 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 take it easy. You lost me at brain power. I don't know. Choke Devils aren't that bad. You just like kind of go in a circle around them. Did you hear about Leagues, Booze? And Gur? You play RuneScape as well. The upcoming Leagues? Booze says, nope, what's up? Apparently, this year's Leagues is going to be RS3 exclusive. That's the word on the street. Booze says, what the fuck? Well, see, they're trying to revitalize RS3 by introducing a bunch of new content and making the game a lot, more palatable to people. And part of the way that they're trying to increase exposure to RS3 is by having Leagues exclusively there. Which makes a lot of sense to me, but also means that I have no interest in doing such a thing. So, don't worry, I will not be trapped in RuneScape for the 2 or 3 months that Leagues is active. Who says, cool, definitely not doing it? Yeah, I don't know. One of the homies was trying to inform me. They went to a convention where they met a bunch of people that work at Jagex or whatever. They were trying to tell me, like, oh yeah, so the current venture, if you will, the thing that Jagex is presently trying to do is to trying to make it so that they have like a 3-pronged approach to like gaming, right? So they're trying to make it so that like, listen, we understand that you get burned out of OSRS, and that's fine. So we want the other games that we have to be different enough from OSRS that you want to play them instead. And when you get finished with them, or, you know, you want to move on from them, you can come back to OSRS, right? So they kind of want to keep you like in the ecosystem by offering you different things to do, right? One of the things, as I'm sure you're aware, is RuneScape Dragon Wilds, right? Which is very significantly different, but is also kind of like an infinity game that you can just like play as long as you want to play it and have a good time, whatever, right? So I think it works pretty well. It's definitely different, but it's also like similar in some ways, you know? I think it's fine. And I haven't played it myself, so I don't know if it's good, but I think it, like, as a design, right? Like, I get the idea, I get the concept. And as I understand it, they're like, okay, RS3, the way that that's one is going to be looped in. OSRS is like your second monitor experience, right? Like, it's the thing that you're doing on the side while you're doing other stuff. So they want RS3 to be your main monitor experience. So like, you know, when you're trying to like parse and like play intensely and like, you know, do some like high level raiding content or whatever, that's like more of an RS3 venture, right? In, you know, like the WoW mythic sense, right? And that's, as I understand it, what they're like trying to do, right? That's the direction that they have at the moment. I don't know if it's going to work for them, and I don't have a problem with it working as well. Like, I have no horse in this race. Like, I'm not playing RS3, and I'm not going to. I don't care how good it is. Not until well after I finish this game, right? Like, I might play another MMO after RuneScape, but I probably am going to take at least a few months breaks from MMOs. Probably. And even then, I would much rather do Final Fantasy 14 because I love that game very dearly and I have a personal relationship with it. Or Final Fantasy 11 because I am curious about that game. And it could be good and interesting to play another game from like 2003, if you will. Cursus, taking your OSRS break by playing RS3 does not sound like something I would do. I hear you. I don't have... There's no follow-up. I hear you. I wouldn't play RS3. It's kind of like the long and the short of it myself, but like, you know, like there are people who would be interested, I guess. It's just, you know, I don't know what to tell you. It's just not for me. They're doing something that is just not gonna be for me, which is fine. It doesn't all have to be for me. Smoke Devils and Smoke Devils. Okay. I'm spoiled for choice. Hey, Spot. Boost says the only thing I would do in RS3 is bot it and be part of the problem so OSRS can continue to reign supreme. Indraft says Spot looks like a chill little guy. I think he looks like he's about to freak out. That looks to me like Spot moments before some kind of mental break. Who says he's on his last nerve. He doesn't look like he's about to snap. He looks like he's about to break down and cry to me. He looks intensely concerned to me. Anything else? Cannon. I can switch to the Sears ring. The 0.5% magic damage and the 12 magic hit, I guess. They're going to be doing 2 of these tasks, right? So I guess might as well. You drop this. Let's see another. He looks slightly happier here. Yes. Now he looks sassy to me. Oh, that one didn't last for very long. I don't know why. Here. It'll be a different pic. Wait. That was the same picture again. Wait, can I make it do the same picture again? Or was that just a coincidence? I think it's very low odds. Oh, I can't run that specific one again. Huh. I can do the other one. Weird. Well, how about this one? This is from 2 days ago. I don't remember that being there 2 days ago, but maybe you did do that. But there you go. There's a spot to look at. He's going nuts, by the way. He's going crazy. Woo! Yeah, baby. He's doing it. New Draft says he's got the zoomies. Yeah. True. Okay. Mostly there. I might have to stay here a little longer. Yeah. All right. And now we just rake in the experience. And maybe kill a couple superiors on the way. So we learned before about the damage calculation for the cannon that magic gear is the worst gear to use, because if you're wearing magic gear, what it's doing, unless you're using a trident, what it's doing is it's calculating your accuracy based on the gear that you're wearing, but using ranged attack rather than magic attack. If you're using That's if you're using a trident. If you're using anything else, it's based on your melee bonus, actually. So my cannon should be way, way, way less accurate than if I was using either ranged or strength or melee. Because melee and ranged both increase melee accuracy. Well, I guess they really don't. Ranged does, though. But at least, I guess, does magic decrease range? Maybe it doesn't. It definitely decreases melee, right? Versus, how long do non-MMO games normally take you on stream? How long is a non-MMO game? I play games at about a normal rate, I would say. Maybe a little longer than most people because I kind of like sit through the entire cutscene and like we'll talk about it a little bit. But I would say the time to beat is like a fair guess for how long it's going to take me to beat something. Maybe plus like 10 or 20%. So if you just looked up the time to beat of any particular game, I would guess it would be about that, plus 20% maybe. I've played a bunch of different things, and compared my times a few times, but nothing's jumping to mind specifically. Why, do you have a specific game in mind that you want me to like weigh in on? Versus, but with as much as you stream, it's like normally a week, maybe 2. Oh, nowadays, if my weekends stay the same. So back when I was playing a variety of games, I didn't have literally any collabs at all. I did collab with Cat before, but the season of collabs really started with like Suck, which is you would have been here for, right? So I don't really have like a good idea of how much my stream will change as I move away from RuneScape. It could be that we do more collabs, which will slow down single player games dramatically. Because right now I'm like not really willing to collab during the week, at least not on a recurring interval, because I really want to get RuneScape done and I can't afford to lose any more time to RuneScape or from RuneScape. But as soon as I finish with RuneScape, theoretically, I can collab on any day of the week, every day of the week even. But I have a few single player games that I do intend to get through. So I'm just going to be playing each of them in turn. As of right now, sorry for dawdling so much. As of right now, that is 3 days a week. That is Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, right? 7 hours each day, 21 hours. So that could be as fast as a game a week. Yeah. Yours says, I'm scared I'm going to miss content. One missed stream would be like 10% of the game. Probably more than that. Probably a good amount more than that, to be honest. Most games are only like 20 or 30 hours long. But yeah, it is what it is. I don't really like, the only thing I could do is schedule a game on a given day or direct you to the VODs. You know what I'm saying? I used to do that back in the way back a couple years ago. I was like, okay, well, Wednesday's going to be Final Fantasy 9 day. Monday's going to be Apex day. You know what I mean? So like if you wanted to see me play a certain game, I would schedule a certain day for it. You know, just says turn on those notifications and never miss a Panda stream. I mean, I don't really have like a great answer for that except for the VODs, unless you do want me to stream a specific game on a specific day, right? And I can definitely do that. Like if you or anyone else wants me to do a certain game on a certain day, I can, up to one person, right? Like unless you guys ask for the same day or something, right? Like I can't make it happen for everybody, but yeah, sure. Like Gur, if you specifically want to see me play Claire Obscure Expeditions 33 and you're only available on Wednesdays, like, yeah, absolutely. I can make sure that I play that every Wednesday. But I would be playing it every Wednesday, you know, whether or not you're there, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, but I would be playing it every Wednesday. I can do that. I just can't, you know, marry a game to you being there specifically. But I can definitely do it whenever you happen to be available or would be most available. I don't mind that at all, especially for the regulars and stuff like that. Yeah, sure. No problem. But I don't have any plans to do anything like that at the same time, right? Like, Gur says, I get custody of Panda's game choice on Thursday. Gur, I don't stream on Thursday. Did you mean to say Thursday? Because Gur says that's the point. Oh no. Oh no. He's willing to choose on the day that I'm not around. Gur hates me. He hates me, guys. He hates me. Or maybe he really hates a game in particular. He's like, if I choose Madden on Thursdays, then I'll never have to watch him play Madden on accident because I can tune into his stream at any time during the week. It's like, oh, well, yeah, I'll never accidentally tune into a Thursday stream, so it's fine. Bruce says too late. That's rating Thursdays. Yeah, okay. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Maybe. I already got like some things going on. The days of like having time to do stuff on Mondays and Thursdays is like kind of behind me. It used to be, it's like, oh yeah, you want to do something, let me know on Monday or Thursday, we can make it happen. And now I'm like, I kind of have some time, but like now it's like maybe a couple of hours. Pierce says, now I was just thinking about how long you stream and how you probably burn through normal games was all. Yes, I used to. I'm on like 72 games completed or whatever. And the vast majority, like 50 of them were before RuneScape, you know? And I started playing RuneScape the January after I started streaming, right? And I started streaming in July. So from July to December, I played, in 5 months, I probably played through about 50 games. Probably, I would guess, something like that, right? And from January to now, I've mostly only played RuneScape. I did beat like another 20-ish games, but it's mostly, well, I say beat. I played through, you know what I mean? It's mostly like, you know, Schedule 1 or whatever and stuff like that, where it's like we played it for a while, Marvel Rivals, you know, Apex counts as one of the games that I played, right? Which I'm considering completed because like it doesn't just like, you can't complete those games, right? Like they just never end. RuneScape I'm going to consider completed when we're done with it, even though it doesn't technically end either. But if we ever do like another like long-term stream of RuneScape, for example, if we do like a group Ironman, or if what I plan on doing when we're done with RuneScape, there's going to be, I think, community challenges where I like ask you guys for like, I don't know, 1 million or 2 million points or something like that. I don't know how much exactly yet, but a good amount of points. And I'll come back to RuneScape to max sailing, to complete the Coliseum with like a 1 month time limit, I would say, something like that. Like I'm willing to put a month of time into finishing Coliseum, like that, and nothing else, or a month of time dedicated to just Inferno, right? Or maybe like Gauntlet as well. Gauntlet doesn't matter as much. Like I don't know about Gauntlet, but you get what I'm saying. Like a few things like that. I don't think I'd be willing to do too much other than that though. Like as far as like pet grinds or anything like that, that's like not really my thing. I don't really care about that stuff. Boost's Panda gets that in a week and suddenly I'm ass at PVM. I don't know if I would say that. I know that I'm a relatively fast learner, but I'm probably going to tap you and like Asa and stuff for advice. So if anything, I would attribute my success to your teaching rather than any failure on your part. You know what I'm saying? Like if I learn quickly, it's because I have people that can teach me in a way that I can understand. But we'll see. We'll see. That's just like a future plan thing. It's not something that's in stone quite yet. Who says, I've got a friend watching me through Discord, walking me through it. Oh, okay. That's still something, you know. I don't think I've ever impressed anybody with like my ability to do stuff. Really? I think I've just been like mostly fine. Who says, oh, by the way, another wave 11 death today, but got damn close to soul. Pretty fucking good, man. It's just a matter of time. You keep dying at wave 11 and before long you will crush through and have to perform at soul. And if you die at soul a few times, again, it's only a matter of time before you lock in and you get it right. Especially if you're familiar with the fight, you know what I'm saying? It's a numbers game, just like getting drops, right? It's just a matter of putting yourself in the position to get the drop, and eventually it's going to happen. Boost is just waiting for the stars to align? Exactly. You'll get there, man. You'll get there. Boost says Shadow. I mean, it's not that rare. You know what I mean? Every time you beat Coliseum, you will get a quiver, right? So like, it's not, you don't need that many stars to align. You just need to like stop eating so much shit. Look, man, I'm just saying. Look, I said it positively so many times. You can't be mad at me the one time I say it negative. At this point, it's on you, right? You could have taken it all the other times when it was basically a compliment. Yo, I didn't get shit from this Smoke Devil task. God damn. I kind of got like fleeced, bro. I lost $250,000. Okay, we can do Abyssal Demons. Not now, though. For now, we'll do the other Smoke Devil task. Says, all I heard was fuck your astrology, get good. Got him. Got him. All right. Oh, I gotta eat food today. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess I'll just figure it out when the time comes. Oh, another thing that's highly relevant. Who says, but I need the good invos and the good spawns. Everything else is a scam. Maybe. But another thing that's relevant. I don't know if you guys logged into RuneScape today, and if you did, if you paid attention to it. But they announced when Varlamore Part 3 is dropping, which I believe was July 23rd, right? So that's basically late July, right? And that's cool for a couple reasons. First of all, we know when it's coming. That's awesome. Secondly, I then have a pretty good amount of time to finish maxing, because I imagine I wanted to max before sailing came out, right? That's the goal. That's the whole reason why I said August, right? I imagine that sailing isn't going to come out at the start of August if Varlamore Part 3 drops, you know, the 23rd of July, right? That's like literally a week later, right? Imagine that there's going to be a good amount more time between updates, which means that the start of August probably isn't even the deadline that we need to be worried about. Which means it's pretty likely, I think, that we're going to max before sailing comes out if our rate stays consistent around where it is now, I think. But we'll see. We'll see. Who says, what? In all caps? Yeah, no, it's on the launcher. What does it say? Varlamore, the Final Dawn launches July 23rd. Yes. And it would be very out of season for an April Fool's joke. So yeah, I think that we'll have a good amount of time, in my opinion, to max before sailing is added, actually. Who says, I'm so pumped for the Delve boss. Yeah, I don't know if I care about it. I'll definitely try it. I still have to try Yama now that you mention it, but I'll definitely try it. But I don't know. I'm not gonna like, you know what I mean? I'm not like blowing my load thinking about it. Like, oh my god. I'm just like, cool new stuff, I guess. I think the quests are more interesting to me personally. But there's supposed to be like some skilling aspect to the boss, right? So maybe that'll be cool. Maybe I'll like that. This guy keeps getting stuck, and I don't know what's going on. There he is. I had to deal with like 4 dudes, maybe just 3, that were like right there next to my cannon. I think you're supposed to be able to get like 130k an hour doing this. I do not know how. I am not nearly doing this well enough for that. And I think I'm doing this like okay. Versus completed games 34, Teamfight Tactics. How do you consider this complete? I played it for a time and I am not playing it again. It is complete to me because it is done to me. I'm not returning to it. Basically, I used to have like games that I've played and games that I've completed as 2 separate lists. I don't see any reason to like keep them as separate lists anymore. Curses, where did you end up? I didn't do like ranked or anything. I think I just played it for fun. I just like Teamfight Tactics. I don't like sweating about it or like, you know, I wasn't like optimizing it or like I used to watch a little bit of Bunny Muffins. I think that's what his name was. And like I learned a little bit from him, but I actually played better when I wasn't trying to sweat. Curses, I didn't know if you wanted to play till plat or something. No. I did peak somewhere. I mostly liked the faster one. I made it to like purple. It's like blue, green, purple or some shit. Maybe green then blue. Whatever. But yeah, the base game I'm not like a huge fan of. Like it's fine. I liked it fine until they introduced the faster version of it, and the faster version of it was the thing for me. Like that was really what did it for me. I really enjoyed that version of Teamfight Tactics. Because a lot of Teamfight Tactics is like the tactical element, right? Obviously, you're like thinking and planning or whatever, and I didn't really want to sweat it out. So when they introduced a more softcore mode where there's a lot less decision making, it really optimized the experience for me in a big way. And I also started winning a lot more too. I'm a lot better at Unga Bunga, I guess. But also, like, I played that game with my favorite units, right? Like, when Vayne was in the rotation, when Kaisa was in rotation, I played a lot more Teamfight Tactics than when they weren't in rotation. I didn't really... I just fucking died. I didn't really play a lot of the game when neither of them were in rotation, I like kind of didn't care as much because I just like those characters. I don't know how to get to my house. Guess do this. Go to the spirit tree. I don't think I've ever played League on stream at the platinum level, actually. I was plat, but not when I played it on stream. I was probably like mid-silver or some shit in reality. I don't know if I was playing at a mid-silver level, but I was playing against silver players for sure. But it wouldn't surprise me if I was silver at the time, because I had just freshly been on vacation, you know what I mean? On hiatus for like a good, I don't know, dude, a long time. That fucking sucks for my rate, I guess. Who says time for bed, but best of luck on the Slayer grind? I mean, I clearly fucking need it. Can't even handle drinking potion. Here says I'm garbage. My friends play it and force me to, but I'm not going to commit brain cells to that game. I would suggest just playing your favorite units then, to be honest. If you like characters in that game, just play them all the time. I always had more fun just forcing a comp that I wanted to play rather than like trying to play around what I got, because playing around what you get is a lot harder and you have to like know a lot more about the game. Whereas like you can pretty easily be like, okay, if I want to use Vayne, what's the best things for Vayne, right? I need a front line and I need these items, right? Like you can kind of like figure that out pretty easily, I think. And like, oh, well, Vayne has these traits, so I'm going to go after these units that are also good. And like maybe this other thing that helps Vayne specifically, right? Pretty straightforward, I think. But I also am like a one trick in the main game of League of Legends as well. So like, that's just the thing that I enjoy in general. Other people like to play, you know, a different thing all the time. They don't want to play the same thing over and over again. And if that's the case, I got no advice for you, I guess. I don't know. Do whatever's the most fun. Okay, so southwest. So ideally, I want him to be actually here. Okay, I apparently cannot target him. Okay. We'll stand here for now, I guess. Oh my fucking god. I probably shouldn't. Let's empty this. This isn't doing anything for me. I'm just gonna kill this guy first. If he was over here, I think, especially if he was here specifically, he's 2x2, right? I think I could splash. Well, not splash. If I could, I think I could splash the AoE onto these guys, meaning capture them in the hitbox, hurt box. Dragon medium helmet. Oh, I'm full on stuff somehow. That's kind of crazy. feel like I did like 130 or whatever and didn't fill my inventory. Am I like not using something that I'm supposed to be using? I don't think so. All right, well, whatever, I guess. Yours says I just play tanks so I live long enough to look like I'm doing something. That works for me. Oh yeah, can't pick that up. I'm like locking the fuck in trying to do this. I probably shouldn't focus this much because it's like not that serious, but I actually genuinely was silent just because I'm trying to do this right and not fuck this up. I don't know why I'm sweating so much, but like I really am worried about doing this right for some reason. I think I'm due one more dust battle staff before I get a roll on the heart or the eternal ring, eternal crystal. Oh, hey Saku, what's up, dude? How'd your stream go?
Hello. It went well.
Good. Did you finish with your spell crafting?
I have invented many spells.
Yeah, but did you finish with your spell crafting?
I think.
Okay, for now. All right, fair enough. How do you like the spell crafting system?
I like it.
Good.
There's some times where it's not really clear what's going on though, because like when there's some spells that doesn't tell you what the mana cost is,
Mm-hmm.
Particularly buffs
Mm-hmm.
or paralyze, and you have to craft a spell to see the cost for those spells, and like it would be nice if I could have seen the cost first, because I made a spell that costed 1,000 magicka, and I can't cast that spell.
Yeah, I would say so. You need a spell that buffs your magicka so that you can have more of it, so that you can cast that spell.
Yeah, I have a spell that buffs magicka, and then I have a spell that buffs intelligence and willpower, but that doesn't give me enough.
I see. Are you familiar with the like Skyrim exploit community with regards to alchemy
I
and
am not
enchanted?
familiar.
So the idea is in Skyrim, you can make potions that buff your abilities, right? And your ability to make those potions is increased by not just your skill, but also by enchanted gear that increases the efficacy of your potions, right?
Yeah.
So in theory, what you can do is you can get a piece of gear that has that enhances your alchemy, right?
Yeah.
And then you can use that piece of gear to make a potion that enhances your alchemy, right? And then you disenchant that piece of gear and you re-enchant it. Or I'm sorry, I guess you would be buffing your enchanting, but regardless, you can buff both your enchanting and your alchemy. And you can disenchant and re-enchant the same enchantment into different pieces of gear, incrementally, multiplicatively, actually increasing the effects of each of those things, whether it's your potion or your enchantment, up to some integer limit or whatever, until you have like massively OP gear. Yeah. It's a little bit of a exploit, I guess. It's technically working as intended, right? Like, they just don't have caps on that stuff.
Yeah, they didn't plan for it.
Here's this shout out to the Spiffing Brit, amazing video game exploiter. Yeah. It's an interesting bit of content. I like their stuff a lot, but I can't watch a lot of their stuff, if that makes sense. I have to watch it like seasonally or something. I can't just like go through and binge all of their content because I'll lose my mind. But I do like their stuff. I think they're good at making content. Oh, Versus, oh yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. I think if you didn't go through their backlog at all and just started watching them now at their upload speed, you probably would be able to enjoy them every single time they upload. Because I don't think that they upload terribly frequently. Dust Devils. Okay, we can do that. What was the other thing? Abyssal Demons, right? We probably have enough prayer for Dust Devils, so we just reset. Drop off the cannon and this extra stuff. Oh, nice 20 million that we got from that Smoke Devil task because I fucking died. Love that for me. Looks like I'm running a little low on death runes, but I think we'll be okay for now. All right, Dust Devils. So we need this, and this. Back to the Catacombs of Corinth. Yours says it's funny to watch. It's just funny to play a game like Civ 6 and then struggle. And he's like, watch me beat it in 2 turns. Yeah. Dust Devils. Dust Devils that way. Are there even Abyssal Demons here? Who kills these Abyssal Demons? Who? Or these Moss Giants, actually. There's a whole cave for Moss Giants and Fire Giants and Hill Giants. Damn, Saku, I feel like you left, did your whole fucking stream, and you only missed like 100,000 Slayer experience.
That's how it goes.
That sucks. Slayer sucks. To be fair, though, I did try to kill Dagonos in Waterbirth Dungeon, which was a mistake.
That is a dreadful mistake.
It was. But now I know. I was like, well, but there's multi-combat areas. How bad could it be? Bad. Very bad, actually, turns out. If the first floor was multi-combat, though, it would actually be an excellent task until you died from getting...
It's multi-combat, but it's also multi-cannon-less.
No, the first floor is cannonable, but not multi-combat. The very first floor. And you can cannon throughout the dungeon, I think. I did it on the sub...
Oh, really?
Yeah, the 2 sub-levels. Not the one where the Dagonoth Kings are. I didn't try there because there's like 4 Dagonoths and like 3 fucking crabs and just like a random assortment of bullshit. So I didn't try there specifically, but yeah, no, you can definitely cannon. But it isn't a good cannon at all. It's nothing like the actual cave itself. The lighthouse cave. All right. Also, this choke devil is mad tanky, bro. Damn, 3 bursts? Okay. Shit. Dude eats his Wheaties. Oh, he was only 1 burst away from death? I really prolonged his suffering. My bad. Sorry, dude. Oh, did you hear? Yeah, we spoke about it before. The Varlamore Part 3 release date? Yeah. You were here earlier. I was going to repeat everything for you, Saku. Sorry. Oh, there's the Delve boss. Do you know what that is, Saku?
I've heard of it.
Yeah. That's what Booze was excited for Varlamore Part 3. Do you know what you would like to see, like, added to RuneScape 3? Like, what would make you play RuneScape 3 in the year 2025? Like, what additions would you be excited about?
I mean, like, I can play RuneScape 3, but it's not the same as OSRS.
Yeah. I think making it different from OSRS is to their benefit, to be honest. I don't think they would want two games that are basically the same.
Not really sure.
Are you more likely to participate in leagues in RS3 than you would in OSRS?
No,
I see.
I would not do leagues in RS3. There's a lot more content than OSRS.
Yeah. I feel like if they split up the regions, though, they can be fine. Like, that's one of the benefits of leagues, is that there isn't all of OSRS available to you, right?
Oh, that's right. That's true.
And we're gonna be drowning in gear. They just keep dropping stuff for us, man. What am I gonna do with all of this loot? Here it says, I think if RS3 was free, I'd give it an honest shot. It kind of is, though. If you got a bond in OSRS, you got a bond in RS3, right? Isn't it the same? Like, can't I play RS3 right now if I wanted to? Pierce says, can you? I don't know. I'm asking you. It says 10 days left of membership for RuneScape proper, RS3. If I look at the launcher. Which to me means if I press this install button and press play, it'll let me play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, if you have an OSRS membership, you have an RS3 membership.
Yeah, that's what I thought. They're the same deal.
And they dared make the suggestion at one point to split the memberships.
I mean, that's an interesting choice.
However, the OSRS community was very not on board.
Mm-hmm.
It happened at the time when they were talking about putting ads in the game.
Yeah.
It was also one of the proposed packages.
Tara's like, huh, yeah, you're right. I never pressed the RuneScape tab before. Me neither, man. Also, my membership ends in 10. Did I do Tears of Guthix? I did, right? Surely. Please, God.
I think I did it late last week.
4 days. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I think I did it, like, extremely late, Like I could have done it like days prior, but at least it's on cooldown now. You should do Tears of Guthix on fucking on cooldown as frequently as you possibly can, especially if it lands in fucking Slayer or rune crafting or agility, any of those skills. Like, yes.
It will never hit Slayer again, that's for sure.
Yes, I'm not going to get Slayer again, but I'm also not going to get any skill that I've already maxed. I think it's going to be rune crafting from here on out, because we're going to do Hunter next, and then there's going to be such a big gap between everything and rune crafting. I think rune crafting is going to be the last skill that I grind out, like actually doing rune crafting, because I think it's the longest grind by far, and also one of the slowest.
It is.
The other slow skill that I have is Slayer, and that's going to train combat, so I don't think it didn't make sense to like save Slayer to last, right? I guess I could have, right? Like, wouldn't be the end of the world if I waited to do Slayer, but I just felt like I would rather get Slayer done so I could get 5 other skills all done too, 6 even, right? Attack, strength, defense, range, prayer, and magic all were basically contingent on Slayer. So doing Slayer gets 6 other skills. It's like 7 skills all kind of done at once.
Yeah.
Oh, and hit points. I didn't even count hit points. 8.
I feel like you won't max your combat with Slayer.
It's very possible, yeah.
You're still quite far off.
Mm-hmm. Slayer's slower than all of the combat skills, but I'm like 2 mil of Slayer, I think. Yeah, less than 2 mil. 1.5-ish mil away, and more than 3 mil on quite a few skills. I'm only halfway done with attack. So yeah, I think that you're correct, but that won't be a big deal. We can crush that with like Sulfur Naguas or something. Just buy some mac and cheese with our Blood Moon set, you know what I'm saying? Just send that Joker real quick. Probably only take a day. I don't know. Maybe it'll take longer than that. I don't know how much experience you actually get, but it'll be fast.
Remember, strength first, attack second, defense third.
Yeah. We're doing strength right now, except when we're using our shield. Din's Bulwark doesn't have a strength option, so we're doing attack on that thing. I say attack right now. When we do Cal fight tasks, we do attack. That might be the only time we do attack, or strength, excuse me. That might be about the only time we actually train strength, though, because mostly we're using magic and ranged. Mostly magic, which is fine, because magic is fast, and we're also getting defense experience. But we use the Venator bow as much as we can for the ranged experience as well. And also the cannon, right? I wonder if we're going to get another superior. We got one pretty early on, and it's 220, I think, is the task. Yours says, but if I'm using a bot, I'm playing OSRS. Yeah, I hear you.
But you could potentially use an OSRS bond to go to RS3, or use an RS3 bond to go to OSRS.
Yeah. The way that I play this game, I would grind up a bond in old school RuneScape. Like, using a bond, I would grind up a bond, and then if I wanted to play RS3, I would play RS3 for that bond, and after that bond ran out, I would go back to old school RuneScape and grind up more bonds. Because obviously my account is way more progressed here. So, independent of the economy, which I know is different, it's way easier to get a bond here than it is there for me, specifically.
Also, an RS3 bond is 126 mil.
Yeah, but you have to weigh the value of the bond versus the money making methods. There's a reason why it's 126.
Mm-hmm.
But the money making methods I have access to in this game are definitely going to be higher percentage wise. You know, time to bond is going to be way shorter in old school RuneScape, no doubt. From a fresh account in RS3, it fucking better be. If that weren't the case, people would be gold farming OSRS in RS3, kind of, vis-a-vis bonds, you know what I mean? Like, it would just crush the market that way, I would imagine. Someone who isn't an expert in economics, I think that makes sense. Pierce says, I'm just a bigger fan of the pay for cosmetics type MMOs as compared to the subscription based. So raids or anything aren't going to entice me. Changing pay structure would. I like the cosmetics generally in free to play games. MMOs specifically get a pass for me for being subscription based, because like nowadays there are live service games that are free to play, but it used to be that the only live service game that existed was an MMO, and the way that you paid for MMOs was with subscription. And I don't have an issue with that, to be honest. Like that business model doesn't bother me. It's always been that way, and that isn't evidence of it being okay, but I've acclimated to it personally. And a lot of MMOs nowadays have free versions as well, like Final Fantasy 14, for example. Critically acclaimed Final Fantasy 14, play up through Shadowbringers, I think, free. Which is 2 expansions, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawntrail, I think, right now. There's going to be a new one eventually, but I think that's where we're at right now. So you can play through A Realm Reborn, which is meh. You can play through Heaven's Ward, which is fan-fucking-tastic. There's another one, and then Shadowbringers. I don't remember what the other one's called. Oh, I don't have that totem middle piece because I do not have... Okay, so we drop... Well, do we drop those? Yeah, I think so. They're just ring daggers, fuck them. That's not what I wanted. I have trouble picking up stuff when it's a different color, like purple and blue, because I'm just not used to picking up more valuable things. My mind automatically erases it. You know what I'm saying? When I see it there, I literally don't see it. I skip over it mentally. But yeah, no, I don't blame you for that. The subscription thing can be a problem, and it's definitely a pain in the ass. I am wary of subscriptions now, but MMOs aren't the problem to me. It's mostly that everything else as a subscription is like really, really, truly not worth it. Whereas usually MMOs are actually more than worth it in my time. Like a lot of the MMOs that I've ever played are better by a good amount as far as like content goes than any other game that I play ever. But nowadays,
Curious of something.
Mm-hmm.
So a while back, they actually added Vorkath in RS3.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I wonder if it has a similar soundtrack.
Good question. Versus paying for a game makes me feel obligated to play it, and that does not go great for my addictive personality. That makes sense. I've got a lot of games that I haven't beaten on Steam. That's part of the reason why I started the stream originally. It's like to play through my backlog, which has gotten smaller, but hasn't gotten smaller in a long time at this point, unfortunately. I don't feel that same weight. I mostly just play games that I like. Or at least I used to. Nowadays, I feel like I'm playing just like a bunch of stuff. I did not mean to pick up that ancient shard. I will deposit it directly back onto the ground. Not because it did anything to me personally, but because it has of no value. I was going to say of little, but actually of no value to me. I do not need to teleport in the catacombs of Kourend, and I don't know that there were
of catacombs.
Yes, the Kourends of catacombs. I don't know that there will be any new content that requires me to use ancient shards. Therefore, they will go onto the ground. I will farm them if I need them with a fucking cannon in the giant's cavern or whatever. Yo, I'm hitting these guys so softly. Killing them softly. All right. Why is it so hot? Because I didn't turn on my AC like I said I would. And the PC is radiating heat mostly. Yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine. Is this hot? It's warm. But it's not hot, so it's probably going to be okay. I especially turn on the AC when my tracking's going to die because it's too hot. You know what I mean? My comfort comes secondary to whether or not my tracking works. Usually I just ignore heat. Like, it'll go away eventually. Just be patient. Winter will come. It always does. We got more loot. I guess we can high-ox some of this stuff. Dude. Please kill this last one. That was like 5 or 6 solo casts, dude. Not worth it at all. Oh no, another dragon dagger. These guys dropped some dragon daggers though, goddamn. After we finish Slayer, we can sell the Stin's Bulwark too. That'll be sick. Never need that again. Nice little 11 mil back. And the Venator bow.
Okay. The Forecast 3 design is incorrect. It has 4 legs.
Yeah, I was gonna say it has 4 legs, doesn't it? Somehow I knew that that was going to be the problem. That's also a pretty sick name, like a username. Forecast 4th leg. Shout out to Warts.
3rd leg.
Yep. Like Tholomew himself. I think we have 2 more bursts, like 2 more pulls. Or 1 more now? Oh no, I think we're just short. It's actually kind of tragic. I'll just add this to the pile of rune daggers. Here's this bedtime for me, gamers. Good luck on the grinds. Oh, you know we're doing our best over here. What did you think of the Vorkath track in RS3, Saku?
Hmm?
What did you think of the music track? You listened to it, right?
I don't think I found it.
Oh, I see. This 70k Slayer experience an hour right now is doing it right for me. I'm feeling it. 70k, that's 10k above normal. I'm loving it honestly right now. Our net is going to be way down relative to where we should be because we fucked up in a big way. But you know, that's in the past. We can't help what we did in the past. Past us was stupid and not based. Current us, maximum based. Future
Still
us.
searching for it.
Okay, I got you. Future us, even more based somehow. We break beyond the based reality into a super based reality. I'm gonna kill these guys just because, I don't know. Look, never punished. Mystic Air Staff, instantly. Okay, I really want this guy to die now. Thank you. $494. Skeletal Wyverns? I think not. Necreals? Yeah, we can do that. What else? Abyssal Demons, right? We'll do the next first. Next is a long task. I was very, very surprised twice that it took me so long to do a Necreal task. What the fuck just happened? Oh, somebody killed one of the Dust Devils I was killing, I guess. This is good. Probably need at least 1 more prayer potion. How much prayer do I use for this? I'm gonna go with 2. I'm guessing 2. No, it's gotta be more than that. 3. 3 is the answer. Is that enough death runes? We'll do our dailies and get some death runes. I fucked this all up. I need to get more stuff. I was at a bank and I left the bank like a fool. All right, so I need a teleport. I need money. And a rake. Now I can go to the house. And go to Inferno. Okay, so I can't have one be something and the other be something else. Okay. No, I could set shift left click to the menu. That would still be one click less. Or I guess it would be 2 left clicks instead. Yeah. Miscellanea. Left click is miscellanea. Shift left click is teleport menu. Yeah, that's what I want. Whoop. That was a mistake. Wait, is that what happened before? Is that why I don't have any darts? No, I'm about to lose 1,000 gold on darts. I don't know that I will need darts for neck reels, but oh god, I hope I can buy these. Okay, good. There's a world where the GE limit didn't roll over yet. But it's not this world. Okay. I didn't get death runes. That's like part of the whole reason I did this. Sir.
Yeah, I found the soundtrack.
Yes?
It is completely not the same.
Okay. So it doesn't sound anything like it at all?
Nothing like it. Also, for some reason, it's Zemurigal and Vorkath. It's probably a double boss fight or something. Zemurigal being the one in the Defender of Varrock quest. Do we have Curse of Arav?
Yeah, we have Curse of Arav.
Yeah, that quest too.
That's the Zombie Axe quest.
Yeah, the zombie guy.
I don't know if we rescued him yet, but we have encountered him. I imagine. Like we spoke to him and he was like, yeah, we got to do this thing in order to free my heart from this guy. And we were like, okay, we'll get right on that. And that was like the end of the quest, I think. Oh, looks like he's done here. So I'm just in time. Definitely felt weirdly sticky there for a second, but I guess it's fine now. Adjusting my posture. I think the biggest reason why my posture sometimes is bad is because I'm too far away from my table, actually. Well, actually, it's not even that I'm too far away from my table, it's that my keyboard is too far away from me. It's like weirdly off to one side and like kind of far away. I don't know why I did my setup like this. One day I might change it, but now I can't really change it the way that I had originally intended to. Like, I think I'm okay with the one keyboard being where it is. The keyboard from my other computer can kind of be where it is. But the main keyboard that I have should really be like front and center. But instead I have my mouse pad front and center, which is like just a weird thing to do. Because obviously my mouse hand can go like way the fuck over to one side and it would be fine. But I just didn't set this up this way. Maybe I can just change it. Maybe I can just like move this over and that over. I'm not sure. Looks like it might have space. Maybe I'll do that like today. Just not literally right now. Because it'll be a lot easier for me to type. I've kind of like lost a lot of my touch typing ability. Not all of it. Because I'm still like okay at typing. But I used to be like really, really good at touch typing. Because I just use my keyboard so much, and then I like switched to this this 2 PC setup with double the keyboard action, and both of them are like in a dumbass weird like cata corner position from like where I am. Like like I really made it as difficult as possible for me to type for no reason, and I don't know why. Like my left hand for WASD, which I don't know why my hand is on WASD. Because of shift, I guess, is as far away as your right hand would probably be if for your mouse. That's how far away like my entire keyboard is displaced. So for my right hand, it's my numpad is on the left side of my body, if that makes sense. So in order for me to get to just the keypad, the number keypad, I need to reach across my entire body with my right hand. Or it's actually very conveniently located for just my left hand, but no one uses their numpad with their left hand. That's crazy talk. It's like fully opposite. I don't know why I did this to myself. I really shouldn't have. Even when I first set it up, I was like, this is kind of weird. Maybe I should change this, and I just never did. I was like, I'll get used to it. And I did kind of, to be honest, but I'm not anywhere near as fast at typing as I used to be. So like, I don't know if that matters. It definitely doesn't matter for streaming, but just in my life, I'm way more, like I would say I'm probably equally fast at typing shit on my phone now as I am on my keyboard. And I was like okay on my phone before, but like nowhere near as fast. I used to be able to type like paragraphs in the time that I can type like a few sentences now. Crazy. Also, typing is less important to me now than it used to be fair. It's just not as relevant in my life. I talk a lot more than I type now. What? Oh, I was holding shift. Wait, how did I not know I was holding shift? Like, I could feel my body release the shift key that I was holding, and I just didn't notice. Weird. All right, Saki, we got another Necryarch. Do you think we're going to get our last dust staff that we're due before we get a chance at the heart or the gem? Saku's sleeping.
What?
We got a Necryarch here. Do you think we're going to get the gem or the heart?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. How about a dust staff? We did not.
No.
We got a totem piece. It's pretty good, right? Kind of wish I was better at, like, I don't know, auditing the stuff that I do. So I'm wondering if the tasks that I'm doing are as good as I think that they are. I think I am doing the best tasks in Dark Beasts and Black Dragons, but I'm not sure that that's the case, and I'm not exactly sure what the order of them is. I'm pretty sure Smoke Devils is on top, and then I guess Dust Devils after that, like in my like observed experience. But I feel like Necryarchs should be pretty good. Abyssal Demons should be pretty good. You know what I mean? Just not sure how it is actually in reality, like what I'm actually seeing. This is why I feel like a plugin would be fantastic. If it just, all it did was like, every time I get a drop from Slayer on a given task, you know what I mean? It starts the timer, and then it waits until the last drop I get on a task. And then it's like, yeah, that's how fast you do this thing. A massive, like super mega data sheet aggregated to just like one sum, this rate. Because that's all I really care about. It could tell me other stuff though. It could be like, this is how much money you got. That'd be cool, I guess. I don't care about it as much, but like, it'd be cool. I think it should also count like number of times died and banked as well. It should itemize those as well, because that's obviously going to affect the rate in a way that is like fully a skill issue. probably. Maybe banking isn't exactly a skill issue, but it kind of is. If you were more efficient, you probably could bank less. I don't even know if I should have done that. I probably should have just left I should have left the death spawn in a huge ass conga line, because all they do is absorb hits that I don't want to go to them, because my rate is determined by how quickly I kill the next, not the death spawns. The death spawns have nothing to do with my rate, my slayer rate. It might improve my magic and defense rate, I guess, but I don't really care about those being better. Especially not magic. Magic is what it is. Oh my god. Is there that much stuff in this stack? No, it's just 2 now. Oh, was I holding shift again? I think I was holding shift again. God, it sounds like fucking Runescape. Actually, it doesn't even sound like RuneScape to me. It sounds like fucking nostalgia is what it sounds like. It sounds like my past. That's crazy. RuneScape is a little too intrinsically linked to my history, my personal history. Wonder how the game determines what hit splat I'm gonna see. What was that? Defense? My defense and combat went up. Because all of these guys are stacked up, right? So like, how does it know which hit splat is going to be on top? Does it just choose randomly? Isn't a Planck second just the tick speed of the universe?
Blank second.
Yeah. Like a Planck length is the shortest, like, conceivably measurable amount of distance, and a Planck second I think is the same thing but with time.
Okay.
It's a physics thing, Saku. Don't look at me like I'm crazy. I didn't make it up.
Okay, I think its Necroarch will drop a rune square shield.
Okay. A rune square shield? Alright. Let's see. I'm thinking I got a mystic staff last time. A mystic air staff. So this time I think it's gonna be like the rune dagger drop. I'm thinking worse than what you've got. Let's see. Nice max hit on him though. Oh, and then a 1. A dark totem, a lobster, and gold bar. So, not the best drops I've ever seen from him.
Pretty bad.
All right. So I could just... Nope. I don't want to high alch my shield. Oh, but I do want to high alch this. And now I can...
At least you got loot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. You can get literally nothing. There's literally nothing like really common. Is it more rare than like getting one of the rare drops? Should we look? For Necroarch specifically? So the odds that he drops literally nothing on the rare drop table is 1 in 43. And if you roll the rare drop table, you don't get anything else, right? It's just the rare drop table by itself. I think they always drop malicious ashes and a brimstone key if they're on task, obviously. I just always get the ash sanctifier from those, so I never get to see that. Oh, they got a lot of stuff that sucks. Wait, where's the rune square shield? Oh, is that from the rare drop table? No way. I'm getting all of these rune square shields because of the rare drop table? Oh.
No.
Necroarchs don't drop. Wait, greater Necreal. Necroarch? Yeah, the Necri arc doesn't appear to drop rune square shields. Necriols do, but the Necri arc doesn't. Greater Necriols do, but the Necri arc doesn't.
What?
Yeah. I'm not sure why. Maybe the drop table is incomplete, but according to Runescape's wiki, and the wiki typically knows what it's talking about, but not always. Not always.
Oh, I see. Necryarch's drop table is based on the regular Necreal drop table,
Mm-hmm.
which is odd.
Yes.
Because the advanced blood veld have a superior
Mm-hmm.
that is the advanced blood veld. It's not the regular blood veld that is superior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know why they share it. It's definitely a weirdo situation.
Oh, no, wait. There is a... So, Necryarch, you have two sections. You have
Oh.
the Slayer Tower Necryarch,
I see.
and then there you have the Everywhere Else Necryarch.
I see. I see. I just needed to keep scrolling down. Once again, the Iraq sites tricked me. They do the same thing on the Iraq site page where there's like the low rates, and then if you keep scrolling down, it's the better rates. You fooled me again, Wiki, and not for the last time. All right, so it's been 19 minutes so far, and we're halfway done with the task. Yes, I was waiting for that guy to spawn. Did not occur to me to continue bursting the guys that I already had grouped, which I probably should have done. I mean, in theory, all of these guys are going to die at the same time, if not a little faster, but that's never how it actually works out. One of them always survives for an extra fucking 5 casts or whatever. I think that's the last one. Wait, why did I think it needed 4 of each? I guess 4 would be over. 1 in 126 times 4 is, or divided by 4, I guess, is less than 440. But if you get 4 mist battle stabs and 4 dust battle stabs, you would theoretically be due. either an Eternal Gem or an Imbued Heart next, assuming that you are on rate for everything else. We switch sides just so we don't target this guy. Well, actually, I guess it wouldn't matter, right? Yeah, because if I target this guy, I'm still going to hit them. So I'll just stay then. Moving for no reason. I don't think you really lose ticks for moving in between, though, to be honest. Because the attack speed is so slow. It's like 5 ticks. $68. So that's a little more than 7 pulls. Say 8 pulls. I think their group's at 9, right? And 8 times 9 is 72? 72? Yeah. So yeah, should be fine with 9 more. Wait, 8 more. So I said 7. I meant to say 8. I guess. Or maybe I didn't mean to say 8, but my math says actually 8. Yeah, that's probably more correct. I was guessing before and I was wrong. And my revised guess is... Yeah, what's going on with this guy? Oh, I guess I could keep the Din's Bulwark for the Hunter grind, right? Maybe I should do that. I mean, honestly, fuck it. Just use the last charge. Hey, Zuba. 11:30 for you, huh? Okay. Happy lunch, I suppose. Thanks. I'm not really sure how you greet someone in the middle of the day. Good afternoon. It's not quite afternoon, though. It's not good morning. Good day. Ooh, good day. That's the one. Have you ever seen That 70s Show, Saku?
Which show?
That 70s Show.
No.
Yeah, it was kind of a long shot because you don't really watch television too much, but it's a pretty popular one. It's a live action one. Do you know who Ashton Kutcher is from Punk'd?
No.
How about Dude, Where's My Car? You don't watch movies either.
No.
Okay, have you seen Spider-Man 3 with Venom?
Which one was that one?
The one with Venom and the Sandman.
I don't think so.
Damn.
I might have. When was it released?
Like 2008, maybe. Supa says I'm still half awake. It's okay. Why are you half awake at noon? What are you doing? Living your best life? Goddamn.
Oh, I think I have. It's just so far back.
The person who played Eddie Brock, aka Venom, was the main character of That 70s Show. that's all that was for. But he wasn't blonde in that 70s show. He was a brunette and also younger. I say that 70s show. Oh, have you seen Yo Mama? The MTV show Yo Mama, where there's people that are, it's probably staged as hell, but where there's people that say Yo Mama jokes to each other.
No, I have not seen Yo Mama.
That is hosted by Wilmer Valderrama, who is Fez. And one of his catchphrases in that 70s show is good day. He says good day to someone when he's like done talking with them, especially when he's upset. And then the person that he's talking to will say, but Fez, and he'll be like, I said good day. Because he doesn't want to talk to them anymore. There you go. So yeah, that whole line of inquiry was fully because I thought about a character's catchphrase from a show. And you fully did not know basically any of the cast. Maybe Eric Foreman, the main character. That's the name of the character, not the name of the actor. I don't know the actor's name. Danny Masterson is Hyde. And Wilmer Valderrama is Fez. Ashton Kutcher is Kelso. Oh, you might know Jackie. She's in the movie Ted as the wife. She's the voice of Meg from Family Guy? No? All right, well, look, if you don't know the voice of Meg from Family Guy, then there was no way I was going to get
I mean, I know who Meg is, but I don't know who the voice actor is.
Well, yeah, but like you know her voice. You would recognize her voice. That's all I mean. She's not doing a voice. That's just what she normally sounds like. Supa says you really love these shows. Wow. I don't actually. I just am familiar with a lot of shows nowadays, I guess. I used to not like know celebrities. Like notoriously, I was really, really bad with them. But now, something about watching movies a lot. I've been watching a movie a week for the last 5 years. So I've seen some 300 movies, about 250 movies. You want me to say the word panda? Like a Pokemon? All right. Oh, I got my rune square shield. There you go, Saku. You were one superior off. I should definitely be healing. It'll be fine. I'm holding a shield. They can't hurt me while I'm holding a shield. All right, now that we're no longer dying. There we go. Now we can say panda for 10 minutes. Super says like the animal. I don't think the Pokemon panda is only in English dictionary. No, I mean saying my name like a Pokemon does. I say panda like a Pokemon says their own name all the time. Is what I meant. I guess Pokemon only say their name, whereas I would just say panda as part of the sentence, I guess. Oh god, I don't know if we're gonna have enough prayer. That's a panda problem if I've ever seen one. So we need 3 more. And this burst cost me 4 prayers so far, and we're halfway through it. I don't know. Panda might be alright. Might be a survivable situation. Panda just needs to like lock the fuck in. Okay, now Panda waits. Panda thinks that's all that we needed, so Panda strikes, saving a prayer point here and there for the boys, for the people. Suba says, I forgot to ask who your guest is. Panda's often streaming with Saku nowadays. Saku is... should I just add you to the stream title, Saku? Panda thinks that is somewhat warranted since you're always around anyway. Panda always does a shout out anyway, so it's pretty common for people to know, I would imagine. But yes, this is Saku Kenpaku. This is one of Panda's friends. He's around often. He plays a lot of RuneScape. Offers a lot of insight now and then. There you go. That's him. He's his own streamer. He does his own stuff too. Panda just happens to have him alongside. He comes to hang out now and then. Not for any particular reason. Just the vibe. Panda is fucking struggling. Good lord. All right, 11 left and 15 prayer points. Panda thinks that this might still be possible, but only just. Panda kind of needs to high roll these damage numbers. Less ones and more 40s. We're doing a fantastic job so far. Panda hasn't killed fucking any of them. Oh, we got to, actually. Okay, that might be good enough. Panda did not mean to do that. All right, here it comes. We got 4 more that we need to kill with 5 prayer points. And hope that we don't get any superiors either. Panda just needs to lock the fuck in and kill these dudes before he fucking dies. Which isn't necessarily improbable. Panda can also just step away from them because they are frozen. Ow. Panda got fucking rocked. Actually, this guy stepped up to Panda, which means that he's by himself. So we can just like keep doing this until we finish the task and it'll be fine. We're actually a genius. Okay. Panda's done. No problem. Dark Beasts, okay. Do that later. We'll do Abyssal Demons. Well, can we do an Abyssal Demons task in 45 minutes? Panda's not sure. Panda doesn't want to stay up late again. I guess Panda will do the Dark Beasts for now. Panda's definitely not ending early. So Panda will do, well, maybe a little early, but Panda will do Dark Beasts. We'll see what we get next. And if we get another long task, maybe Panda will end early, to be honest. Okay. And it needs melee gear for dark beasts, including this. Fantastic. And Panda needs a teleport for them, combat potion. One prayer pot should be plenty. Go kill him. Oh, what an easy life. And simply must wait for 11 more dark beasts and also 3 minutes. Panda never did screen rides back in hand stretch redeem. Panda forgot. Whoops. Panda also didn't run the ad break though, so fair dues. Panda really doesn't need Slayer points. Panda may need Slayer points after Slayer for Hydra tasks, but Panda's only so worried about that, to be honest. Panda needs exactly 1 Hydra task to try out Hydra. So grinding that out should not be that bad for Panda. Pika says, Panda, I made pasta. You know, pasta is only legally distinct from lasagna, right? Pika, lasagna is already a pasta. I think Panda's pretty sure that lasagna is literally describing the kind of pasta that you use to make lasagna. Panda is concerned for your diet, which is strictly pasta, apparently. Panda thinks his max hit went up by 16 points, 15 points, simply by having Piety on and using Spec. Specs are fucking crazy. Panda's actually impressed. Fang is like an innately weaker weapon than most. Just the way it works. Pika says, oh, I know. Oh man, he's committed to the pasta lifestyle. All right, let's do a shout out for Pika says it was bow tie. There's no bow tie lasagna. You could make bow tie lasagna. I mean, the thing that makes lasagna is the pasta that you used for it, to be honest. So I guess you couldn't make literally lasagna with bow tie. But you could use the same ingredients other than the type of pasta and have something that's very similar to lasagna. Very similar. But yeah, for now, let's do a shout out for Super Phoenix. If you guys don't know who Super Phoenix is, a newer friend for me, but a bit of a regular in the greater mega community, if you will, mostly from like Lokrin's side, the Decadent Rain side, if you will. He's the one I know the best out of the group. But they're all streamers. Super's a friend from them, a friend of a friend, if you will. I only just got to know them close more recently. I've seen Suba play Monster Hunter Wilds. What else have you been playing, Suba? Everybody calls you Suba. I'm gonna call you Suba too, because that's what everybody else does. Repo, which is of course a streamer game of streamer games, as is the Headliners. I have not played the Headliners at all. That's the one where you are press and taking pictures, I believe, of like horrific things. But it's a very similar game to Repo in a lot of ways. One of those like soft horror party streaming games, I would say. Not necessarily something that I'm, hugely into myself, but you definitely should check out Suba if you want to see them play and also want to hang out. Suba seems very soft-spoken to me. Bit of a Monster Hunter veteran. They played Rise and Rise before Wilds. I don't know if they played any of the other ones. Certainly we're familiar with some monsters. Seemed a little... Seemed a little intimidated by the monsters as they were playing, is what I would say. But definitely had fun. Doing dual blades, which is highly animated, very action-oriented playstyle. Well beyond what I'm used to personally. Trolls, no. Give me more. Iron Dragons, no. Worms, no. Rasks, absolutely not. We can do Smoke Devils. Can we do Smoke Devils now? Yeah, probably. That's just a pretty fast ask, I think. But yeah, that's Suba. A PNG tuber, VTuber as well, if that matters. Oh, also like fully the wrong side of the world from me. So if you're here for this stream, you might not be able to make it to any of Suba's streams literally ever. Like exactly 12 hours from now. You know what I mean? Well, Suba would usually end now. And by usually, I mean the 1 or 2 streams that I've seen, it was about ending now. So like 4 hours before now, but 12 hours from now. So 8 hours from now is what I'm trying to say in so many words. Math is mathing. We deposit this and this and this. We need Smoke Devil stuff. So focus up, gamer. Lock in. We need all of these things. We need 2 of these. Basically nothing else. That looks good. Yep. I feel like there's something missing here. I don't know what it would be though. No, I guess that's just what life looks like. We got enough water runes. We go. To Castle Wars for Smoke Devils. And then around the way. Oh, the ring for high alking, but I'm out of charges, so there's no reason to bring it. Did I click on this tree? I did not mean to. I wanted to click on that. What is this guy doing? What the? Look at this. What the fuck is this? You fucking crazy person? That's not where the cannon goes. Cannon goes over here. That's why it's got a cannonball here. So you put your cannon there. See? Sorry, I'm just focusing up as I start this up. I think I'll be able to like relax a little bit as soon as I have these guys like mostly in place. I mean, I guess they are mostly in place now. This is one of the more interesting parts of the game, though. I do kind of like it. The concept is pretty straightforward, what I'm trying to do. If it's not clear, I'm trying to kill choke devils, right? Or smoke devils, excuse me. These are smoke devils. They look like, I don't know what the fuck that is. That's what they look like. I need to kill 150 of them, right? And the way that I'm doing that is by coming to this place where they are, and I set up this cannon, which will shoot. It rotates and it shoots at any target that it sees. And when they get hit by my cannon, they try to come over to me, right? Problem is that they have a very long-ranged attack, right? He can attack me, right? But for whatever reason, this skeleton, this skeleton on the ground here, acts as an obstacle that they can't see past. So imagine if there was like a giant pillar right here, right? And by virtue of that, when they see a giant pillar in between them and the thing they want to hit, they move closer to me, landing next to this pillar, this bones, right? So what I want to do is, if there's a guy over there, I want to stand on this side. And likewise, if there's a guy on this side, I stand on this side to pull them all closer. Because what I'm doing is I'm using a spell. It's called a barrage spell, which is an AoE. And it's centered on the target that I choose, and it's a 3x3. So ideally, I want to be targeting just this stack over and over again, because it'll hit all, really, 3 piles. There's an extra dude here, but whatever. The only downside being, if ever these guys die, which they're about to, then I can't hit both this stack and that stack. I have to choose, because if I center it here, right, it's obviously not hitting that guy. And likewise, the other way. Symmetry. Which is not good, but not a huge deal. The main thing is that you want to hit a bunch of people at the same time. That's the point of an AoE, right? It's better to hit more, but it's not a problem. You can only hit up to 9 targets at a time anyway. And I don't know how many are actually stacking up, but it's probably a good deal more than 9. Let's see. That's like 7 on just the one side. That's 6 on that side. So if I stand here and pull these 2 into the middle, then when I target this one, it's not going to be hitting all of them anyway, because there's too many for it to hit every single one of them. As to which 9 it hits, it just chooses randomly. It's just totally random. I have no way of controlling that, which is fine. Well, I mean, I can control it a little bit, right? I can target this guy and then I would hit just these 2, but I can't choose which within the stack get hit. Another thing that happens sometimes, I kind of fixed it a second ago, but I didn't say it because I wasn't thinking about it. There was a guy here, and the reason why he was standing there is because if he's standing here, he can see me if I'm standing here. And if I'm standing here, he can still see me, right? So what I need to do to fix that... Oh, this guy's a great example, right? He can see me where he is, and he can see me where I am now. So, but if I stand here, he can't. That's what the diagonals, the corners are for. Typically, you don't need them, but sometimes there's a dude that just happens to be in the wrong spot. But yeah, that's what we're doing. We just do this until we kill another 111 of them. Not exactly rocket science.
Hello.
I'm sorry, what's up?
I was saying hi like probably 10 minutes late.
Oh. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Now that we've finished explaining what it is that we're doing and why it is that we're doing it, well, ultimately it's to get our Slayer level maxed, but killing these guys gives us Slayer experience. It's like we kill monsters for gains. It's a game. You've played video games before. You know what's up. All right. Now that we've done that, though, I'll do another shout out. God, this music is so fucking loud for me. Holy shit. I don't think it's loud for you, but it was definitely loud for me. Holy shit. I'm not targeting anything, which is a fucking tragedy. Okay. And then, what's her name? Pika Choke Me. Pika Choke Me. I call him Pika for short. Is a streamer, fellow streamer. He's a VTuber. Plays a variety of games as well. We've been playing Apex with him weekly, every Sunday. Delta's been joining us for that as well. So the three of us. That's our trio at the moment, at the very least. He's a bit of a veteran when it comes to Apex. I don't know what his peak is or anything, but he's way, way better at the game than I am. He's the resident expert, if you will. I am the resident scrub, if you will. I am certainly not very good at video game. But I've been slowly but surely getting better. I haven't been able to put a lot of time into the game. Really just whatever time I have on stream. I haven't done any Apex off stream in quite a while, actually. But even just the time that we put on stream has definitely significantly improved my ability, I think. Even noticeably so. I don't know that I'm gonna like do a lot with Apex or anything like that. I was speaking to Pika off stream about aim labs because I'm curious, but I think the problem with aim labs for me right now is that I can't use aim labs like the way that I am right now. Like I'm playing too much RuneScape to use aim labs, and the reason I say that is because like arthritis comes from using a mouse, you know what I mean, or anything with your hands really, but like repetitive strain injury is like a real concern, and I do a lot of RuneScape, and that's a lot of clicking, and I didn't have any adverse effects, I don't think, from thank you for the hydrate from using aim labs before, but I very well could, and probably woohoo, we got 1 HP, which is all that we need. I am gonna get some more though, not because I need it, just because I feel like getting more health. Not even close, baby. In case you're wondering, my prayer ran out and I turned it on just in time to have 1 HP left. That's plenty. HP is a resource. You don't need all of it, just some of it. One is enough. Means that you don't have any to spare, but it's enough. All right, we're gonna drink more. What's that? Okay, so yes, he plays a variety of different games. He seems to like walking simulators the most, to be honest. But I'm not sure that I should say all that, because I haven't actually had a conversation about like his favorite genre of game or anything like that. But it does seem like he really does, especially in like the streaming space, really does like admire a well-told story, like the emotional experience of, you know, some kind of unique. It's not even like a story necessarily, because like his experience with pools for me even was like fairly life-changing, because that game is like basically one long wallpaper, or actually I guess 9 separate wallpaper set pieces, which to me would be boring as actual sin, like actually terrible, but which is to say so boring that it would be a sin. And somehow he was able to make that stream like the most compelling thing that I've ever seen. Maybe not ever seen, but like it was definitely one of my very favorite streams to be a part of and to see. And I really don't understand how or why. He's just an interesting guy with interesting thoughts. He definitely strikes me as, I don't know, someone who's lived a very different life full of factoids and stories that just come freely. He's very good on the microphone, to say the least. But yeah, I've seen him play other stuff too than pools and Apex. He's been known to play a little bit of Satisfactory. That was one of his main things. Subnautica, he might have quit as well. Alan Wake, I'm almost sure that he quit playing, but he finished Resident Evil 4 remake. Not that he liked it a ton. You know, like he mostly hasn't been playing games that he likes, I guess. As of late. Satisfactory he enjoyed. Maybe that's the one. I think he gets like sick of it though. You know what I mean? It's rough. It's rough out here, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say in so many words. But thank you for the hydrate, Subo. I will drink. It's really hot here anyway, so I guess it only makes sense. Okay, so focus up, gamer. Line these dudes up. Okay, the music just reset, so we definitely need to do something about that. Like, now. For the people who go fucking crazy. I don't really mind repeat music a ton, especially in like a video game. It's kind of like part of the gaming experience, but when you're in the same few areas over and over again, I imagine it can get kind of grating. And most people who play this game, I imagine, it's just me imagining, hey, another Dragonstone, probably don't listen to very much of the game music. If they do listen to the music, they probably haven't heard every track. So one of the things that I like to do is just put the music on random and increase the likelihood that you hear a song that you've never heard before. Oh, yo, Lokrin, what's up, dude? Damn, the whole pickle pack showed up today. Is there an occasion? Am I dying? Do you guys know something I don't know? Checking my shit for notifications. Lokrin, what's up, dude? Lokrin, if you don't know, is the interdimensional trash vampire. Good friend of the channel. A bit of a regular here as well. We've been playing Stardew Valley recently, but we just finished it. We've played all kinds of games before as fellow members of the Pickle Pack. You can look forward to Core Keeper, I believe is the one that we're doing this Sunday. Lokrin says, I got told I sound like Steve Bloom when I do a deeper voice. What a compliment. That is definitely a compliment. A deeper voice from Lokrin? I don't think I'm familiar. But I definitely recommend you check out Lokrin. He's a variety streamer. He's been playing a lot of Minecraft. A lot of Minecraft as of late. Mostly due to some new friends. But he's played all kinds of stuff. He's looking a little bit for a home long term, I think, when it comes to gaming. He used to be a RuneScape streamer. Not just a RuneScape streamer. He used to play RuneScape. But he's taking a break from that one for now. What else does he got going on? Marvel Rivals is a big for a while. He was looking at Splitgate too. Maybe he'll play some Splitgate too. Maybe. KCD2 was big for him. I think he finished Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm pretty sure that game is like fully done now. But yeah, he's played all kinds of different stuff. Oblivion remake as well. Maybe he's gonna return to that one. Oblivion remaster, excuse me. I don't think he finished that. It seems like he's a little bit of a glutton for difficult games. He likes to turn the slider all the way up nowadays. Dark Souls changed something in him. He didn't finish Dark Souls, but it did change something in him. Pika says he could play Apex. No, he likes to play good video games. Pika says my homies made a Minecraft server, but then I think they switched the mod pack / reset the Minecraft server. My home is gone. That's tragic. I don't really like playing on servers, I don't think, personally. I've only ever done it the one time, and I had a fairly negative experience, not with the people, but with like circumstances. And it kind of puts the fear of God in me. I'm not like a huge security guy, like a security nut or anything like that. But I don't like the idea of, for example, like League of Legends, right? I don't love League of Legends, but I was fine with the game for a long time, but they added kernel level anti-cheat. And I'm like, you don't get as a developer to compromise my device because your anti-cheat sucks. That's not how that works. Pika says Apex could be good. Yeah, it could be, but it isn't. I mean, anything could be good. Pika says the tickle your pickle pack. No. We don't tickle pickles. Or at least we haven't so far. Not to my knowledge. I think I would know. I'm pretty sure I've heard Lokrin's voice, Steve. I don't remember him sounding like Steve Bloom to me. Steve Bloom is Spike Spiegel, right? Cowboy Bebop. I mean, he did like every voice, like 1 in 3 male voices in anime from 1990 to 2010 or whatever was probably Steve Bloom. Something like that. There's like a few, like literally like a dozen voice actors or whatever that are of like note from that era. Pikachu says, I don't know, kernel level anti-cheat is complicated in my opinion. I understand the idea behind kernel level anti-cheat, but it's not something that is unable to be broken into. Therefore, what you've done is you've compromised my device by virtue of that. Pika says, because hackers are using kernel level cheats. If you don't have kernel level anti-cheat, you can't detect them. Yeah, I understand that. But them having access to my kernel is only as a result of them having kernel level cheats, right? So if they simply didn't have kernel level anti-cheat, then I wouldn't need to worry about them getting to an access to my kernel. They theoretically, they might still be able to do that even without kernel level anti-cheat. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think they would. I think it's by virtue of there being kernel level anti-cheat that the kernel is even part of the conversation. I'm pretty sure, but not 100%, I'll admit. But nonetheless, it wouldn't be escalated to that point regardless. It's one of those situations where, like, listen, if we didn't have Spider-Man in New York City, we wouldn't have super villains, because you wouldn't need a supervillain to do crime. The only way you can do crime is if you're a supervillain, right? That's because of Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man's fault that we have supervillains. That's like kind of facts in a way. And I'm J. Jonah Jameson right now. It's an arms race. Pika says, I think the biggest thing that sucks is that even with kernel level anti-cheat, there's still kernel level cheats that slip through the cracks. That's probably the worst part from the dev's perspective, but the worst part from my perspective as a consumer is that my device needs to contend with people with basically kernel level access. Not exactly, but that's kind of what it ultimately amounts to. Savage says, you lost all the New Yorkers. New Yorkers don't necessarily like Spider-Man. That's not how that works, Savage. I lost all the New Yorkers in Spider-Man's universe. I lost all the 616 New Yorkers. I don't really think I care about that. The fictional people. Savage says they do in the movie. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is a movie with his fucking name on it. I don't know if that's exactly a fair judge of, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if they consulted the city of New York on that one. I should just kill these guys. Also, I need to figure out a way to get rid of some of this stuff. I think that's enough. Yep. Blood Velds and Abyssal Demons. We certainly can't do either of these tasks right now. There's not enough time in the day. But we'll switch to Abyssal Demons because that's probably the one we'll want to do first. We'll drop off all of our stuff and get ready for it. Savage says, I, for one, hate the human spider. That's a terrible name for a superhero for sure. Logren says, the superhero conundrum is the power that they invites people to try to beat them. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. And it also creates like supervillain communities where like regular jobbers now work for like the fucking Penguin type situation because they can't just do a regular B&E. They need to have like some kind of super crime boss for any chance of success. Pika says, yeah, but I'm saying they can't detect cheaters who are using kernel level cheats without getting kernel level access or everyone who is playing their game system. Yeah, I understand that. But like, so? So? You know what I mean? Like, if the only way to combat kernel level anti-cheaters is to like retroactively combat them rather than proactively combat them, then retroactively combat them. If you're saying you can't detect them at all, then the cheats are probably too good to like even be considered cheats at a certain point. You know what I mean? Like if you can't analyze the gameplay and tell that they're cheating literally at all because they're playing at a level that a human totally could be playing at, then like I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like it's that's like inside baseball type shit after a certain point. Like it kind of is what it is. If they don't have an unfair advantage, which is to say that I can still beat them for the skill level or whatever, like it's only going to be a problem for so long anyway. I don't know. Pika says it's more like Venom is out there roaming the streets. You need Spider-Man, but without kernel level anti-cheat, you just have normal people trying to fight Venom. In a perfect world, people just wouldn't cheat and you wouldn't need anti-cheat. I don't think that's true at all. I think that most cheats are not kernel level, and the only reason that the kernel level anti-cheats exist is because kernel level software. Kernel level, not that they exist, but the reason why they're prevalent as they are is because kernel level anti-cheat is a thing. The cheaters follow the need. It's an arms race. They didn't make nuclear bombs just because they could. They needed to make them in order to combat the security that existed. They wouldn't do it unless they needed to. And I understand that the escalation isn't necessarily because of kernel level anti-cheat, but kernel level anti-cheat sets the bar at kernel level, right? There aren't cheats that are less than that because they wouldn't even bother with that. So there's only cheats that are a security risk now. Pika says, I think it's more complicated than that. You're basically retroactively banning everyone at that point or trying to ban them with machine learning stats analysis. I don't have a problem with retroactively banning everyone. Is that an issue for someone? Because I don't think that it's an issue for someone to get a game where they get to cheat and then they get banned after the fact. Everybody gets one game that they can cheat in. It's perfectly fine to me. Like that's fully not an issue. And also machine learning and stats analysis is also not a bad reason or network to ban people. I fully don't have an issue with that either. Pika says, I think it's the opposite, to be honest. There's anti-cheat on a game that runs in the game's kernel. So as a cheater, you completely bypass the kernel and you're anti-cheat free. Yes, I understand. Kernel level anti-cheat bypasses non-kernel level. Kernel level cheats bypass non-kernel level anti-cheat. I totally understand that. That's not what I'm saying at all, right? Should we sell stuff? Yeah, we can sell some stuff. We have a little bit of time left in the stream, so now's a good time for it. I mean, regardless of how like morally sound or dubious it is to have kernel level anti-cheat, if your game has it and I know about it, I'm not playing your game. Simple as. I would rather there be cheaters in my game than to have people that are cheating in the game have some kind of compromise, be able to theoretically compromise my system. The risk is not worth it to me as a person who owns a device that I care about and want to be working. It is not worth it. Because before, cheaters would ruin a game. Now cheaters can ruin my computer, right? The game is just a video game. I don't give a shit about one cheater in one game. I don't give a shit about one cheater in every game. But one cheater bricking my computer one time, I'm gonna burn down their fucking company. You understand? Like, that's the thing that we're talking about. Savage says the less access people have to my PC, the better. I can just play a different game. That is precisely what I am saying. They fuck up my shit one time, and I'm going to make it everyone else's problem. And to me, the cheater's gonna cheat. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. The reason why it's a problem is because the anti-cheat was there that they had to overcome. That's how it ultimately manifests to me, personally. We should sell these. Why do we even have a tome of water? What is this? Book of Darkness? I mean, I guess it's just an item slot. It's not like it's worth selling. I don't know if this is going to be helpful again either. If I do any Duke kills, I guess. Oh, we can do these. Damn, 3 missed battle stabs? I got all 3 of them just recently? And 2 of the dust ones. That's 2 out of 3 dust battle stabs that I've gotten recently. That's a lot of fucking Slayer. Pika says, like, as an example, I play a game that's running GameGuard. GameGuard is non-kernel level anti-cheat. I can't run Cheat Engine because GameGuard will detect it. So if I make a patch in my Windows kernel, I can run Cheat Engine outside of that. The game can't detect Cheat Engine at all. Okay. I don't think that I got any new understanding from that. I think I understood all of that already. Savage says it's always an arms race and you are never going to get them all anyway. That is definitely true. Peak says, now if I get banned and the game is free to play, I can just keep cheating. And they'll ban me afterwards, but they can't stop me preemptively at all. I think the infection rate for matches in games would spike to a level people underestimate though. I think if that is true, show me. I want to see if what you're saying is actually true, right? If it's actually as bad as they say it is, because I don't even see cheaters in like any game that I've like ever played. I played thousands of League of Legends matches and I don't think I've seen any cheaters, to be honest. And if I have seen cheaters, they aren't cheating well enough for me to know that they're cheaters. I've seen like maybe 1 dude cheat ever, right? And I'm not like a high level player, right? I'm just a regular dude. I play in matches that are like from silver to like plat or whatever, which is like the main demographic of the game, right? So if there is a lot of cheating in those games, then show me the numbers, right? Like, because they have them, right? They know how many people they ban and all that shit, and they know how bad it is and what kind of cheats they were using and all that kind of shit, right? Like they would have access to all that. That's how they are able to detect them and all that. And they had the number of cheaters before and since the anti-cheat was added, and how many people they caught using specifically kernel level cheats. So they have stats of this is what it was like with the anti-cheat by itself, and this is what it's like with the kernel level. Show me. If they don't have dramatic increases of numbers and to the point where it seems like there's basically no cheaters at all, I don't believe it. I fully don't believe it. And there's also more ways than just banning someone from the game. You can like IP ban them or whatever, right? And also like lock their fucking computer out of it or whatever. Something closer to like a serial number or VIN number ban, I think. So like just because it's free to play doesn't mean, and even then fuck free to play games. Fuck them. I don't need them. If that's what it takes, fuck them. I like buying a game and being able to play it in the future anyway. Actually, can I take these pages out? Yes. Empty the book. Why do I have so many pages in this shit? God damn, that's a lot of fucking pages. Come on, man. Get out of here. I'm selling all this stuff as if I'm like trying to afford something, but you know, just doing it as a little bit of a filler. Just while we're hanging out, vibing. We want to go to Mount Carlin though. And then we'll end at a bank, any bank. This is for Abyssal Demons, so we need to get the rest of our Abyssal Demon stuff. Magic seeds. Wow. Okay. So Abyssal Demons, we need darts, our bulwark, and our light bearer. And we'll also, well, no, we won't gear up for dailies tomorrow because we already did them today. Or twice today, whatever. Light bearer, bulwark. Whoops. What the fuck just happened? Did like one of the smoke devils that I was fighting die just now? It's fucking crazy. Right. Was there something else I needed? Fire potions, darts. That's what it was. How many prayer potions? 4? I think 4 seems to be the number usually. Okay. Savage says, also, I'm an old man with bad reaction time, so I suck at most of those games anyway. That's definitely true. In my experience, there's just simply no reason to be that worried about it. Savage says, I feel like it would help just, like, putting cameras in bathrooms would help prevent crime. I still don't want it. Sure, yeah. Like, drug abuse crime? Absolutely. Like, people are abusing drugs, mostly in bathrooms. I'm not interested in cameras in bathrooms. And I feel like that's a similar... that's more of a breach of privacy thing, but yeah, it's a similar sentiment, sure. Pika says, now if, hold on. The game doesn't detect cheat engine at all if he installs cheat engine at the kernel level, basically. And then he says, now if I get banned and the game is free to play, I can just keep cheating. And they'll ban me afterwards, but they can't stop me preemptively at all, which is perfectly fine to me. I have no problem with that. Pika Choke Me says, I think the infection rate for machines and games would spike to a level people underestimate, though. That might be true. Okay. Like, I don't necessarily mind the infection rate for games of cheaters to be a problem. The problem that I have, see, the number of people cheating in games, there's an acceptable threshold of that. I think we can all agree on that because you can't eliminate all cheating. That's not possible, right? So there's going to be an acceptable threshold of that. To me, the thing that will almost never have any amount of acceptable threshold is the amount of bricked computers as a result of kernel level compromise. You know what I'm saying? Like your kernel level, the kernel level of your computer being compromised. There is no acceptable bricked computers. Just like people were saying, I hate the idea of Nintendo being able to brick my console. That, but way worse than that. Because now it's a malicious actor actively trying to destroy your shit. Just because they can. Not because a corporation feels like they've been slighted by you. Literally, malicious intent is the reason why your shit is bricked. What? No, there is no acceptable amount of that at all. There's no reason for that to be in the conversation, is the difference.
And in some cases, they might even try to get money from you.
It could also be that too.
Ransomwares and all.
Yeah, that's a real thing that exists as well. Pika says, like, instead of seeing cheaters on occasions or even subtle cheaters, you see blatant constant cheaters in every game on low-level accounts that they just keep remaking. If it's only on low-level accounts, good. To be honest, low-level slum has always been slum. Everyone hates the low-level grind anyway. I don't think cheaters are going to be a problem for that, to be honest. Pika says Leagues is probably harder because most of it is server authoritative, I think. It also depends on the architecture of the game, but even in League, there was a big scandal of people using no CD summoner spells. I hear what you're saying, but if they have no CD on their summoner spells, that is one of the easiest things to detect retroactively, like, period. Like, if your flash wasn't off cooldown, when they use flash again, insta perma ban, done. I'm okay with them being able to flash in the one game, but after that one game, that should be a dead ringer, easy. Any software could detect that kind of thing retroactively.
Or when flash was casted on the server.
Yeah, it's not.
And if it's used, before the cooldown is up, ban them. Easy fix.
Pika says, I don't know how many systems have been compromised by kernel level anti-cheat itself though, versus computers just being compromised by the fact that Windows lets anything have kernel access to begin with. I don't know that either, but to me, any increase on that is not worth it. because that is a demon that you unleashed. That's the Pandora's box that not you, but like the developers have opened. They're saying we are willing to brick computers in order to reduce the amount of cheaters in our game. And I am saying, fuck you for that, because that is not worth it at all. Savage says, if it is one, I am good. Precisely, because I'm not going to be that one. You could be that one. I'm not going to be, ever. If I know your game has kernel level anti-cheat, I am not playing it ever. And I'm not even saying you're a terrible company that shouldn't do this thing. I'm saying that's fucked up and I don't agree with it. You could fuck off with that stuff. That's how I feel about it. Like, maybe you have reasons for doing that shit, but unless I see a lot of good data that says, listen, the odds of you getting a cheater at all because of this kernel level anti-cheat has been reduced by like fucking 10 orders of magnitude, and now it's down to less than 0.00001%, then maybe I'll be okay with it, but probably fucking not. Because when it comes to the kernel level anti-cheats, they're just like any other cheat. You could just get them peer-to-peer. You know what I mean? Like, you can just get them from fucking somebody. It's just that the person who's selling kernel level anti-cheats has 2 Ferraris instead of just a nice sports car, right? The guy who's selling those cheats probably makes way more money. Pika says, now I'm curious, how do you feel about antivirus, which has kernel level access? I don't know. I don't see how that's relevant. I'm talking about the video games that I use versus the antiviruses that I run, right? And antivirus has to do with my compromising activity, curbing against that. The video games I play shouldn't be a compromising activity. It's a totally separate conversation. In my opinion, I don't see how it's related at all. Unless you're saying that kernel level antiviruses can protect me from kernel level anti-cheats. Because if that's 1-to-1, right? Or kernel level antiviruses are always better, then now we're talking. If you're saying that the illusion that I have that my device is compromised because of kernel level anti-cheat is just that, now we're talking. Pika says, I think because in some cases your antivirus is still a program you're installing that you're giving kernel level access to. That's, I mean, to me, that's like fully a separate conversation. I don't know what antivirus I have right now is, to be honest. Like, I fully don't know. And also, I was not aware of kernel level antiviruses to begin with. So, like, I don't have an opinion on that. That's fucking news to me. I guess I wouldn't like it, but I don't really know. To me, there's a difference between something being added to your kernel that is for the purposes of a video game and something that is added to your kernel or is able to access and manipulate your kernel that is specifically for making sure that there are no compromises to your system, right? So in the same way that I would be upset about someone like monitoring the inside of my house, right? I would be much more okay with someone making sure that my house doesn't leak water or waste electricity, or like, those are like 2 very different levels of, like, I don't know, security risk, like, and also like, I'm trying to say like privacy loss, if that makes sense. Like, they're just different. I think. Pika says, I think in most cases, the antivirus does operate at the kernel level, and it could potentially detect malware at that level, but it's usually not designed to look for cheats. Like, I bet Windows Defender has kernel level access, to be honest. Well, if it comes with the computer, then the choice is, do I want to use Windows? Which is to say, do I want to play video games? Or do I want to use Linux and not play video games? Right? Like, my computer is mostly for video games. So, like, that's a non-issue. Because, like, I'm not gonna not use Windows, because while it is possible for anyone who's a Linux user to run whatever the fuck they want to run, I'm not a fucking tech wizard, and I'm not gonna make a game work by drilling through whatever possibly is wrong with it. That's fucking way beyond unreasonable. Those games are not fucking playable. Pika says, I mean, I trust more third parties with my kernel level data than I would Microsoft at this point. That's you. That's fully you. I don't feel that way at all. More third parties. You said I trust more third parties than I would Microsoft. More third parties. Microsoft is one person, so you trust 2 third parties? That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. There might be 2 people that are trustworthy. Pika says, yeah, I don't think gaming on Linux is a good place yet either, to be honest. It sure isn't. I think that anybody who says otherwise is actually delusional. Those are the same guys that are talking about using using their Steam Deck as an emulator for Nintendo Switch games. Like, is it possible? Theoretically, yes. There's a fucking meme I just saw of somebody watching fucking 50 tutorials and spending 60 hours to pirate one fucking Nintendo game. And I'm like, brother, just buy the fucking console and the software. It's not worth it. Like, bro, 60 hours? How much money do you make? Like, it's not worth it. Maybe if you don't have a job, I guess. But how did you get the Steam Deck? Pika says Windows 11 has that new update that like takes pictures of your screen for AI and they're always selling our data. I don't like that, but like when it comes, I have the same conversation about Nintendo, right? I don't like what Nintendo's talking about doing with their Switch, like bricking people just because they can and that kind of shit. I hate that shit. But you don't solve that problem by not buying a Switch. You solve that problem by petitioning your fucking congressman to install legislation that protects consumers from anti-consumer practices like bricking their shit and compromising their shit and selling their fucking data. And like, that's all of that shit. That's all strictly, and I hate to say it, it's strictly politics. Like, you need laws for that stuff. I can't fix that with my wallet. Like, it's not gonna fucking happen unless I want to go and make a competitor or otherwise invest in like technology such that I am able to make Linux do what I want it to do. The only thing I can do is suck it up, you know what I mean? And suffer. That's just the reality of the world that we live in. There's nothing I can do about that. That is what it is. It sucks, but it is what it is. Whereas the kernel level anti-cheat in video games, I can fully opt out of and I don't need to worry about at all. It's just not a problem. Like, simply eliminating it from my life is a choice rather than a like base foundational level choice where it's like, do I get to have computer? Pika says, I think in the case of Switch 2 though, that's like hardware they've rendered useless with no workaround, where I think the case of most bricked PCs in the ecosystem is also open enough where you could boot into safe mode and remove the offending driver or reinstall Windows. That's tech dependent enough that I probably wouldn't be able to do it, except for reinstalling Windows. If it was as simple as like my computer's bricked, but I can just install a new copy of Windows and it'd be fine, then I guess I'm not too worried about it in the grand scheme of things. I would hate to lose all of my data, but I guess that's okay. But yeah, ultimately it is something like you're saying, Pika. It's just something that I'd rather not put up with if I don't have to. That's ultimately what it boils down to. To me, by having kernel level anti-cheat, you're pushing the problem, you're kicking the can down the road, and now the can has drop and run radiation in it, right? So now it is less likely that I will encounter that can, but when I do encounter that can, it's drop and run. Instead of just being a can that was inconvenient and in my path, suddenly it's severe radiation that I need to be desperately concerned about, which is like way not worth it. But I would like to know, like you, how often the bricking problem is, like, because if it is like, if they reduce the amount of cheaters by, say, like, I don't know, 4 orders of magnitude, and the bricking problem is like 1 in 100,000 or whatever, then it probably is something that I'm worried about for no reason. Because on a scale of a population, right? We're talking to like 100,000, 300,000, 500,000 users or whatever. That's like less than one person, in which case it probably is within the safety measures that I'm like probably comfortable with, right? Like, it's fine. But I don't feel like that is the situation that we're in because I haven't been reassured by the data to feel like I can trust that it's going to be fine. I definitely should have gone to like a just chatting screen or something now that I realize it, but because we're definitely done with the game. But it was an interesting conversation. I do appreciate your insight because you do happen to know much, much more than I do when it comes to the details But for me, it's mostly a question of comfort level, and the comfort that I have with kernel level stuff is not there. And I will say I am much more leery of antivirus now, by exactly the same token. Not as much, but by exactly the same token, I am more leery of it, yes. Pika says, I guess I didn't realize Genshin Impact actually did have an exploit in their anti-cheat driver that was used by ransomware actors. A bring your own vulnerable driver attack. That is actually crazy. Shout out to Genshin Impact, I guess. Okay, who do we want to stream or raid into? That's the real question. Is there anyone playing RuneScape? Hell no. Of course not. Why would they be playing RuneScape? Fuck RuneScape, am I right? All my homies don't play RuneScape. I know that this guy is actually back, but they're not streaming. Back onto RuneScape. I guess I'm like mostly just looking for like, who's the person that I haven't rated most recently, who is currently live and playing a video game. Oh, hey, there's Saku. He's not streaming though. He's just here. Oh man, it's been so long since I've seen Caster. Should hang out with Caster. Wow, this is a long list of people. Holy shit. Okay. Pika says, any RuneScapers in the chat? But he said it with a GE at the end of it. Chatja. Chatja. All right. We're gonna go with like this alarmingly cutesy video game. So Wispin White here is playing Bokura. I don't know anything about Bokura. I know Bokura ga Ita is one of my, well, not one of my favorites. It was an anime I enjoyed a lot. In case you didn't know about it, it's a kind of a companion piece, in my opinion, to Lovely Complex. But where Lovely Complex is a fun rom-com about a guy who's too short and a girl that's too tall, Bokura ga Ita is reversed height, so a guy that's regularly like disproportionately taller than the lady that he's with. And Bokura ga Ita has a lot of angst in it. Bokura ga Ita is we were there, which is part of the angst. We were there for the thing that happened or whatever. I don't really remember the plot too well, but I remember it being angsty. But that's nothing to do with Wispin White. Wispin White right now is playing Bokura, as I mentioned earlier. They're playing with a good friend of theirs, Stelina, longtime friend of theirs. Wispin is a forest god in training, and she's a fox girl. I think she's a fox. Yes, and a VTuber. You definitely should check her out. She's very fun, very high energy. Very insightful, loves Zelda a lot, was just playing Twilight Princess, and is going to be starting her Camp Wispin very, very soon. It's the thing she does every summer for her birthday and extends for a few weeks after. Have a good stream. I'm going to see you guys later. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Press the button. Do the thing. There we go.